Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Is it your ways that they gon' imitate? Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. Wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life.
We are in here. Welcome back to Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Tonight, we are stepping into the realm where ancient wisdom meets cutting edge science. Welcome tonight to the episode titled Kemetic Physics. This is not your average conversation. This is where the mysteries of Kemet collide with the laws of the universe, where symbols, science, and consciousness all come together. And we've got the perfect mind tonight to guide us through it. Our guest, King Hurt, a mathematician, a teacher, a true scholar, a man respected not just for what he says, but for the work he's put in. This is someone who didn't just read the books, he mastered them, tested them, and lived them. And now he's bringing that knowledge, that precision, that high-level understanding right here to our platform today. So get ready to expand your mind, challenge what you think you know, and tap into something deeper. And trust me, you're not going to want to miss a second of this. So let's get right into it. How you feeling today, King Hurt?
I'm good, Mr. A1. A1, I'm good, man. How my sound coming through?
Your sound is all right. It's been better, though. It doesn't sound like it's coming through your microphone if you have one. It sounds like you may be connected.
Yeah, hold up. Let me get that. Hold up.
It sounds like it may be your laptop audio picking it up and not the...
It's the laptop. I didn't connect with the let me see. Let me connect the joint now. Yeah, how you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling amazing, man. I cannot complain, man. I'm blessed.
Good. Hey, that's all we want. You know what I'm saying? Be blessed. Have a good
Yes,
life.
sir. Yes, sir. All my fingers work, all my toes working. I can see. I'm good.
That's what's up. All right. So hopefully I'm a little clear now.
Sure. Go to the sound settings. It's the little star at the bottom, and then hit audio, and then switch your microphone to the one you just plugged in.
Audio.
Yeah, because nothing changed.
Hello.
Do you see the audio option and the microphone option?
Yeah, Mike. It says stereo. Default. Let me see. 1 2 1 2.
It switched to something else. Keep talking. Can you turn it up?
1 2 1.
That sounds
one,
clear.
two,
It's just
two.
low.
1 2 1 2. It's lower. That's lower.
Hold on. Don't do nothing. Let me see something because I can mess with your settings too a little bit. Say something now.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
That's better. I just had to turn you all the way up, but It's way clearer though.
Now it's clear.
Let's give it a shot one more time. Let me hear something.
We go 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Sounds good. I think we can roll with that.
Much better. Good.
Okay, we got a screen share.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm ready.
And you got the floor, sir.
All right. Screen.
Everybody watching right now, do me a favor and share this live out. Smash that thumbs up if you haven't already. And make sure you double check and make sure you're subscribed. Hit that bell. Click all so that way you get notified every time we drop a video so you don't miss any of this hot Dylon fire. Let's go.
Dylon.
Okay, here we
Classic.
go.
All right.
You can make it full screen if you go to slideshow. Okay.
About to. There we go.
Boom, there you go.
Peace, fam. What's going on, fam? This is Hercules. So tonight I wanted to get into I guess a little advanced mathematics of the ancestors and how they reached an understanding of the quantum level.
Hey, Hurt. Nope, that ain't it. That audio ain't it. Let's go back to the other mic.
All right.
It's like I think it's moving on your shirt or something and stuff. I hear a lot of yeah.
All right.
Almost like a lapel mic. When you get movement sounds.
You say switch it to the other audio?
Yeah, go to audio, mic. Hold on. Okay, so wait, go back to that. Go back to that. Let me see what
Yes.
options you have in there. Start. Let me get a mic check on what you're on right now.
1 2 1 2 1
That's
2.
way better. And you don't have a headset on right now, do you?
No, no, I have the it's not a headset, but it's like my the earpiece.
The Realtek earpiece. Okay, yeah, just go back to the microphone array or
Microphone
whatever you're
array
on now is good. That's better.
is good.
Better.
Okay.
I'm not getting that like it's bouncing off of your shirt or anything. So we got action. Sorry about that, everybody at home.
It's right here. All right, so 1 2. I'm sounding better. Sounding all right.
Sound amazing. Sound amazing.
All right. Here we go.
I'm actually turn you down a little bit.
All right. Hotep Peace, Abibi Toomey, Black Power. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, fam? So, yeah, tonight just want to have a discussion. It might be quick. On ancient mathematics, the advancement of mathematics, and how they were able to have an understanding of the quantum level. Okay. So this has nothing has nothing to do with quantum only, yo.
They was asking me and I could not give them an answer.
Nah, man, nah. I'm just talking about the quantum realm, the quantum level as we know it today. And it's the topic has come up a lot. And I, saying I've heard it a lot, and people, say that they didn't have an understanding. They couldn't have an understanding because they didn't have electricity. However, that's not completely true. And I'm about to demonstrate and show you guys why they did have it, and hopefully you guys can understand where I'm coming from. Okay. So my claim is that advanced mathematics of Black people is older than what we think. Our ancestors have been doing math for over 100,000 years. Okay, over 100,000 years they've been doing mathematics. Okay. Introduction. This is Abibi Foe, Kemetic Physics, Black Science prerequisite. A couple of prerequisites I got. You know what I'm saying? So, history of math history. So you can't just watch the National Geographic, the BBC, or the History Channel, things like that, because they distort the history of our people, and we know this. We know that white people have distorted the history of people around the world and bragged about their history a little too much. This book right here was one of the books we had to read I had to take the class, the history of mathematics, and it's again the guy he completely, they give you the perception that in Kemet, ancient Egypt, that their level of mathematics only reached the level of algebra. That's the perception that they give you. However, that's not true, and so that's what I want to get into. And to understand this stuff, we have to start with Black philosophy. All right, and that's one of the main things that you want to know is Black philosophy. You have to read African philosophy. Okay, and here's a couple of books that I have and that I've been reading. They're pretty good. So the elder Cheikh-Anta Diop said that if you want to understand ancient Egypt, then you have to look towards inner Africa. We can't look outside of Kemet to explain the culture of Kemet, because Kemet was purely an African culture. People didn't come from outside. They didn't come from outside to found Kemet. All right. They came from the south. They came from Central Africa. They came up. All right. It was a different group of people, all came from Southern and Central Africa and East Africa coming up, and they founded Kemet over the millennium that had passed. Pseudoscience is Black science. That's what they say. They call our science pseudo. All right. And the reason they call it pseudo is because they don't understand it. And when I say they, I mean the European, Western culture. During the 3,000 years of pharaonic Egypt, there was no normal philosophy or physics that was separated from religion, myth, and magic. And this is from Marshall Claggett book, Ancient Egypt, volume 3. Ancient Egypt Science, volume 3. And so we have to understand that during their whole time of existence, we know that they didn't separate their spirituality from their actual doing the work, doing the science. We know this. And you would have people who say, they couldn't separate it. They didn't separate. We know they didn't separate it. And it wasn't a flaw, though, because people would make it seem like it was a flaw. It wasn't a flaw. Okay, so it was an advantage to them. And no one has shown how it was a flaw. I keep hearing people say that all the time, specifically the pseudo killers. They say it all the time. Black science versus European science. Our enemies have us thinking that there is no such thing as white science. Math is just math. But that isn't true. Mariba Ani, Jacob Carruthers, and Amos Wilson all have explained the difference, in their work that they have presented. And if you don't know who Jacob Carruthers is, I suggest you guys Google him and get his books. Amos Wilson, man, I consider myself an Amos Wilsonist. I love his work. He was a psychologist. Mariba Ani, anthropologist. She wrote the book Urugu and Let the Circle Be Unbroken. Good people showed us that, hopefully I'm standing on today and trying to improve. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but we this in Western culture, because we grew up in a Western culture, so we don't see a distinction. We think that everything, that science is just science. That's it. There is no difference. However, there is a difference in doing science the African way, the Black way, and then doing the European, the Western way. There's a difference. And that's just a simple Google search. Okay. You just type that into Google and it'll tell you, yes, African science is different than Western science. Science and oppression. Now, this comes from the brother, Dr. Rashid. This is off his, I think this is off his blog. He has a blog page. It says, I've noticed a number of African thinkers who present themselves as African-centered, as advocates of re-Africanization, who emphasize the imperative of us reclaiming our culture and restoring our sovereignty, while also posting Western science as the path to our redemption. I'm puzzled as to how an appreciation for the former does not generate a more critical view of the latter position. Dr. Jacob Carruthers' essay on Science and Oppression is a good essay. You guys can find it online. Download that joint. It's called Science and Oppression. You can find it online. Very good. Science and Oppression offers a very concise yet incisive critic of this. Given that the state of the world, the loss of species, global warming, ecology, degradation, and the like, clearly the masters tool to produce the products of Western culture are they themselves reflective of a broader cultural ethos of alienation. Hence, the need to move beyond the tepid ground of decolonization to the imperative of Africanization and revitalization of African science as tools of knowledge, construction, cultural reorientation, and ecological restoration. And the brother did I forgot the guy's channel right now, but Dr. Rashid did an interview and he talked about this, the science, the difference between the science of Western culture and African people, and how our ancestors approached science and doing it. It was a guy, I forgot the name of that channel, but if you just type in Kamalu Rashid, it'll come up. But yeah, so and the essay from Jacob Carruthers called Science and Oppression, he gets deep and he just breaks it down and says, we using the same approach that Westerners use to analyze our situations. This is why they came up with Black psychology at the University of Chicago. I think it was Jacob Carruthers, Wade Nobles, and I forgot the people who actually founded it, but they came up with the Black psychology department because they came to a conclusion like, wait, hold up, we cannot be analyzing Black kids using the same methods that white people use to analyze white kids because they have a different upbringing, completely different upbringing, and we all know that. So that's why they came up with black psychology. So it's the same thing with science, but we was never taught that. We was never shown that. So now I think I'm the one who started this whole big thing that we're seeing online now, but black science, African science, and versus white science. Because I haven't seen anybody before. I think it was last year when I first did my presentations. I haven't seen anybody before me doing anything on that. But anyway, everybody is talking about it now. Everybody getting into the debate about over what science is and what science isn't. Was our ancestors doing science and stuff like that? I just find it funny. Well, not funny, but it's good that people are talking about it. Some people want to be experts in it who haven't studied science, but yet they acting like they're the experts. But anyway, advanced science equals non-spirituality, man. This is Western approach. This is the Western approach. The more advanced you are in your mathematics and in your science, the less spiritual you are, the less religious you are. This is the Western approach. That's how they see it. That's what they believe. And the only reason of that, because basically Western religions are not based in science. Whereas in African spiritual systems, they are actually based in science. They're based off actual events that went around them, that's going on that went around them. So that's the Western approach. So this is that's Neil deGrasse Tyson. Many of y'all know him, and the lady is Sabina Hofstadter. She's German. I have a couple of her books. I used to always follow a lot of these a lot of white people on their topics. Sometimes I sit back and I watch some of them, but most of it I don't really get back into engage no more, because I finally understand that there's a different worldview white people have than what African people have. So that was like my little background for where I'm going to. So I hope you guys can see the path that I'm stepping into, the direction that I'm going in. So now let's get into a little more math. This is from Dr. Luyaka. Until today, we must recognize that our academic philosophical training is modeled on Western philosophy. All our thinking has been structured by the philosophical paradigms inherent in Western culture. It is important to emphasize this, because to come out of this dominant philosophical paradigm would be by itself a feat in the history of human ideas. And that's all over the world, because the majority of people around the world, the majority of their, I would say, grandparents around the world, great-grandparents, came to the West, Europe and America, for their education, got their degrees, and went back to their country and taught what they knew. So that's why you could say today that the world has a Western worldview. It doesn't matter if it's Chinese, Japanese, Indians, Latinos, Mexicans, you know what I'm saying? It don't matter. Because a lot of people, thousands of people, hundreds of thousands, millions, come to America to get their degrees and go back and teach what they know. They have a Western worldview, and this is why you can say that Western science, when we talk about science, all right, because the Western philosophy is the foundation of modern science. And again, that's just something you could Google. There's no need to debate about it. Just Google it. Is Western philosophy the foundation of modern science? It's going to say yes. And then it's going to show you it's the foundation. It doesn't say yes, but it says yes, it's the foundation. And then it goes down and shows you that, other people also contribute to science, but mainly it was Western. So let's take a deeper look at Black science. Black Raquette science is the investigation of the physical reality and the spiritual reality. I'm naming it Raquette Because people say, yo, they didn't have science. They didn't know science. So I'm calling it raquette. True knowing. The true knowing the truth. They didn't have science, man. They did proto-science. Okay. Yeah. And we could go back 73,000 years in South Africa, where this is called the Adams calendar. Physical structure that still stands today. 73,000 years ago. I wonder what they was doing in Europe at that time. What was the Chinese doing? I don't know. But well, you can see this circular structure that they built. And the key thing about this, they said about the structure is it has a fractal pattern. All right, and they say they was using this to calculate the stars. I'm not sure about that, but 73,000 years. They putting stuff together. So when I start and I'm looking at the science of Black people or the raquette of Black people, I don't start with Kemet. I have to start before Kemet. And the Ashango bone and the Lubombo bones are some of the tools that we have to look at, that we have, because we know we don't have a lot of written records. So we have to look at some of the things that they did. And from the brother Bangura, his book, The African Mother Tongue and Mathematical Ideas. The bone is a testimony. You talk about these Ashango bones. The bone is a testimony to the existence of a very sophisticated accounting system which enabled humans to master time. And it is the first visible hint of the emergence of calculation in the human history. These bones go what? 22,000, 35,000. They estimate that's how old these bones go back. The femur of a baboon. I mean. And they have what on it? The prime numbers. They counting, the doubling, the multiplication of doubling. And where do we see that later on at in Kemet? The doubling was how they did their multiplication. This is from France, some German guy, Geninder, African Invention of Mathematics. Could the 29 tally marks on the bamboo femur encode a calendar? Yes, they do. And a lunisolar calendar. We'll find it by laying out pebbles in a simple and pleasing pattern that requires no numbers, but might once have an encoding in a mystical story. Then follow the tally marks on the Ashango bone, 25,000 years old, interpreting the same spirit calendar. Lessons and geometric lessons for aspiring shaman in the African Stone Age. So he's saying these are lessons. They were calculating, the passing of the times, the months, the days. So they just wasn't sitting around, throwing rocks 25,000 years ago, long before Kemet was founded. 365 calendar. Should put 365 day. That's what I should put. It was a calendar. There are 2 by 13 by 14 dots below the top line, yielding 364 days. And the dot in the middle of the bottom line, and you add the dot, and you obtain 365 days for a year. They was calculating a year long before Kemet was founded. So you hear people make the argument, man, they just observed, they wasn't doing no science. They was just, they observed the moon, the phases of the moon, and noticed how many days it passed. They observed all of that. And they came to a conclusion like, hey, wow, it takes 365 days for this to happen again. And they kept track of it. That's called research. I don't understand why we have to let go of this perception that people in ancient times were ignorant of their environment, of what's going on. That wasn't our people. That wasn't our ancestors. They was not ignorant of what was going on in the universe. The Secrets of the Ashango Bone. This is a paper by Christoph Born. That's the name of it, The Secrets of the Ashango Bone. You guys can look it up, download it. Mathematical essay. It was pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. One of the things that caught my attention of this paper was this. He connects the Ashango bones to a double helix. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, you got to explain this one to me. This was about to be fired. Yeah.
Well, I didn't. I don't have the. I have the paper, but I'm not going through it. It's not
okay.
I didn't go through it, but he put this. He puts it up, and he put when he said when you put both of the bones side by side, it creates a double helix pattern. It can create a double helix pattern. And I was like, wow, what? Again, the guy is Christopher Bourne. The paper is The Secret of the Ashango Bones. But the point is that the ancestors were thinking complex long time ago. It's not something that we just came up that just happened. All right, it's something that.
Can I ask a question? Because you've heard the debate that's been going around recently that Africans practice science. Am I saying it correct?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that you're on the side of Africans in science, right?
Yeah.
I guess that goes without saying. Do you think that's even like? You think these people are even wasting their time? Are they tripping or crazy to even have this notion that they didn't have science?
Yeah, they're wasting the time.
Like, how did they come to this conclusion with all of this evidence that predates this? Like,
all right. So,
or is it just simply an argument of semantics and what they're trying to call science? Or
yeah. Wait, hold up. Hey, wait. Hold up. I need to open up my window. I'm kind of hot. Hold up.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm not distracted from your presentation with that, Emma. I hope that's not too left field. It feels like it's right on point.
All right, I'm back. So look, let me be clear. Let's be clear about this. This whole notion was going on about our ancestors practiced only proto-science, didn't have science, comes from the pseudo-killers, Ankh and Cedric and them. And it comes from me bringing it up. Like I said, I started this whole thing about, black math, black science. And they, they pushed back until, proved it. It finally proved it to them, because the books written on it. And, it's a simple Google search. Prove them wrong that African science is completely different than Western science. So now that's been proven to them. Now they want to say that, oh, well, they wasn't actually practicing science. It was proto-science. They have to move their goal now. and I'm like, yeah, like, okay, so that's not even going to work, because the majority of historians and anthropologists, they say that, the ancestors were practicing science in their own way, their view, their worldview. And you do have about, I think it's like 4 or 5, anthropologists and Egyptologists who say they didn't, they weren't practicing science. It was a proto-science and stuff like that. But the majority of the historians and anthropologists say that they were practicing science. So this whole notion, because they lost the argument of, was African people science different than Western science? They already lost that argument. So now they have to move the goal to say something else. Okay, well, it wasn't actually science. It was a proto-science. They wasn't doing science. But what is science? What is that? It is what? The method. It is a methodology of observations, studying and taking those results, getting the results back and, seeing what you could do with it and stuff like that. There's a method to it. And when you look at the Kemetic, their methods of what they did, there's no denying that they was doing science, that they was doing research, because they even said they had a method of doing the stuff. So it came from their worldview of their approach to doing. Just because it wasn't the way that we do it today doesn't mean it's not science. That's the whole thing. Good. All right. So, yeah, this is from Christopher.
Oh, I muted. My bad. I said, there you go. You heard it here first, folks. Only here on Coliseum of Arguments. Let's go.
Yeah, so this, like I said, it's from him, Chris Bourne, that's Secrets of the Shango Bone. And he talks about the golden ratio from the you could get from the Shango bone when you arrange the patterns, it makes a decahedron. And you can see this pentagon and stuff like that. And so the reason I'm bringing this up, because you're seeing these abstract ideas that they had way back then. Because you hear people say, well, they only did practical science. Their science was only practical. Well, shit, all science is practical. I mean, come on. All science is practical. But this right here is showing us that they were thinking far beyond what's actually practical. Because prime numbers, to work with prime numbers, that's abstract thinking. You know what I'm saying? That there would be no practical use of prime numbers back then. Today we use prime numbers in encryption coding and stuff. But back then it would have been abstract thinking. So they had abstract thinking. They was doing that back then. The game Mancala. Again, from Brother Bangura, the book African Mother Tongue, Mathematical Ideas. And he says, he's quoting David Hültebrock, who's a German mathematician who lived in Africa. I think he lived in the Congo for like 12 years or something like that. You know how white people do. They go over there to study us, that they return back home and stuff to write their books. So he says, if that's the smallest number of pawns necessary for the nth hole to lead to a game the player can win, the number of pawns leading to a winning position approaches n squared over pi for large values of n. Their computations involve high-level analysis, including the gamma function and the hypergeometric function. So he's saying the computations for you to think of your winning positions, to think like this, it's like you have a master chess player. So you have a master Mancala player. Their thinking level is equivalent to the gamma function, he says. I think he actually meant the gamma probability function, because you're taking the probability of you moving here and the person, what's the probability of you going. So I think that's what he meant by the gamma probability. So he's saying that their thinking level was on that, and that's a high level of mathematics. That's a high level of mathematics for you to think that way. No, they didn't call it the gamma function. No, they wasn't writing the stuff down like that. But what he's showing us and trying to convey is that their level of thinking was equal to this level of mathematics. And the game Mancala is old. It was found in Kenya, I think, carved on a stone like 10,000 BC, I think. Something like that. It's an old game. So it's been around for thousands of years. Advanced mathematics in Kemet. So now I'm gonna get a little bit more deeper and talk about the advanced math, the advanced science. And their advanced science, you're actually looking at it. It's right there in front of you. Those paintings on those walls are still here today. They haven't faded. They look probably like they 100, maybe 200 years old, but they're 4,000 years old. Tutankhamun his helmet, that helmet, they had to put it under an X-ray machine, and they found out that it was welded together. It's welded together so good that you can't even see the seams with your naked eye. Just looking at it, you can't. They had to actually put it under an X-ray machine, and that's where you're able to see that it was welded together. So you seeing the results of their requête, their true knowing, to Hesep. You seeing it right here. They left it for us, but you have to be able to know what you're looking at. Biometric requête. I'm not going to call it biometric science. I'm going to call it biometric requête. I told you, the true knowing. Because you hear people saying they just observe nature, man. They was observing things in nature, man. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't actually doing the calculations, dude. They were just observing it. You know, they observed the stars, man. You know what I'm saying? But their whole ecology around them was their laboratory. That's the difference. So we have to take off our European glasses and start trying to look at it from an African point of view. So their ecology would be their laboratory. You sitting out and you chilling. They got the fire going. You see the smoke rising, like I see the smoke on the screen. Questions you would ask. Everybody would have questions. Hey, how come the smoke curls like that? Why does it move like that? What are we asking? What are we looking at? You're looking at vortexes is forming in the smokes. So we're supposed to believe that our ancestors were so naive and ignorant that they never asked the question, like, why does the smoke make those waves? Why, when I throw the rock in the pond, it ripples? And no matter how big the rock I throw, it makes the same ripples that expands at the same rate. Why, when the ocean crashes up against the shores, these waves, what is that? We're supposed to believe they never ask those questions. That's what Western culture want us to believe and want us to think. But it's not true. So what was that? You telling me they never asked, yo, what in the world? What is going on? They never asked that question. Being a kid, growing up in this, growing up seeing this, you would ask, wow, how is he not burning? He has no sleeves on his arms. His arms are not on fire. How is this possible? For the thousands of years that they've been doing rituals, performing rituals, doing this stuff, we're supposed to believe that they never asked why and how. And I'm saying, family, that is not true. They did investigate. They did X, Y. They did X, how. Just like we want to know how. And I've been to the rituals when I was in Africa, when I was in Ghana. You have to go. You have to see it. And then you will see and you will understand how they do things and the questions they would ask. But if you never go, then you don't understand. You always say that, what? That's not possible. I don't want to, this is it. I don't want, you have to go. You have to see stuff. All right. Maat fluid dynamics. In fluid dynamics, the most efficient way for energy to move without losing power to friction is through a logarithmic spiral. The formula R equals A E2 B of theta, where the growth rate B is related to the golden ratio. When they watched ripples in the Nile, they noticed that no matter the size of the ripple, the ratio of its expansion remained the same. This leads directly to understanding scaling laws, which leads to the basis of fractal geometry and the golden ratio. Scaling laws. And we just talked about in the mathematics of the Ashango bone, the doubling. The same thing they did in Kemet, the doubling, the scaling, doubling. So you seeing this stuff, you're looking at this, you see this spiral, this logarithmic spiral. And you're like, wait a minute. Why does the water move like that? Why does the seashells have this spiral? Why does plants, they have this spiral? You see the spiral everywhere in nature. When we said they observed nature, they just observed it and looked at it. And so they would have to ask questions. Why is the spiral? Where's the spiral coming from? Why is it everywhere in nature? And then you investigate to understand it and put it to use, actually. This is the next step. Ritual is phase locking. Rituals are repetitive, rhythmic, localized. By synchronizing the community's breath, movement, and sound, they created a coherent field. You just don't sit back and watch. You have to participate in the ritual. That's the thing. You have to participate. You just can't be sit back there and watching like, they do in church. You just sit back and watch. That's not what African people do. You have to participate. You have to become a part of it. And once you become a part of it, you begin to understand. Okay? So a ritual, like I said, is phase like it is a controlled system. And when they do this rhythm, the dancing, the drumming, it creates a coherent field around them. And the energy levels become, and I can tell you, my sensei does that. When I was, I remember when I was younger, I would go to his house and stuff. And I'll be mad, something, or maybe I'm feeling down about something. I go to his house. As soon as I walk through that door and I sit on the couch, all that feeling is gone. My anger is gone. And so one day I just asked him, I said, what? I said, man, I was mad as a mug when I came over here, but now it's like, I'm good. I ain't mad no more. And he explained, he said, yeah. He said, I keep positive energy around me. And everybody says that. When you're around my teacher, when he comes around, he brings this energy with him. And it's a positive energy in you're no longer, you're no longer in this negative feeling. So this is an energy that's created when you're at the rituals. And like I said, if you've never been to a ritual, you won't understand it. And I'm saying you can find people here in America that still do these things, a lot of them that do it, and you can see the stuff for you. You can see things happening for yourself. So this is what they did. Because, and you remember that the Babalaos were the scientists. In African culture, traditional culture, you gotta remember that it was all one thing. They had a unified theory of everything. Western culture doesn't have that. So they understood everything was connected. So when they was at the rituals and performing and getting into the rhythm and the dancing and the drums and the beat and all that combined gave them an understanding and a deeper look into the insight of what we would call the quantum world. So you could be an observer or you could be at a Babalao. European science struggles with the observer effect. The fact that looking at a quantum particle changes its behavior. The Western approach builds a shield, this vacuum chamber to keep the observer out so they don't disrupt the math. The Babalaos, they lean into the disturbance. They realize that if the observer's consciousness is also a field, then the most accurate way to understand the quantum, that atom is to resonate with it. So like I said, you can't be a participant. You can't be an observer. You have to participate when you go to these rituals, and that's what you see. You see everybody participate, everybody moving in it. And as the head priest or the priest, all the priestesses, they will have a deeper understanding of what's going on. So while they creating this field around them, and they understand that they're connecting with the field that's in the universe. And then that connects with the atom, on that atom. And Kemet, the TM, the tum, means it means the potential for everything and nothing at the same time. And that was the root of the word atom, that potential energy in the beginning. So it's not quantum for them, it would have been tum. So to connect with that field is how you understand the Reket Tum, the true knowing of the quantum level, because you have to connect as well. You just can't sit back and watch and be observer from the outside and try to understand it. That's not how they viewed it, because they understood that everything is connected, so above as below. We are part of the one. That was their approach, and that was their understanding to it. The Reket Tum, the true understanding of that quantum. So when two frequencies overlap, they create a third hidden frequency called the beat frequency. This is how matter emerges from the quantum foam of the vacuum. Now, I know my physics people out there. This is just an analysis. I'm not saying it's exactly, I ain't saying it's exactly how it, I'm just showing you an analysis of how it happens. You have the first beat, the blue line, and the second line is the next beat, F1, you have F2. And when they emerge, they create a third beat. All right. And so this is what they're saying, that you're creating this other field. And is how matter is formed that comes out of the vacuum. And basically, I mean, like I said, it's an analogy, but basically, if you look this up, how matter is basically how it happens. Bioacoustic waves. By wearing a mask with fractal carvings like those of the Dogon and the Bois, the practitioner creates a physical interface that matches the fractal nature of the quantum vacuum. It allows for the infinite circle to be funneled into the discrete point of the wearer's consciousness. That's why you see them wearing masks. They're taking on the persona. So they didn't sit back and try to observe where a particle is. I'm trying to understand what this force is. I'm going to sit back and try to observe it. No, they did not need these quantum. They did not need a particle accelerator to understand what was going on. For them, for our ancestors, they would become the particle. I know y'all don't understand that, but again, you have to go to the rituals and you will see this. Even the powwow. I have a friend, one of my elders is connected with the Native Americans over in Virginia, here in Virginia. And he invited me to the powwow. I went once. He always invite me. And you see the same thing at the powwows. Similar, not exactly the same, but it's kind of similar. They do the same stuff. They get into the rhythm. They get into that rhythm and they start dancing and they start just going off into trance. This is what our ancestors did. They were not observers to observe the scientific result. They had to participate in it to understand the field equations, to understand the particles, to understand why it acts like this, to understand why this number behaves this way when the beat plays. When I play the drums, how come the sand vibrates this way? They didn't sit back and observe. That was not how African people did science. In order for you to do science, you become a part of it. In Western culture, you have to separate yourself from the experiment. You're not a part of the experiment. That is not the African way. fractal field lens. While the Western scientists use a telescope to look at a distant star, the African Babalawo uses a fractal mass to act as a receiver for the star's frequency. The mass is a field lens that turns the wearer into a human transceiver. So I had to create this in Python. I had to come up with something. I was like, well, hold up. How do you visualize this? So it's just basically you're looking at the mass. It is octaving at higher octave rate. It is the frequency. It is showing you that it vibrates at a higher rate than a linear lens because of the fractal patterns. And Ron English has the book on African fractals, talks about that. He gets into the African fractals in the mass and how they're carved into it. So it just wasn't we know about the fractals in African towns and the communities. When they build their communities, the communities are based on fractals, a fractal pattern. And where do they get that from? You get that from nature. You observe it in nature. You see the fractal patterns in trees. We see fractal patterns in the plants. And so they also created fractal patterns within their mass, within the communities, because they understood that one part is equal to the whole part. And that's what a fractal pattern is. So this is what was done. They didn't need, the mathematics behind it. They understood it. The rhythm that was there. And it made more sense to build a community with a fractal pattern because of sound waves and communication would travel easier and stuff like that. So the understanding of this high level of science was always there. We just were able to break it down, and you would have to be able to understand what they did and break it down to see what they knew. We are part of the universe. Yeah, I ever thought about this? See the brothers with the waves. I remember I just saw this picture on I think I took this off of IG, and I was like, when I saw it, as soon as I saw it, I was like, God damn, that looked just like, yeah, that looked just like the galaxy. Why? Because we're part of the universe. The small is a part of the whole. As above, so below. It's just who we are. Arithmetic recap. They did not do math, thorough mathematics. Their mathematics include rhythm. You had, it was arithmetic. They did just sit around and solve equations on the board. They didn't do that. We talked about the bones, Dashenga bones, and it had the prime numbers in it. When you graph the prime numbers, this is the pattern that it makes. That's the pattern that it makes. Looks just like the galaxy, or you can say it looks just like a black hole. But you see the picture of the galaxy, and you see the picture of the prime numbers. So again, having this connection with the ritual, with that rhythm and their understanding, is how I'm saying they were able to make the connection above and below. They didn't need laboratories. They didn't need that to understand that this is how the universe looks. Concept of time. In African cosmology, time is not seen as an arrow, but is seen as a snake. Past, present, and future are not seen as linear, but circular. This is from Remembering the Anis, but let the circle be unbroken. I mentioned this before, how time is circular in the African world view. And so in the Western world view, time is linear. You're just going in a straight line off into infinity. From the African view, you're going in a circle path. Point X and the point X plus 2 pi r are the same points. You come right back to the same point. They view time as linear. Like I said, you're watching the moon pass. You're watching the sunrise every day. You're watching seasons coming around every year. So you're seeing this circular path, this circular model that's keep coming back and forth, going and coming. So that's how they saw time. They didn't see it as past was something distant that they was moving away from. They saw the past as something that's going to come back around. It may come back around in a different form, but it's going to come back around. The eternal present. Western science views the past as gone and the future as non-existence. A BB mind, black people, system, the black land. System often view the past as a vast reservoir of ancestral energy that is actively present. Just as music has a vibe that dictates how you move, time is seen as a series of cosmic pulses. They didn't, like I said, it has a vibe. You know, it's not something past and present and future is one. And that's how they saw it. We're living right now in the present. You could go outside and look up at the stars and you're looking directly into the past, because the time that it takes for the light to travel to hit Earth takes years, sometimes thousands of years for that light to come to us. So you're looking directly into the past. And just 40 seconds ago, I said, we're in the present. Right now, we're in the future. So it's kind of a difficult concept to grasp. Like I said, when you only grow up in Western culture, you ain't see it like that. The problem of time, modern science through modern physics, through the Wheeler-DeWitt equation, suggests a timeless relative where time emerges from deeper non-local principles. This equation implies that all possibility states of the universe, past, present, and future, exist simultaneously in a massive configuration of space. Psi doesn't equal our space, doesn't exist in our space, only in superspace, the duat or room. This is the multi-dimensional mathematical landscape containing every possible shape of the universe it could take. So I put up the Wheeler-DeWitt equation because it represents what our ancestors were thinking, that past, present, and future is one. That's why I chose that, because that's how they saw it. And this is a perfect representation, mathematical representation of that. For it to equal zero, that's perfect balance. We call Mayat or Iwe Pile. In Yoruba, we say Iwe Pile. This is Mayat. This is a perfect balance. If it wasn't zero, then we would be out of balance, out of sync. The Wheeler-DeWitt equation aligns with African spirituality by proving that change is an illusion of the observer. Deep down at the quantum, the Ricket-Tim level, the universe is a single multidimensional block of information. By performing rituals in Ricket-Tim containing the field of the practitioner is effectively solving the Wheeler-DeWitt equation by stepping out of the illusion of linear time and into eternal present, where they could interact with the Neteru, the fundamental constants. So, like I said, it is the rituals where you're going to get your answers. It is the rituals. The rituals are the experiment. You're in the laboratory. The ecology is the laboratory. And then you get into the rituals. And then, you know what I'm saying, you're putting on the mask, you start pouring libation, you start chanting, the drums are going on. Now you're doing your experiment and you're looking at to see what you have thought about the universe. But we don't understand that, because that's not what white people do. And since white people don't do it, Western world don't do it, it must be pseudo. That don't make sense. Don't make sense. But think about this. I find it funny. I find this funny. You know, they say what our ancestors did was pseudo. You know, even what they do today is pseudo. But you ever notice that it don't matter if you're in Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, Cameroon, Congo, Hausa land, Igbo land, Yoruba land, Akan land, they all can perform those rituals. And they all can get the same results. But the people who can't do it are the ones who call in our people pseudo. Even though our people could all duplicate the same results. So just because they don't understand it doesn't mean it's not pseudo. And since we grew up in a Western culture, we shouldn't look at it as pseudo as well until you actually go. Because when I was in Ghana, no, I was in Togo. I went to Togo. And I was at a ritual. And I seen, you know, they was going to sacrifice a bull. And the priest, you know, they brought the bull over and, you know, they forced it down on the ground, had to lay him down on the ground. The priest walked over, put his hand on the bull chest, like on the side of the body, ribs and stuff. And, you know, they was all holding it down. And he said, yo, let it go. He said, let him go. I got him. And everybody let go. And that bull did not get up. It was struggling and kicking and trying to get up. It could not move. And I just stood there like, yo, that is crazy, yo. And it freaked me out. Because, yo, we all hear about, you know what I'm saying, the voodoo stuff, you know, and we all hear about that stuff. And, yo, it freaked me out. I was scared. I was like, God damn, yo, what the hell is going on? You know, but, you know, after, you know, being there, you know, you're talking to people, you begin to understand the power that the spiritual realm has and how you could control it. So, yeah, the Winner-Duarte equation is a good representation of the this concept of past, present, and future is all into one at one point. The Bell state equation. The Bell state are four specific maximally integral quantum integral states of 2 qubits, representing the simplest example of quantum entanglement, where measuring one qubit instantly determines the state of the other. In Kemetic Physics, quantum science, in Kemetic Physics, the connection between the living and the ancestors is a matter of non-locality. In physics, this is known as the quantum entanglement. So we all know this, the quantum entanglement. But they can't explain it. They can't explain how come an atom instantly knows what the other atom is doing 100 miles away from it. How does that happen? However, in Kemetic Physics, you know, we can explain it because it is a part of the spiritual realm. We don't see it like that. I mean, Western science don't connect those two. Kemetic non-locality. If we treat the ancestors particle A and the living descendants as particle B, their combined state would be this equation right here. Psi ket equals 1 over the square root of 2 of ket. You have 0A and 0B plus 1 ket A plus 1 ket B. This is what it would be right here. The equation says that the state of the ancestors and the state of the descendants are inseparable. You cannot separate the two. No matter how far apart they are, on the quantum level, they're still together. It is like having a relationship with a student somebody that you train. I've trained many of students, and I'm still in contact with them. They call me every now and then. Many people that I've trained under from my studio, I'm still in contact with them. You know, we don't hang out every time. I don't see them all the time, but I pick up the phone every now and then. We say, "Yo, what's good, man?" We still have a connection. So that's what the Bell State formula is saying. It's showing you that there's still a connection, no matter how far apart those atoms are. They're still connected, and we see this in Kemetic Physics as well. Remember, the Wheeler-DeWitt equation says that at the most fundamental level, the universe does not move. Change, time, is an illusion produced by our consciousness moving through the field. This is the exact spiritual entity, Egba, that Dr. Fielder talked about time as a property of the soul's experience rather than a property of the physical world. And this is a good book. Dr. Falola gets into break down the metaphysics from the European perspective. And he gets into the understanding of time is a entity, and time only changes because without time, like you said, the universe doesn't change. We perceive as a consciousness of the universe changing. It is something that we perceive. So these concepts are they're different and different than what we used to hearing. So we have to understand that, you know, African concepts come from a different perspective. The Assyrian temple. Now this one is pretty interesting. So I was trying to explain, how do they know about the quantum level? And so what I'm saying is that the reason that you know the quantum level is because of ritual, the practicing of the ritual, doing the trance, going into trance, communicating with the field, the electric field, they say the electromagnetic field in the universe. All right. So this is how they was able to understand these things. Now, the Assyrian temple is kind of like the cherry on top. I got this from Dr. Sarah Simons. Right there, you see on the left is her is the video that she has. The video on YouTube that she has where she talks about, you know, the time in ancient Egypt, how they kept time and tracked time. That's her website on the right, Ancient Egyptian Astronomy. It has a lot of information on it. It took me about a good, I don't know, 7-9 months, you know, just going through it and trying to understand the stuff, trying to reinterpret it through the African point of view and mathematic point of view. So the Assyrian temple is a quantum well. I'm making that claim. The layout physically models the emergence of the Bin from the waters of Noon. They built this thing, 15 meters underground, which is what? What's that? 50 feet underground, like 4 stories, like a 4-story building underground. That is crazy. And not only that, so when people say, yo, they don't do science, they didn't do science. Not only that, part of it, the stones that they use, most of the stones that they use weigh 100 tons. 100 tons. They were moving 100-ton stones. How is that not science? How did they not calculate the weight, the force, that they need to move those stones. Come on, man. Come on. So yeah, I'm saying that it is a quantum well. A quantum containment field. The physics, the red granite contains these crystal quartz. The containment, 100-ton granite blocks. Conductivity is the water. The Faraday cage, the effect, is isolated. The ritual, the drumming, the chanting, the rhythm. The math, the sound creates a standing wave. And we know the red granite, the quartz in the red granite, they're piezoelectric. So they produce this low, understand me, I'm saying low electric field, a low electricity when you apply pressure to them. That's why they got them 100-ton stones for the pressure. And you're going to use the water as conductivity. Now, again, remember I said that the ancestors, they didn't sit back and just observe, separate themselves from nature. You're trying to observe the particle and where it's going to be at. They didn't do that. That was not how they conduct science. They would have to be a participant in it. So this temple was built for the Babalaos, the senior priests. All right. And so they would come down and be isolated, cut off from the rest of the world. That's like a Faraday cage. You're cutting yourself off from the rest of the world. And they would conduct the ritual. They didn't go down and just sit around and start writing down math. Like, let's do some calculations. What do you think about, the pressure of the water as it rises, man? Do you think? No, they didn't do that. They got down to business. The drums started playing. Libations started pouring. The singing started going. That rhythm started going through it. And as that rhythm and that music started going and creating and bouncing off the walls, you're creating another field within this structure, within this stone, and it's closed off. And so you're trying to connect to that source of the universe. That's what this structure is for. That's what they were doing. Don't understand. I know. I understand. You don't understand because we don't understand African spirituality and African rituals and how they use it. But this is how they would use it to get down to understanding the first time, the Zetepi. Fractal patterns. We got fractal patterns in Kemet. We saw all throughout Kemet. This was I think I got some slides out of place. It's from Ron English book. We talked about fractal patterns in the villages and stuff over there, and how they built their communities around fractal patterns. And you see the fractal pattern on the left of the screen from the community, and the one that's created by a computer on the right. This is not where I wanted to go, but this is the Great Pyramid, and these are the mathematical constants that you find in them. So some people would say, you're committing post hoc rationalization. This is not post hoc rationalization because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You got 13 mathematical constants in one structure. So that cannot be post hoc rationalization. That shows you intent of them meant to be there. And actually,
here's the square root
good video.
The only one that doesn't involve any proportion beyond the base, so by definition it's 100% accurate. Here's where we find pi. If we have these two diagonals, we get the Euler-Mascheroni constant. It wasn't discovered until 1734. What happens when you invert that? Square root 3. This is square root of 6, square root of 5. Here's Brun's constant, not discovered until 1919, hugely significant in the field of prime numbers. Here's the Fibonacci constant, derived from a variant of the Fibonacci series. Here's the inverse of the golden ratio, phi minus 1. And here's phi itself from the Fibonacci series. Now, if we take the base and then divide by that phi, we get E times 100, close to 4 decimal places. And finally, here's E minus 1. Utterly unsuspected today of being of any special importance, yet to our purpose right now, it's the most profoundly impactful of all 12. Why? Well, here are the two proportions that produce the E minus 1 ratio, followed by another sequence of proportions in purple. You don't have to do the math, just hold your breath, because the ratios of these proportions are to an incredible 2 5,000ths of a foot and 4 5,000ths of a meter. Staggering. So the three most prominent units of measure are found intimately connected to each other in the basic proportions of the pyramid, and in the same place where we found the 12 math constants.
So yeah, you have. He says there's 12, but there are actually 13 because you also have Planck's constant, which another white boy had found. And it's funny, yeah, because most of these are white people who are finding all this stuff. Because mostly black people, we don't have the funding to go over there and do this research. But they're over there and they're researching and they're finding all this stuff inside the in Kemet, inside the Great Pyramid. So it's a lot of mathematics, there's a lot of science that went behind building the pyramid. I got this off some website, and they're just showing you the angles and the ratios that are connected to it. Moving the stones, I'm pretty sure you guys heard about this. How they moved them 20 tons and 10-ton stones. They was pouring some type of liquid on the ground to move the stones. That is a science. I don't understand how you can say it's not a science, because you had to figure it out. Trial and error. I mean, come on now. Kinetic static friction. When I took physics, man, this was the first in physics 1. You learn this. And this was the first thing that came to my mind, that they had to know this, that they had to have an understanding of kinetic friction, because ain't no way they moving them stones without understanding this, the force and the friction of it. So that's the first thing that came to my mind. Speed of light. I pulled this off some website where they show you that the cubic, by using the cube, because people say that you can't use the there are no measurements, ancient Egyptian measurements that equal the speed of light, which is not true. When you use the cubic, this person, they showed it. When you use the cubic and the radiant, multiplying them together, you get the speed of light exactly. And the pyramids is aligned to the longitude of the speed of light that equals the speed of light. So again, to say that they didn't know this stuff is just, I don't know, it's just being asinine to me. But we look at, from the Western point of view, we think progress is things just getting better over time. You're moving forward. Everything is changing. But that's the Western point of view. That's the calculus. Calculus is about things changing over time. They wouldn't have been using the calculus, would not been used their main mathematics. I think their main mathematics, their advanced would have been like harmonic analysis, because they was concerned about maintaining a stable resonance, this stable manifold over Kemet, keeping that resonance over there. This book is The Secret Knowledge of the Deserts by Dr. Zulu. And he talks about, in African, traditions, they trace their history back to the cosmos, which gives you automatically thinking of spatial thinking in 3 dimensions. He goes into that, and this one right here. This is Dr. Basonga. He says that modern science is in line with the sacred science of the ancient Africans of the Nile Valley, whose main approach was based on the development of perspective of speculative physical principles, which later became philosophical and religious codes of life. Then they observed it, they understood the physics behind it, and then they created a philosophical religious codes behind it, the Amun Ra, Shu, the Tef Nut, and all that stuff. It's the same thing that Brother Asa Jahilia said, long before he passed. He said that they observed the ecology around them, and then they came up with a spirituality that matched it, the ecology in the world that they lived in. I'm about to end real quick. This is complex analysis. So in complex analysis, you're dealing with complex numbers. You're dealing with numbers of the called imaginary numbers. And so x squared equals -1. You know what I'm saying? There is no number that you can multiply by itself that's going to give you a negative. Just think about it. If you had, 3 times 3 is going to give you 9. But if you had -3 times -3, that's still going to give you a positive 9. So there is no number that you can multiply itself that's going to give you a negative. So with complex numbers, you introduce you to the what's called the imaginary number. You can see at the top of the screen, it has I squared equals -1. That's how you get the negative. You have to have that I in there. And how do you model the spiritual realm? This is my own thinking. I'm saying that they modeled the spiritual world by using complex numbers. They had an understanding of complex numbers. X squared plus 1 equals 0. Solving for x squared, you're going to get a -1, taking the square root. But you have to put the I in there, so you can have the square root of I. You don't have the negative in there because you can't have a negative square root. So what I'm saying is that I'm making the claim that they had an understanding of this type of math to model the spiritual world. And from the book Marshall Claggett's book, again, he says that the most intriguing arithmetic problems found in ancient Egypt mathematical documents are those that seek to find an unknown quantity when a sum of it and one or more of its parts is specified. This includes cases where the sum includes negative terms, because you would hear people say that they didn't know negative numbers. Not true. So he's telling you that they had negative numbers and they was working with negative numbers. And so there's a lot, I believe that there's a lot of work. There's a lot of papers out there that we haven't been able to get our hands on, papyrus and stuff, that they probably got locked up somewhere that is not telling. So we're not telling the full story, the complete story. This paper by Michael Barr, it shows you that complex numbers they cannot be mapped into our realm. They can only be mapped to fourth dimensions and higher. So they only live in higher dimensions. And this is the same paper again. He goes through it and he shows it. Number 8 down there. I think number 8 and number 9. He's talking about it. But yeah. So when you map in complex numbers, like if you graphing like a regular number, if you graphing, f of x equals 2 plus 6. X5, something like that. You could graph that on a plane. You could graph x squared, plus x squared minus 4x plus 1. You could graph that on a plane. However, you can't graph complex numbers on in our dimension. They only graph to higher dimensions. So this is the paper that he shows that, and he goes through the proof showing you that. Again, we're just mapping. This is just talk about mapping imaginary numbers from one plane to the next. 3-dimensional complex numbers showing you. And this is the flower of life. I think I'm missing something. Yeah. I'm gonna just stop here. I don't think I added it. Yeah, I ain't added. Let me show y'all this right here, because I know this again from Marshall Craig's book. People say they wouldn't have used calculus, but right here they found on the wall in the Third Dynasty this arc where it had different values on it, and in calculus that's how you find an area on a curve. Now they claim that they don't know what it is, they don't know what it represents. But I'm telling you, this is how you find an area under a curve. That is the model plane that they found, pyramid. And this is right here. It's last.
Wait. You ain't just gonna skip past that. Go back a slide.
What,
yeah. You said what?
Yeah, that's the model plane. They say it's a bird. They say it's a model of a bird. But does that look like a bird?
What?
That's the model plane that they found. That was at the pyramid. It's small. It's like a toy. It's like a little toy.
What museum that's in?
I think it's it's probably in the Cairo Museum. I don't even know if it's in the museum, but
can You know what? Hold on. Just keep that.
Just
up there
look
for
it
a
up.
second.
Just look. Yeah, just look
No,
up.
no. I'm about to screenshot it. That's all I need is a screenshot. Thank you. Yeah. That's fire right there. I'm glad you just showed that.
Yeah, I
I
got that
want to
from
see where this goes. Don't take it
years
down yet. Still, I'm
years
almost
ago
there.
when I was reading when I read that book, Van Soderman book, Ancient Egypt. He talked about it, and I was like, "What? They found the bottles? What?" So
I got it.
it always
Yeah,
stayed in my
man.
head. So I'm gonna end with this last joint. This is from Richard Gilling's book, Mathematics in Time of the Pharaohs, where he says they describing what's called a jewel pyramid. Now look at that. That is what they call a jewel pyramid. They said you have to invert the pyramid to where the tops of the pyramids are touching each other to create a jewel pyramid, which create this box. This was found on one of the papyrus. I think it's called the Reisner papyrus. I have it written down somewhere. Actually, I have it on a different slide. And this blew my mind because that looks like what? A tesseract.
Mm-hmm.
Looks just like a tesseract, just a little different. But if you look up a tesseract and you know what I'm saying, you'll see it's like, they had these concepts, man. They was working on stuff. They had this stuff. So for us to believe that, our ancestors was not doing science and was not thinking, scientifically, man, I think we, we doing ourselves a disservice to say stuff like that. It's, man, our people, they was working on stuff, man. Working on serious stuff.
Hey man, just for everybody watching, man, that's what a presentation is supposed to look like when you come up here.
Hello?
How you doing, Waffle? Is that Waffle House?
Yeah, that's the name.
That was that? Okay. Hold on, Waffle House. I got you. That's how a presentation should look. Salute to you, King Herc, man. I'm glad you finally made it up here. Waffle House, where did you go? I was just about to introduce you and let you ask your questions. You can go ahead, click that link, and come on up here. The panel is open. It's finally.
Hey, y'all, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Take your time when I drop this link and go to a quick word from our sponsor. Mute him out 1 time. Yeah, that's what a presentation should look like, folks. So that was nice. I already looked up that bird. He was on to something. It's in the Museum of Cairo. He was right. The Cairo Museum. I mean, yes, the panel is open. Pull up. Come on. I sound like the circus announcer, right?
All right, I'm back. You say you looked it up?
Yeah, I looked it up. Hold on, I'll read you what it said.
Yeah, that joint. Yeah, I was like, that joint blew me. I was like, wait, what? They built a model plane?
Hold on, let me pull it up on my browser because I looked it up on my phone. It's called I'll let you read it. I'm gonna let you keep teaching. Shoot.
They say it's a toy. No, it's a toy bird.
Okay, Yeah, they said, but it's got it's an unusual tail. Hit that link, y'all. Hit that link. The panel is open. Pull up GD and Capone.
But they try to downplay, our people's work.
Shout out Tiff in the chat. How you feeling today, sis? She came through and gave a banging presentation last week as well.
Hey, what's up, Miss Tiff? But that's how they do, because the Arabs, ever since they took over, they try to claim stuff and try to push. Once they realized there was nothing but black people before they got there, now they want to push back. But like, oh well, they wasn't really, You get all this BS.
Oh, I'm supposed to be sharing the screen. I forgot. Yeah, that's what they do, man. The slow whitewashing of
Slow, yeah.
Africa. Yeah, slow, gradual.
And the thing is, like I said, man, is everybody in the world, every culture of people, race of people you want to say is over there studying, looking up our ancestors' history and stuff. And the thing that kind of like shocked me with that lady, Dr. Sarah, her research from the Assyrian temple was that they said that when they found it, the room, there was a room that was closed off, and you couldn't get in. It was sealed off. It was, and they, once they broke in, they found a star map on the wall, and it had a list of like 36 different stars, and that charted throughout the our hemisphere and stuff, and they still looking at it, trying to figure it out, what stars. I was like, God damn. It's like, what?
Can you see the screen? You want to go ahead and
Yeah,
read
I
that?
can see it. I can see that joint.
Shout out Asar M. Kai. How you feeling, brother? Haven't seen you in a few days.
I'm at top, brothers. I'm at top.
Hey,
How the road been, man?
Treacherous.
Treacherous out there.
well, are you in the East Coast or the Midwest?
I'm in Colorado right now. I usually drive. Like last week, I was in New York, up in Jordan, upstate, Maryland, all the way down in Atlanta and Arkansas, and and then back up to Michigan and back home. So I hit the whole country. But
oh wow, wow, you cross country joint. Wow,
it's busy. But I'm gonna tell you what pissed me off. I went to get a load, and they approved me at one building, sent me to the other building, and rejected my trailer. There's 8 pieces of glass in. Well, she didn't say 8. That's how many I counted when I cleaned it out. But they reject my trailer and don't let me get the load. So I call my people. They're like, all right. I get my check, and I'm $4,000 short. I'm like, what do you do? The load was $4,286, so we couldn't. I said, nah.
What?
That's crazy work.
The frustration.
So you had a heck of a week. The character building week for sure. We here though. We gonna make it.
Let me preface. It's a good presentation. We definitely agree on the science. As I go back as for a while, me and Asar Imhotep's debate when I had to make them conform to African science, and a few other things. But when you talk about, like, there's, for instance, like we can read Sinemut's his sarcophagus, we can read his tomb, we can read some of the other astronomers' tombs, and we can see what's going on. So we know the stars, we know there's a set of 18, we know Sepdot, which y'all would call Sirius, or the dog star, is the one that initiates everything. But when you start to talk quantum physics wise, what tools per se would you say that they use to understand these quantum physics?
So you probably missed that part. So what I was saying was the rituals is the tools, because so from a Western perspective, you have to be an observer. You got to observe the atom in the particle accelerator. You have to observe the effects of stuff. But from the African point of view, their view, you cannot be an observer. You have to be a participant. So that's why I'm saying you have to understand, because I've been to rituals. I've been there. And so once you go to rituals, you see how they connect with this field, this energy field that's surrounding the universe. So the rhythm, the drums and stuff, the dancing, all that stuff combined brings you to a trance-like state. and elevates your mind, elevates your thinking and your body, and you tune into the harmony of the universe. And for me, as a martial artist, I can say that because we've been taught to do deep meditations and to go into trance. And I can say I've barely done it. I've tried it before, and I've achieved it probably like once, but if it was like a brief second. But you also could do it with your forms, which call katas. You could also be able to go into trance, if you do them correctly. It takes you into a trance-like state. So it is physically possible to transform the mind, and you go into the realm of the next realm. So that's why I'm saying in the rituals, they were able to observe these quantum things and have an understanding of them because they didn't as if they participate. They didn't want to see. So if I want to understand the hydrogen atom, I didn't observe it. They become the hydrogen atom. That's why they wear masks. You know what I'm saying? You put these masks on and you become this atom. You become that Netzeru. You know what I'm saying? You become that Orisha. And by becoming that is how you understand its properties and what it does. Because you would have to explain, because when people say they didn't have it, I would ask them, then how do you explain them having the fine structure, the number of the fine structure constant, which is 137, encoded into the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, and into the I'm trying to think of the other pyramid, the pyramid of Mekare, I want to say. There's another pyramid. But the number of the fine structure constant is encoded into that pyramid, and it is a prime number. It's a number that you're just not going to guess or something like that. I mean, you could say they probably just liked the number. They just liked that number, so they made it. I mean, but not over 3 different structures over several generations. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's things like that. You have the fine structure, you have Planck's constant as well. That's encoded to the pyramid. So how would they know that? How would you know that? So I'm just saying, from my perspective, I'm saying it is the rituals where you will be able to get this deep understanding and this deep information.
Let me preface it, because I know how to do the divinations, right?
Right.
I know the ancient divinations that they use because I use them, right?
Wait, are you to Yoruba or
no?
No,
I'm a Shemsu Asar.
Okay,
I'm also an Ifa, but I don't mix the Ifa tradition with the Shemsu tradition. I just know the Shemsu tradition.
Okay.
So I know where to find it. I know where to get it. I can read it and all of that, right? So when you talk about the particular method, which one of the divinations do you use to go into trance? Let me ask you.
I couldn't tell you which one.
Okay.
Because from my experience,
I'm gonna help a little bit. So there's a few that are used. There's one in particular where we do it by the 4-leg constellation, which you would call the Great Bear. There's one we do by the sun. There's a few of them by the sun, about 12. Mm-hmm. We do some by Artemis. We do some by lamp. We do some by light.
Mm-hmm.
We can do some with shrew mouse blood, and we do some with hyena blood. Not necessary, but it's good to know how to do those. So which one of those do you use in particular?
So what? So
you ain't just gonna skip past that either.
We're not even
you ain't gonna skip past that bird.
No. We about to get into it. No. We about to get into it.
Where my sound effects at, man? What?
No, because for real. Sorry, because I need to sit down with you and go into more detail, get an understanding, because like the ritual. Because when I was in Togo, and I saw them sacrifice the bull, and use the blood and stuff like that. So I understand the power behind the sacrifice and using the blood. So that's where I'm coming at. If you're going to ask me some of the names and stuff, I can't name nothing. You know what I'm saying? I can't name anything. But I'm looking at it from. I'm not initiated. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be, but I never got initiated. But I'm looking at
trying to just see where you go So
Yeah, but I understand the ritual, and I understand that that is energy. That is energy that's being offered. You know what I'm saying, to the Orishas, to the Neteru. I understand that it's the energy that's being offered to the ancestors, and that energy is a transformation. And that transformation we can model. I can model it mathematically. You could prove that the energy actually exists. That the energy is a part of the universe, and the reason that they do it is to maintain Mayat and Iwapile. Is to maintain that balance. You know what I'm saying? But you're saying the name, but you're saying you go into the names of the divination that they do. I can't name it, bro. I can't,
Hey,
but I understand it.
real quick. I want to. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Finish.
No, go ahead.
Oh, yo, audio or video was going in and out. Yanders. I don't know if is that Waffle House. You the same person?
Yeah.
Yeah. You came over from TikTok.
Yep.
Okay. Did you want to go first? Did you have any questions or comments on anything that you saw tonight? We'll start
I'm
with you
just
because you were
listening
up here
right
first.
now.
Okay, take your time. I'm not rushing you. I just didn't want you to feel left out or think I was like booting you, kicking you on and off and stuff. Okay, go ahead, gentlemen. Back to you. And anybody want to jump in, or let me pass it around real quick? Actually, anybody have a question or comment?
Yeah. So, wait, hold up. Sorry. Hey, put your could you put your details in the back chat for me so I can contact you, man?
I'm gonna connect with you for sure. Let me see. Studio chat.
Yeah, peace, everyone. I do have a question.
We got you. Hold on 1 second. And be looking for a presentation coming from Asar M. Kai coming soon, right? Whenever he gets a break. I know he's working hard out there. They just shorted him. So it's going to be a second. You got to get back right now. I'm not mad at him. But we will be waiting patiently for you, brother. Dang, that's crazy. Roy Chess, it is on you, sir.
Yeah,
let me go out to work, Roy Chess.
Peace,
Okay,
everyone.
yeah. Actually, hold on. Before you go, Roy Chess, let me get a roll call. We got Roy Chess, then we got Capone.
Yo, Hotep family, I'm trying to just ask.
I'm gonna have you go after. I'm gonna have you go after Capone. Who want to go after Tahuti?
Imhotep.
Got you, Asar.
No, I don't want to go. I just was giving my brother peace.
Okay. And your video is messing up. I don't know if you on your phone. Waffle House is better if you connect on your laptop, though. You'll have the ability to share your screen and bring up sources if you're on your laptop or a computer. That may be your phone giving you trouble. All right, go ahead, Roy Chess. It's on you.
Okay, thanks. Quick question, Monsa Hercules. Would you say that this is spiritual knowledge instead of, I guess, the academic knowledge, where they become the knowledge?
Where they become the knowledge.
Yeah, you were saying that they become the thing that they want to study, right? The thing that they want to understand.
Oh.
Like you become the particle and so forth.
It's both. Remember, it's both. With them, it's going to be both. It's not just, you know what I'm saying, it's not one, you know what I'm saying? You don't separate it. It's going to be, it's going to be both.
What do you mean by both?
So you can't be an observer and
oh, I see. That's what you mean. Okay, I see. So yeah. my basic, the reason why I'm asking is because I want to know if there's a concept of divine knowledge versus like human knowledge that humans figure out, right? Is there a term for that, or is that why they do what they do? That's why I'm asking that question, basically.
Is there a term for divine knowledge versus human knowledge? Yeah, you can actually Asar probably could answer that better than I can, because from my understanding, there from the African perspective, knowledge comes from the divine, comes from the cosmos. That's what the book I showed from Dr. Zulu. He says that the true knowledge comes from the cosmos. So it's basically divine.
So, but you do distinguish human knowledge from that knowledge, though, right? They do.
Yeah,
I think they do. Yeah, I think they do.
He's so what's asking the about the logos, right? So the beginning of the logos comes out of Kemet, in fact. So you talk about the great snake Ipep and the conversation he has with the Tsar. When the Tsar says, "I'm lonely," I'm just paraphrasing it. Yeah, I'm lonely. What's happening? What's going on? And he says, "As I begin the universe, so I will return. It'll return, and etc., etc." And then he starts talking about the logos. and then you guys first get it when Philo the Egyptian introduces it to the Jews and becomes one of the head Jew priests. And then after that, you have Ptolemy grab what is it, 72, the Septuagint confirms it, yeah, as well as the letters of Aristia, where they take the priest over so that they can get the law. They want the book of the law from the Jews, and they sit them in that building, and Philo has to translate because the Jews at that time couldn't speak Hebrew, only he could. So he translates it as they're in different rooms and can't talk to each other. So Philo kind of brings the logos over to the rest of the world, and then we see it a little differently than uh, how it transforms once it gets to Christianity.
So you came to the conclusion that Philo is one of the Jews that translate the Torah into Greek?
Yeah, he's the one that's mentioned in the Aristeas letters. And then when they when Ptolemy is talking to their king in that letter, and they're writing letters back and forth.
You mentioned Philo?
Yeah, he said Philo. So
oh, okay. I'm not familiar that he mentioned Philo. I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm gonna have to read the letter again.
To the Aristeas letters. I'm gonna tell you a good one.
Yeah, I know the letter Aristeas.
Okay, yeah. So there's like it's broken into different parts, and he says when trying to remember the exact line for you. He says when Philo blah 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 and calls your god the same as Zeus, blah 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 blah. And if Asar is really logos, let's go to that part, right? And further he says, and if Asar is really logos, I think that the object of our inquiries found in the case of these animals that are admitted to have common honorists with him. Not even has the crocodile had honor paid it without some show of credible cause, for it alone is tongueless. For the divine logos stands not in need of voice. Even I think called the word soul.
Sorry, I think. Wait, hold up, brother. Wait, hold up, brother. Brother Tahuti had put in the chat that that the divine knowledge was like it's called. I think they said Sia or Sia and who?
Sia Heka Huma'at.
Yeah. So is that more of what he was asking about, divine knowledge versus the human knowledge?
That would be more of the mindset that the Ramech have, the teardrops of Ra, the people of Kemet or Egypt. So the mindset you see Siaheka Huma'at used, but when it comes to logos, the logos is different. The logos is divine, and yes, you are a double, as they call it. You're a ka of the Necharu, but the logos mind is a little bit different.
Okay.
And Marcus Shaw, I never make it up. Always have a primary, young man.
Oh yeah, that was turned all the way up. And shout out, No Love Drew. I see you down there in the corner. Be on the lookout for him. He's going to be working as a new host coming up here soon. I seen him in action. He's pretty good. So yeah, he's gonna be helping out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get back. We're gonna have to touch on that Philo statement that you made, because from my understanding, Philo is in 2nd century CE, and the period that you're talking about that he was in the Aristeas letter, it goes back to 3rd century BC.
We'll pull it out.
So he'd have to be like,
who's got it after Roy Chess, bro?
Yeah, I was wondering like what was going on.
Well, no, it is GD. What are you talking about?
He just making sure.
So Hercules, so the well, is Roy Chess, is you finished?
Yeah, I was finished. Yes.
All right. I want to say shalom, peace to the panel, everybody. Great presentation on Hercules once again. You know, I've started gravitating to your presentation when you started explaining the mathematics of what the ancient Kemetic people understood. I have two questions and probably a statement real quick. So first one is this concept that you explaining about them having this science, like you mentioned, they was creating like this unified field in that Assyrian temple, and it creates a standing wave. So why did y'all give Inky and Harwin so much pushback when they was explaining that that's what the Shabaka song was talking about, the standing wave, which goes into a traveling wave, which is light, which is at the beginning of the universe. Remember that original source that you was talking about.
I was I was giving him pushback because from like a I guess from like an academic or math perspective, his explanation wasn't thorough. He was just saying it. He was just saying it, that this is a standing wave. Look at this. This is a standing. He didn't explain how it's a standing wave. You know what I'm saying? He didn't break it down how it creates a standing wave. He was just saying it's a standing wave. So that's why I gave pushback on that.
Yeah, he's not a mathematician.
I know, I understand that, but still, people who it's still like archaeologists and historians when they make statements, they do the research and they back it up. You know what I'm saying? They have proof, from people who are math people. They have their references and say, how this is this and this and that, even though they might not know the math very well, but saying they still. So he was just saying it. And I was waiting for him to explain it, to break it down to where did you get this standing wave from, which he could have did because he used that circle with the dot. He used a circle with the dot saying that raw. He could have broke that down and said that, from this circle, you could get the ratio of one, a radius of one using this is how you could go into getting as I showed, like using that time, you're getting these around the circle. You know what I'm saying? He could have broken it down and showed that this one.
He don't know that language. I mean, he don't know those equations. But if you're going trying to make a defense for the brother.
No. I'm just saying, if you're going to present something, you got to have the full background with it, yo. I'm just saying, yo.
I understand. That's where this term pseudo come in there, right?
But I ain't got no. I wouldn't call it.
Don't understand, and you connecting it without really drawing the connection, right? You doing I think they call it parallelism, right? But I wanted to another thing is that okay, we talked about Shabaka Stone. Okay, in mathematics they had this it's an equation or not an equation. I think it's in like probability, but it show you have to. It's the eye of rock. It's the eye of Horus. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And it has like the 1/8. Yeah. So explain. Can you explain that a little bit? Because they teach that, and I think it's probability, like about that. It's like these fractions, but it makes up the eye of Horus is like in the middle of it or something.
Yeah. The eye of Haru is it is a what you would call a the word's escaping, not linear regression. It is a summation. It is a summation. It is a fraction because if you add them all up, you know what I'm saying, they equal what is it? I think it's 63 over 64. And so you're looking at it represents different. It represents a few things, but one of the things you can say it represents is showing you that the part of a sum does not equal the whole. You have to have the whole. That's why it's only equals 63 over 64 is not a whole. You need 64 over 64 so it can be one, which is a whole. So in the story, we know that Jehudi is the one that creates that whole. They had to go to Jehudi to get him to implement the spells so it could be one. So that's why it's only the fractions when you add them all up, it's only 63 over 64. It is not complete. So it is a summation. It is a summation fraction. It is a summation. So that's basically what it is.
What is used for?
it is a representation. Like I said, it is a representation to show you that that is incomplete. That the whole, that the sum, that like parts are not equal. Like say like your you can't make a fist without your thumb. You could barely make a fist without your thumb. You need your thumb to make a complete fist. You know what I'm saying? So they showing you that you need all 64 to make a whole. So they showing you that we are part of the universe. We are part of the one, but without that spiritual connection, you're left out. You're missing something. You know what I'm saying? So you're missing something. So you know what I'm saying, that last part, which is what Jehudi was responsible for connecting, is the last part that would complete it.
I agree.
So
all right, the last one is the golden ratio. So the golden ratio, if you take, it's found within the Great Pyramid of Giza, right? I think that it's that Khafre, Khufu, one of them. But it's so anyway, the golden ratio, and it in the golden ratio, it shows the ratio distance from the moon to the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you take half of that, well, it's within the golden ratio, but if you go from the top of the rectangle and you go you take half of it and you create another circle, then you get the slope of the Pyramid of Giza, the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and it shows the like I say, and at the top it shows the Earth to Moon ratio, right? So, and when you what was prominent though, you equated you made a statement about the speed of light, that they knew that. So now the golden ratio in the Great Pyramid of Giza is evident, is proof of a creator. Not only that, I believe that it's proof that the Great Pyramid of Giza was formed through the speed of light.
Okay.
What you think about that?
You said it was formed through the speed of light.
It was the Great Pyramid of Giza came from outside of the earth.
From outside. What do you mean by outside?
It can't. If it was the speed of light, so that's light. Remember, the speed of only light travels at the speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I'm messing this explanation up, but this is a great video this guy put on YouTube, and he breaks down the golden ratio and shows all that stuff that I was saying. But and he was showing that it's evidence of a creator. He was an atheist, so he was showing that this is evidence of a creator. When he's showing that the moon to the earth ratio, if you go that by half, you get the slope of the Great Pyramid of Giza. So he's showing that the moon was put in place by the speed of light. So was the earth, as well as the Great Pyramid of Giza. That's what I got from it.
Okay. I think I see what he was trying to say is that I don't know, because that would mean that it would all came into existence at the same time. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think, I don't see that could happening. But I understand what he said, the golden ratio, as being part of evidence of the creator, because you can use that as they used it. Our ancestors used the golden ratio to show that it is evidence from the macrocosm to the microcosmic. That's showing you that it exists in the universe. It exists here on Earth. You see it in plant life. You see it in animal life. You see it in human life. You see it in star life. So you have this ratio that's everywhere. There's existence. And if by what they say that the mechanicus view of the universe, things was just random, you wouldn't have it everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It could not exist everywhere if things was just randomly happening. There was no intelligent design behind it. You know what I'm saying? It would not be everywhere on the macro to the micro. So yeah, so definitely I understand that point of view. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think I'm done. That only had 3.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Great presentation, man. Something about the speed of light, but I forgot already. Listen to it.
Yo, hold up.
Shout out to
Hold up,
Hootie for
Hercules.
waiting patiently.
Right.
On you, bro.
Hey, brother Tahuti.
A great presentation, bro. It's definitely refreshing to see a presentation on something that's educational, i.e. Kemet, and not abos and stuff like that. Slave religions. But anyway, real quick question about mathematics, since that's a hot topic within the conscious sector. I want to know what your personal stance is on math as far as it being related to science. And then I want to actually get your personal opinion on, do you think that is Eurocentric to separate math from science while at the same time alluding that it's the same thing? Or do you think that's just something normal? I'm just asking. I just want to see where your head is with it.
I mean, math, math is a form of science. It is not a natural, like what they call natural science. When we say it's a form of science, because you're using deductive reasoning, the quantitative methods and stuff like that to do research, mathematical research and stuff. So yeah, it's a part of science. I mean, people got their own thoughts on what math is. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I'm saying, if you think that you have to be in a lab to do research, conduct research, it's not to say, because I tell you, because doing when I had to do, there's a class called what's it called? Experiments and design analysis. And for my final project, I had to do a simulation project on the New York train system, the New York Grand Central train station. And it literally took me a month, because I was running simulations. It was a simulation project. I had to run simulations. Man, I was running so many simulations, and they was coming back. My numbers was coming back wrong. You know what I'm saying? And it literally took a month for me to get it right. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going back, doing it again, It's the same thing that people who are engineers and chemists and physicists do. You do the same thing. You do something, you're looking at your results, and you got to go back to the lab and realize, what's going on? Why is these equations not equal and stuff? You know what I'm saying? So the research is the same. I think the research is not going to be on the same level as you're in the CERN laboratory, at the particle accelerator, stuff like that. You're dissecting the frogs and stuff like that. But you still got to do that method of finding out why. You pose your hypothesis. I think that this is going to happen. This is what it is. And then you set it up and find out. Is this going to happen? And it don't work. So yeah, you're kind of still doing the science. You're still doing the science, and you're running it. I mean, if it wasn't a science, they wouldn't have us taking classes on how to write scientific papers. You know what I'm saying? Because that's another class I had to take: how to write scientific papers, how you make your hypothesis. You make the abstract, you make your hypothesis, make your claim, and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's a formal science, but it's not a natural science, and there's a difference.
Definitely. I really appreciate your explanation. I just wanted to ask that because I find it very interesting and ironic at the same time that they'll, especially when it comes to Kemet too, like people love to bring up the fact that math isn't a science, specifically when you're talking about Kemet, but these people will lapse in consistency and logical consistency, because when they get into entertainment and sports, all of a sudden boxing becomes a science. It's okay to say that boxing is a science. And a whole bunch of other things too. So like my thing is we just have to have common sense instead of always going to the European to find out whether we think math is science or not.
Yeah, so you probably missed my because A1 asked me that in the beginning, and I said straight up, I said, look, this all started, I started this whole black science thing, African science thing, and then pseudo killers, Ankh and say they pushed back with there's no such thing as African science. And so once we proved that wrong, proved that they was wrong, that African science is real and distinct from Western science, now they come with, well, the answer they wasn't doing, real science, they was doing proto science. And it's like, oh my gosh, seriously? Come on. It's like, come on, man. And now you got to prove that it's like, it's so easy. For me, it's so easy to prove that wrong because it's ridiculous as a method. Science has a method and steps. Saying we're not going to say that they was doing modern science. No, they had methods. They had their own steps of doing stuff. And so they had their own ways of conducting their research, which was scientific. So, that's what all this stuff started from. And people were saying that, so, whatever.
Hold up. I'm done. You can go next now. Thank you.
We got next. We got Asar said he didn't necessarily need to go. We got Quantum and we got No Love Drew. Quantum.
It might be going for a minute.
Okay, yeah. If not, just do the open panel thing. Yeah,
real quick there.
I think No Love Drew hosting. He's standing there hosting, so he practiced.
Yeah, I did have a question though. I had a question about something that I want to say GD and Capone said earlier about was the golden ratio.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is essentially, how do they get a specific number, which is the slope of the pyramids, if I heard you correctly, if like utilizing the distance from the moon and the earth when the distance from the moon and the earth isn't constant?
I didn't say that, but they so what they did was they scaled it. It's a scaled model. The Great Pyramid is a scaled model from I think it says one over one. The ratio is 143,000 or something like that. It's a scale model of the Earth, and when you take the measurements of the circumference of the Earth and the perimeter and stuff of the pyramid, it equals the distance of the moon to the Earth, and it equals the distance from, I think, the Earth to the sun or something like that. Truthfully, I'm gonna tell you right now, I haven't read that part in a minute. I'll have to look at my notes, but it said I know that the pyramid is a scaled model of the Earth. That's what they did.
You said the pyramid is a scaled model of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Can you?
Yeah, it is a scale model. The ratio, because it is the ratio. It's the ratio of the pyramid. It's it is like the ratio is 143,000 or something like that from for the Earth model. So I will have to I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me pull it up. I can pull it up right now because that's how it is. That's how they see it. I mean, it's many papers. It's several papers written on this. How the Great Pyramid is just they modeled it. They made it a miniature scale model of the Earth. You got the circumference of the Earth, and then you got the distance from the North Pole to the what is that? The equator. measurements in the pyramid, and then you get this a small miniature representation of the Earth, and so that's how they was able to like make that connection. Where you were saying that the distance you was asking about the distance for the moon. Somebody did. I think I did had it in my present in one of my slides that the moon, where they showed that the moon in the ratio is equivalent to the Earth. I found like on some website that somebody did the work behind that. So I mean, the work is done. The work is out there. People have done the work and they've proven it. So it does exist.
Yeah. So can you explain the what a ratio is for the people? Like, it don't have to be exact. Like, explain that a little bit. Like, what a ratio is as far as scaling.
The ratio is just a relationship between two numbers. I guess a basic definition of what a ratio is. Just you're looking at the ratio. You know what I'm saying? You're dividing. I don't know. You divide 2 by 3. You dividing 4 by 5. That's a ratio. You're getting that relationship between those two numbers. That's how. What is it called? The Fibonacci sequence, I think, is what I'm thinking about. That adding of 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 1, 3, 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 3, 8. That last number, those last two numbers, you take the ratio of 8 and 5. So you by taking those ratios of 8 and 5, 8 and 5 is what? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then 8 and 13, 10, 11 is 21, right? And you taking those ratios of the last two numbers is how you get the golden ratio. It's how you get 1.6. It's how you get 1.618 because of the ratio. The more numbers that you take, the more numbers that you add up, the more closer, you get that number and stuff like that. So this is like number theory. People just sitting around, people who like math, they just sit around, they like numbers, they just sit around, you just do stuff like this. You just add stuff. You're like, what do you do? Like, can I? Because I try to do it in the reverse. I said, what if I subtract? What if I subtract? But it only equals the 1. When you start subtracting, you only get down to 1.
Is 1.68 pi? I mean, 1.68 half. Is it half a pi?
No, that's the golden ratio. That's the golden ratio.
But I'm saying is the pi divided by 2, ain't that's 1.68? Or I'm mistaken?
No, pi divided by 2 would be what? Pi is 3.14, right?
Right.
So it'll be close to like 1.5 or something like that, 1.4 or something like that.
It's close. That's close.
So, I mean, that's why they say, when you take pi in the golden ratio, you get the, what is it? I think you get the fine structure constant or something like that when you take those two ratios. Something, but those that I was looking for the brother was asking me why the relationship between the pyramid and the moon. I don't know, because I don't know. That's not something I claimed. I heard about it though. I heard about what you're saying, that the distance they figured out the distance, but I don't know. That's not something that I claim
though. Quick question. I want to just clarify something because the question was asked and it is confusing.
What the hell?
Were you supposed to go, Oli? I'll wait. Oli.
Yeah.
You want to go? Go ahead. I'll wait.
Did you have just a quick question? Because I'm like,
yeah.
Did you have? Okay, go ahead then, Rochester.
Yeah, real quick, because I just want to make this clear because
I
just want to make this clear academically, right? That math, you can specialize in mathematics, in pure mathematics and applied mathematics. And when you say math is a science, you're talking about the applied mathematics side, not the pure mathematics side, correct?
Roy Chess, go ahead and write your paper. How math is not a science. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm
We all
asking
know.
for that distinction because that distinction is in academia. You can be a mathematician that's in a pure mathematician.
Applied math, yeah.
Okay, but that exists, correct?
Applied math and pure math, yeah.
Yeah. So which one is more of a science?
I would say both. I'm saying both of them are science because you're still using your deductive reasoning, even in pure math. You're still going to use that deductive reasoning.
Yeah, but I'm asking that for a specific reason because you can specialize. And because you can specialize in either pure math or applied math, your degree is going to say something different. So if there are schools and institutions giving out a math, or let's say a bachelor's of science in math, they are applied math institutions, as opposed to a liberal arts education where it's not applied and it's pure math. It's going to say bachelor of arts degree in mathematics. So I think that's where it's confusing because you can get a degree in math and bachelor's of arts, and you can get a math degree that says bachelor's of science. And so that's why they think that math is a science.
Yeah. So,
well, let me address that after you, Hercules.
Because you can Bachelor of Arts. If you have to look at the curriculum. I mean, I was confused about this as well, because I thought about making the switch. I said, damn, maybe it'd be easier if I just get a Bachelor's of Arts in math. So you got to look at the curriculum. The curriculum, the people who get an arts degree in math, they don't do stuff like real analysis and abstract algebra. They don't do like that. They don't go up to topology, that pure stuff, the pure math stuff. So that's why it's considered an art degree, because that is replaced with other things, with other electives and stuff. Whereas people who are getting that bachelor's of science, you got to do real analysis, instead of topology, function analysis. You have to do that stuff. Because all that still is you're applying a scientific method. You're taking a hypothesis, and making quantitative methods and stuff like that. It's like the same thing with like statistics within the math department. Some people say that statistics is not a part of mathematics. They don't consider statistics being a part of. They consider it being a separate department of mathematics. And statistics people would tell you, yeah, man, we different than mathematics. You know what I'm saying? So it's you have the same little argument as well, but if you see that statistics people who get degrees in statistics, it's still a department. They're still under the Department of Mathematics. Some schools it says statistics is kind of different. It's separated different, but you know what I'm saying? It's just depending on the classes that the people are taking. So I would think that it's just depending on that.
Hey, real quick, let me just add though, the confusion is intentional because these same people who will tell you these little intricate technicalities about why math isn't science will turn around and call an individual who has a known expertise in multiple disciplines of science a polymath. So how do you turn around and tell me that math isn't a science, but then when you recognize a person for his level of knowledge and achievement within multiple fields that are related to science, a polymath, how does that make sense?
It doesn't.
In
fact, they're wrong when they say it's not science.
Can I respond? Or somebody's responding?
You can respond. You can respond. But I just want to let you know that therein lies the problem, because we go through all this trouble to try to define math, but we'll turn around and call many other things science and then relate it to math as well. So yeah, go ahead. Who is that? Roy Chess?
Oh, sorry, it's me.
No, he can go first. I'll respond after.
I think the issue is they don't know the distinction, right? So math is a science. It's a formal science. I think they're probably mixing it up with, is it an empirical science? So there's a difference between formal science and empirical science. Math is a formal science where if you're doing foundational framework and different things of that nature, you're dealing with more empirical things, right? So, and this is one of the things we call the task when you talk about evolution. Evolution doesn't have any math, so there's a problem with it in the scientific field. This is why it's considered a theory and not a fact. So there's certain facts about it, but it's just a theory. And then when it runs into some of its issues, such as the Cambridge explosion, where things happen really fast and you get a bunch of species at one time, which kind of destroys the framework of a long drawn out period. As they explain, they can't put the math together to explain why it would happen so fast. These are some of the deductions that they run into when you talk about, you know, just study of structure, quantity, and space, or anything.
Let me add one more
mathematically
thing
tested.
before Roy Chess goes too.
Yes, sir.
Not to cut you off, Asar, but when you study in ancient civilizations and you want to find out whether they were good scientific practitioners or practitioners of science in general, guess what they look for? They look for evidence of mathematics. So I think my personal thoughts is, and I'm pretty sure there's scholars who agree with me, whether they're Africana scholars or not. I think they intentionally trying to confuse people on what math actually is and its relationship to science, whether it's a science or not, based on the fact that they envy that they learned it from us.
Okay, can I respond, or let me know if I can respond, or
Yeah,
somebody?
go ahead, family.
Go ahead.
Okay. So one reason why it's confusing again, because like Hercules said, that it uses deductive reasoning, and for some reason there are people who think that science uses deductive reasoning when it does not. It may use a mixed form of it, where it's inductive and part deductive, which makes it weaker, right? So when mathematicians talk about proofs, or when philosophers talk about formal proofs, they're talking about absolutes. They're not talking about possibilities. That is something a science cannot offer. So technically, because mathematics doesn't have experiments, observable observations, and things of that nature, they cannot be technically science, because all sciences, all empirical sciences, deal with senses. You have to deal with the human sight, the touch, the smell, and all that. Mathematics doesn't require that. It requires concepts. Formal proofs are concept-based. They're not tangible things that you can touch and put your hands on. So that is the difference between an art and a science academically. And I'll land there.
Yeah, that's what Asar. Wait, that's what Asar was explaining, was that it's a formal science. It's not a empirical natural science. So you don't have to rely on the that empirical testing and stuff. But you know what I'm saying, you're still doing. I mean, I guess because, like you said, you're saying my degree was in operations research, which is, I guess, that's a part of that applied math. So yeah, I was doing, like I was explaining, I was doing that research when I had to, write them papers. A lot of paper. Actually, I had to write papers for every class after calculus. Differential equations, and every class after calculus, I had to do a research paper on. So I guess you said applied math would be more of more of the science joint. Yeah.
You mentioned that they don't use methods, but math definitely has methods. This is why we say the word pi. It's one of the methods in math. So they definitely have methods and standards to get to things, and they use deductive reasoning. They also have what you would call facts. And generally, you get to a scientific fact by using math. So you can't call something a fact in science generally if it doesn't have mathematics added to it. So this is why the math is a formal science, where the other is empirical data. Meaning, if we perform this, we've done this hypothesis, We've deduced this reasoning, and we understand that if we do this number of times and with these methods, we're going to keep coming up with the same conclusion. It's empirical because it's going to continue to do that same thing over and over. And once you know it's empirical, it becomes a fact. And usually, to make a fact, you need the math to accompany it.
Hey,
Otherwise,
real
it
quick.
falls in the realm of theory.
Hey, real quick, Roy Chess. I was really interested in trying to get your thoughts about the contradictions that I brought up. Being that you disagree or you have a little pushback with math being a science.
Yeah, if you can just remind me what that is so that I can address it. I mean, I don't recall 100%.
So it was just two main examples of why it's silly for Europeans to like split hairs when it comes to like defining math and science. One of those reasons was when you call an individual who's gained recognition for being an expert in multiple inter sciences, which are interdisciplinary. They call them a polymath. And then you also have, when it comes to studying ancient civilizations and determining whether they were scientific, one of the main things that they look for is their application of mathematics. So with those two main things being prevalent, I wanted to get your feedback on why you still would disagree with the intricacies between math and science.
Well, again, I would say the Europeans are making the distinction that I would make, like, because it doesn't have observation in it, and sciences will never be absolute, where mathematical proofs can be absolute. So there is no science on the earth that you could tell me there are absolute proofs in, but there are absolute proofs in math. So I think they're splitting hairs for that reason. And again, the second example, when you said a polymath, I think that you used the word applied when the archaeologists look for, in ancient civilizations, they look for how they applied math, which is why I made the distinction with Hercules. In academia, there's a side that you can go to, the pure side of mathematics, and there's a academic side where that's called applied mathematics, where the engineers come from, where you're going to use it in the real world again. So it's a science because you're using your senses, as opposed to the pure mathematician. He's not doing that. He's not putting hands-on work. So that's I think the distinctions are there to break the confusion. And again, I don't think that people understand that pure deductive reasoning, science never uses, because
I'll be right back. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Keep going, making your point, brother. He was just saying he coming back.
Oh yeah. So when people say deductive reason, there's a intersection between induction and deduction, and science uses a mixture of both, and it's not pure deduction. So their conclusions will never be 100%. And I think honest scientists will tell you that their conclusions can never be 100%. That is why they allow updates, because I don't have to update the multiplication table. If 5 times 5 is 25, there's no update ever. Absolutes don't get updated. And I'll end there.
That's true. And that's why we argue that it's formal as opposed to empirical. Because when you look at the science, what do you have to use in order to get the framework? The math. So you, in order to make that deductive situation come true, when you do your hypothesis and start to do the experiment over and over and over again, you're usually relying on your math as your framework. If you're not using math as your framework, you generally get different results each time you do the experiment, meaning what you did is not empirical. So this is why they consider it to be what would you call it, one of the theoretical disciplines that are, it's like a hybrid form of math, because basically
STEM? You talk about STEM?
just math in general, when it comes to it, where it fits, right? Because it's not empirical, but it is formal, and it's the framework generally for anything that we make a fact out of, meaning that that particular experiment is going to happen and it's going to continue to get the same results unless something weird happens out of the blue, because mathematically it fits. And when we can deduce it mathematically, we pretty much know how to get that same result. And that's why it's part of the framework. So it's more of an abstract structure for it, if you will.
So can I ask you a question real quick? Because I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ali. I forgot.
You know, it's funny, man. Why you doing that, Ali?
But thank you.
Because Roy just said he was gonna be real quick.
Yeah,
I went through 6 different.
Was that this time? I thought that
was JJ 7000.
I wasn't the only one talking though.
Go ahead.
I forgot about you.
No, all y'all was talking. That's why I say y'all was talking. I don't want to get in the middle of y'all thing. I thought y'all was landing it, but you had one more question, Roy Chess, and I do not want to interrupt you while y'all on y'all thoughts. Go ahead, man.
Once our brother finished, I would like to slide over to those Aristeas letters. I pulled it up for our brother. But yeah.
Yeah, I just real quick, because the word fact gets thrown around a lot and it's not clear that everybody has the same meaning. So I just wanted to know what you take to be a fact, because some people think that facts can change. Some people think that facts never change. I wanted to know which side you are on.
I think that facts can change because the universe around you can change. So we know that the sun shines. That's a fact. We feel it, we absorb it, it creates vitamin D, it releases dopamine, and we can even physically observe it, right? But eventually, that sun will blank out. And when it blanks out, it won't be a fact anymore. And then somebody from a different planet who sees it die out, such as we watch Thuya be replaced with a different star in what you guys call the Big Dipper, that fact from a different planet is now different. It's not the same star that was there before. And so what used to be a fact is now just a theory for those who didn't get to witness it, even though we know it existed because we lived in the time that it was there. So those are some of the things that kind of transform a theory and a fact, and why a fact is not always long lasting, because things can change.
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a nerd, right?
That's all I had. That's all I had. Thank you.
Definitely, I agree with that too. If it's a fact that things can change, then it's a fact that a fact can change. But first, I want to say shout out to the panel, Titan Debate League.
Peace, fam.
Asar and Afar, this is not for you.
Yes, sir.
Anything that I'm supposed to say, this is for Hurt. Wonderful presentation. I ain't supposed to take nothing from your presentation. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you had a personal beef with my my philosophy, and so you gave me the pleasure of getting to actually see what you believe. And I seen you put your own thing together also. You put some things in there, and I ran it through Al. I ran it through Al. You know what Al means, don't you? The only world logic. I have a system that I run people's views through coherence gates, and I just ran your system through the L right there. And so I'm gonna just be clean, because too much of what you were saying was blending together the old and trying to dress it up with some of your new stuff and act like it's proof. First, I ran your position through my coherence gates. It still fails in the same places: definitions, mechanisms, and contradictions. This ain't for you, Asar, and this ain't for you, Afar. Quantum onlyism defines proof as functional truth, meaning coherence with observation. It also classifies claims into three bins: analytic truths, world claims, and incoherent claims. That breaks their own terms. That is not me dodging. That is me auditing. If your claim cannot survive the audit, then it is not deep, it's just loose. Second, on time. I heard you say something about time, and this is why I had to bring this up, because you started talking about time specifically for me, and I know you did it. If y'all look at my pictures right there, if y'all look at my picture close, y'all see y'all self on my picture, Hercules on there, he the far back right one on my picture over there. Y'all see Worcester Wolf. But back to you. Time, you spoke on time like it's optional, like it's cultural or something I'm imposing from a Western lens. That don't work. Because in quantum onlyism, time is not a clock. It's not linear. It's not a mythic old man, like I told you. Fati is sequence, it's change, it's duration, measurable ordering or difference. If anything changes, time is implied. If anything happens, time is implied. If you want causation, development, recurrence, ancestry, cycles, emergence, entropy, memory, correction, or even argument unfolding in steps, then you already using time, whether you like the name or not. My own manuscript states this directly. You haven't read them, but I'm going to get them to you. A reality with no time cannot happen, and an account of existence that omits time collapses into incoherence. So if you saying that stuff about time, and in modern measurement practice, that don't erase time. NIST, which is the National Institute for Standard Time, defines a time interval as a duration of elapsed time between two events. And the SI second, which is the second, is defined by the counted number of cesium oscillation cycles, the cesium atom. You know what that is, the cesium. So even in physics, time is operationalized through ordered difference and measured transition, not wished away. You can't do that. Clock time is a measurement of temporal interval. That's what you're talking about is linear. It is not an invention of time itself. Third, on entropy. I remember you were talking about entropy. Entropy does not rescue your objection. I told you that before. Entropy is not anti-time. Entropy presupposes time. You was talking about those particles and how they can, two atoms can be far away, and one reacts the same way the other one reacts. But what you didn't tell them is that when one turns one way, the other turns the other way. Right? That's the same thing with entropy. When you see one thing turn in one way, which looks like destruction and chaos, somewhere else is forming into something else. You can never get rid of the ultimate state of being, which is existence, the self-sustaining system of existence. That's what you're going to have to update your system to. Encyclopedia Britannica's thermodynamics converge and explicitly state that the real thermodynamic systems are often open systems, and living systems can achieve local reductions in entropy as they grow and develop. Britannica also notes that for an isolated system, maximum entropy is the equilibrium limit where no further changes involving useful work can occur. That means your entropy objection does not erase local order, pattern formation, or recognition. It proves sequence.
Hold on. Look, you got to correct one thing and let him respond to that. Man. You about to go through every slide?
Through everything that he said.
Well, let him get to one. Just drop one thing and then let him respond to that.
Well,
and save the rest for a healthy refutation. I mean, but we're gonna get to it though. But you,
First, you got the answer about time, because
by the time you get to the end, they ain't gonna remember what you started with. I guarantee it.
First, you got to tell me about time, because that was a direct punch at quantum onlyism. I know it. You know it.
Not really. Not really. So, because this is the thing, that time is different in African societies. It's always been that way. In European perspective, in Western culture, time has always been linear. So African people didn't see time as linear. That was my point, because the point that I was trying to get at, basically my I wasn't trying to do this directly as a reply to Cedric, that I've been beefing with, so off and on, is where he says that they didn't have an understanding of the quantum world. How would they have an understanding, and this and that? So one of my, how I approach it, I guess you say my ideas, my theory is that them viewing time as circular was able to bring them further in depth into understanding the quantum world, because when it is the concept of mayat, of order and balance, the concept of iwepile, you know what I'm saying, and of trying to keep this balance. It has nothing to do. It had nothing to do directly at you, because I was also thinking about, Gita Capone asked me the other day when we was talking about time and how to explain it as it being a circular thing, and African people seeing that circular. The brother Kamalu, in his book African Foundations of African Philosophy, he talks about time. African, it's so many. There are papers written on it, how they see time as being a circular. Seasons, the year, the spring, the summer, coming back around again. Seasons coming back around again. That's why they saw time as circular. You see in the moon, the cycles of the moon. You know what I'm saying? The phases, those 30 days, those 31 days, is coming back around again. You seen it circular motion. So it wasn't seen as a direct linear motion, as where Western culture sees it as a direct linear motion. And one of the things that's hard, the concepts that are hard to break from when you take calculus, because calculus is about changing things over time, and the rate of change is that you have to move away from this rate of change over time and move to a resonant of sustainability, harmonic resonance with the environment. That's why I said that their understanding, and they would not have, while they would have developed calculus, it wouldn't have been the forefront. Whereas in Western culture, calculus is the forefront. It is the foundation of functional analysis and differential equations and stuff like that. It is the pinnacle. You know what I'm saying? For them, I think for our ancestors, it would have been harmonic analysis, because you're looking for that rhythm. You're looking for that balance. You know what I'm saying? It's harmonic analysis, understanding the rhythm and how things maintain this rhythmic motion. So that's why I brought up time, because when you're moving from point X, like I said, when you're moving from that point, you're moving in a circle. Like I said, if you're seeing time as a circle, you're moving from the point in a circle, you're moving in a circle, that's X. Moving around to that point in the circle. So from that point X to X plus 2 pi R is the same point. You're coming right back to the same point, and you're going to get the same values. So from my perspective and how I'm looking at it, I see that they are I would say that they were able to develop an understanding of the quantum world, because they was able to see time as circular. And if you move in your mathematics as a harmonic motion, and understanding rhythm and motion and time combined, time is a wave. It's not a straight line. It is rhythmatic, and you're trying to maintain iwepile. You're trying to maintain a mayat. That means you're going to come back to that same motion. You try to maintain that same motion. So you're going to go from pi to 2 pi r. You're going to go from that point in the map, on the map, and you're going to see it as that. And then you're going to develop your science as in that way. So it wasn't a direct shot at you, even though, you know what I'm saying, we understand, even though we was looking at, I explained that we're looking at time differently. I said that to you directly. I said that to you, but no, my presentation was not a direct shot at you. So okay, I'm not looking at it. I'm not looking at it like that. I'm not looking at it like that. I'm trying to explain. Wait, hold on. I'm just trying to explain how the ancestors, how Black people, how people in ancient Africa, the ancient times, how they viewed the world. And when they viewed the world, they viewed time as circular. Okay, whereas in Western culture, you view time as linear. Okay, and from that point of view, in Western looking at time, as you're moving away from the past, they develop their mathematics, their calculus to develop to the ratios of the rate of change over time, the rate of change. Whereas in Africa, it would have if Africa was left alone with no invasions from the Arabs or the Europeans, it would have been more of a harmonic development of like what's called harmonic analysis, when you develop in time over these periods of periodic sequence that's going on. So it wasn't a direct attack at you. And the concepts of time, like is in Africa, is circular. And so we see this not only in Kemet, you see this in Central Africa, you see this in Yoruba, you see this in all African cultures. They think of time as a circular motion. They think of time as an entity itself. Time is not just something that's sterile, something that's just out there, you know what I'm saying, that you're trying to, stay away from, the grandfather of time. You hear this stuff in Western culture. In African culture, time is an entity. Time is a way to connect with the ancestors. It is a time. Time is a way that you connect with the universe, understanding that time is perceived from the consciousness. The universe is as I said, they see the universe as standing still. The only reason that time passes is because your consciousness is saying that time passes. The universe itself is not moving, so it has a stability. And this is why when they built Kemet as a topological manifold that was invariant. It's not about changing stuff over time. That's why in 4,000 years, if you look at it, in 4,000 years, even though they had the math and the understanding, let me say this. I don't know if y'all remember, from you guys, some of y'all might have watched the old videos of John Henry Clark. Some of you guys might never heard of him, but there's a brother, an elder, his name was John Henry Clark, look him up. And I remember as a teenager, he said that the ancient Egyptians had the knowledge to make gunpowder. They knew all the chemical elements to make gunpowder, but they never did it because their mind didn't think that way. And this was something, because my dad used to make us. He used to force us to watch those videos, John Henry Clark and all those other stuff. And man, I went to bed. I remember going to bed that night, and I was like, damn, man, I wish they would have made gunpowder. It would have stopped, the Arab invasion, they just created their technology. But the thing is, that's not how African people think. You know what I'm saying? Somebody need to mute out.
Oh, my bad. That's me.
Somebody need to mute. So that's not how African people think. And it took me years to understand that. I had to, reading African philosophy and stuff. So they, like I said, Kemet was, the Giza Plateau is a topological manifold, an invariant manifold, because they built it 4,000 years. If you look at the construction, you look at the buildings and stuff, nothing changed. It's all the same for 4,000 years because they was about maintaining stability, maintaining the same thing as the beginning of the Mayat. You want to, in one of the probably, sorry, Carl could probably tell you better than I can. One of the I want to say the inscriptions, it tells you that they want to maintain the same as the future generations to be the same as the ancestors. They was not about changing stuff over time. That is the European way. We want to change things over time. Things must get better with time. You have to change things and progress and stuff. This illusion of progress. The new iPhones. Everybody getting a new iPhone every year. What's wrong with your old damn phone, nigga? You ask somebody who buys a new iPhone, you ask them, yo, what happened to your own phone? You can't make phone calls? That joint don't work no more. what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
We was
it's
talking-
an illusion. It's an illusion that European culture presents. This illusion of progress. Is a great book called the Ideal of Progress, where they talk about this. So I mean, yeah, it wasn't a direct at you. I knew you was going to say that.
Right.
It wasn't directly at you.
Because like I told you, in quantum onlyism, existence is a toroidal sphere. It's self-sustaining. So we know it has to be in the circular form. And you said it took you years to see that. Let me tell you how intuitive I am. You remember the Lion King and that song, The Circle of Life?
Mm-hmm.
I knew it then. Okay, now on Kemet, I ain't disrespecting Kemet in no way. I don't disrespect Kemet in no way. It's true that the surviving mathematical evidence and historians lean on Kemet having real mathematical papyruses like the Rhind papyrus in ancient Egypt especially had related materials that shows real mathematics like arithmetic, geometry, measurement, practical problem solving, and sophisticated procedure. Britannica describes Egyptian mathematics as closely tied to the practical accounting and surveying, and the Rhind papyrus is one of the major sources of that knowledge. That is serious, but it ain't the same thing as proving that formal calculus, modern harmonic analysis as a developed dominant discipline, or complex number theory in the later formal sense. That leap still needs primary evidence, not pride and pattern matching. That's all I'm saying about that on Kemet. It's the things that you saying. The complex number argument, that's like was kind of like overstated. But I ain't gonna, you know what? Since you said that about time, I ain't gonna lean on you. I ain't gonna lean on you because I like Kemet. I got books and I done research on Kemet. I got research on the Arista papers. If you read my books, if you ever decide to read my books, I sent you a email. You said you didn't get it. Sorry for you. But I think you better tighten up, man. If you're trying to get yours out there, because it's just some things in there, man. I'm looking at this. Yeah, matching up. Philo, Sia, and who we have to talk about these things. The letters to the wrist, all that. But I don't want to get into that because that's a foreign in a sort. But I think you're wasting your talents over there. You need to come to quantum only, and I'll give you my papers, and I'll show you where your mathematics is trying to lead to. It's time for an update. Those people had mathematics and all that stuff, and you telling me that smart, and you said that they had stuff to make gunpowder. They should have known to make gunpowder. People
they wouldn't have done
came
that.
through. The people who made it came through and took their science. I put it like that, took their science. Y'all don't understand that when wars and stuff like that happen, when people take over, it's proven whose culture is superior at the time. If they smart enough to do all that, and y'all say, I hate when y'all say they was just out there and that ain't how their mind was thinking. That's absolutely absurd. Y'all missing a spot, and I ain't gonna get into it because that's L. Ron Thuggett can tell you about that. And y'all don't like L. Ron, but y'all missing a spot. Okay, you real close. You wasting your talents on that. That's already been done and pushed to the side and grabbed and took to somebody else's stuff. We need an update, and I got the update over here. Your mathematics will become king. You will go down in history. Stop wasting your time on something and trying to recycle something that somebody already tried to use. It's a new day. Birds in a cage know how I feel. The sun in the sky know how I feel. Flying high. Who?
All right. So we reply to that. I don't know who's next, but before we ever go next, let me reply. So this is the thing, bro. I'm saying when last time we talked, I asked you to show because you said your model is not linear. And I said, well, okay, show us how it's not linear. Because I already showed you that you're using a linear model. Okay. But yet you still haven't showed us how it's not linear. All right. So the second point is so I understand your perspective of they not using gunpowder them as a default. Other people coming in using gunpowder, and these people using their weapons of steel and their swords and stuff. Many people make this analysis and stuff. The thing is that, like I said, you have to read African philosophy. You have to understand their point of their world view. So if it goes against my art, if it goes against Iwe Pile, this concept of balance and orders, more than likely they don't do it. So we as we will see, like if you look up the metallurgy, them smelting steel back in ancient times, they were smelting iron, not steel, but iron and stuff like that, long time ago, way before the Europeans. But if you look up what were they making, they weren't making swords. They weren't making weapons. They were smelting metal to make masks, to make these artifacts and stuff, because they were concerned more with the spirit, because they understood that being here on earth is a short time. You're only here for a short time. Once you leave here, you got to go back to where we came from. And where we come from is eternal. So that is one of the reasons why our ancestors and the ancients, they did not look at, they want to make weapons to fight. They want to create destruction, because they understood that, I'm about to kill, you about to kill a human life. You about to destroy this environment. That is something that the creator says, no, you don't do that, regardless of what is going on. You know what I'm saying? But we caught up in the Western worldview. We grew up in America where the philosophy is, nigga, get yours, nigga. That's the philosophy. You know what I'm saying? What 50 said, get rich, die trying. You know what I'm saying? That's the philosophy. That's how white people, that's how Europeans think. That's how they see the world, survival of the fittest.
So if that's how they see
that
the
is
world,
not, wait, hold up. That is not the African world view. That is not how we view it. But here's the key point. If you ever read African history, I suggest, the destruction of Black civilization. If you ever read African history, you will notice, and also there's a book called Fighting the Slave Trade. You will notice that white people could not defeat us. They had to use trickery. They had to use other Black people to con us into doing things and to defeating us. They could not defeat us straight up one-on-one, straight up battles. That's not how we lost. We lost through trickery. Haiti is proof and prime evidence of that. Haiti beat all the European powers at the height. At the height of slavery, they beat all of them. They couldn't touch them. The only way they was able to beat Haiti was through trickery. That's the only way. And we saw the power of African spirituality being used during that time. They used African spirituality and they defeated all the European powers. But we don't think about that. So the thing is this: African people have a different world view. They view the world differently. When they first came in contact with the Europeans, they couldn't understand their mindset. They couldn't understand. You know what I'm saying? They didn't understand it. And Tutmosis III, I would say I think Ramses IV and Ramses II, they all Seti II, they all had said. Asaram Khan could correct me on this. They all said that, hey, do not let these people back into the country. After they pushed them out, they kicked them out of Kemet. They said, never let these people back into the country. These people are detrimental. They're deaf. However, you know what I'm saying, that stuff, the later generations, that stuff fell on deaf ears because a lot of kings at that time was marrying Asian women You know what I'm saying? They was having, or they was bringing in these Asian women to make these alliances to unify stuff to bring peace, in which caused the downfall later on. So we see this, like this, the destruction of black civilization. He explains this in his book, and he goes and he shows you how that it wasn't the fighting that we lost, it was through the manipulation, trickery that we lost, that we was able to lose. So I believe, I'm gonna say this, and it's the first time I ever saying this publicly, because I've shown that, you know, if we use, as you know, you like to use Bayesian, my brother out like to use Bayesian statistics. If you use Bayesian statistics, you can prove that Kemet, the Dogon, the Yoruba, the Congo, the people in the Congo, that their analysis of the beginning of the universe is not just something just made up. You could prove that through Bayesian statistics. So it's not just something just made up, just something that just created out of thin air. It's based on actual facts. And so if their understanding of the beginning of the universe is proof, you can prove it through statistically, that means I jump from there to use what's called the squeeze theorem. In calculus, you have something called the squeeze theorem, where you prove you have three functions, where I can take one, I can take two, I can take three. And if one and two, hold up, this is my presentation. Hold up. If 1 and 2 is correct, bringing them together, that means, no, 1 and 3 is correct, bringing them together, that means 2 is correct. So if 2 is correct, that means that everything that our ancestors have said about the spirituality, about their understanding of the cosmology is correct, is real. So when the Dogons say that Ogo is the negative energy in the universe, and Ogo is one who creates negativity, that creates chaos and Isfet, I believe that the Europeans are direct descendants who are bringing in that energy. They correct it. They are directly connected to the energy of Ogo. So they bring in the negative energy. This is why everything that they do is negative and lead to negative results. No matter what the positive, no matter what you try to say positivity about it, every research, every scientific development has a negative effect on society. Whereas you look at African science, they don't do that.
So you saying, so basically you just saying that you think that my philosophy of time is linear because I grew up in the West, and there's no possible way that, even when I told you that at 9 years old, I recognized the circle of life. I want to debate you on that, and I can prove to you that in my model is not linear, because reality is not just one-way chain events. In quantum onlyism, existence is produced by the co-presence of time and nature, stabilized through feedback, upgraded through phase transitions, and expressed through factor coupling across scales. Linear sequence exists inside the model, but the model as a whole, recursive, is not linear. I'm talking about existence. So that's what you have. I have to prove to you in a debate or something, or you can get my book and I can prove to you that you need to update and come to quantum onlyism. I'm telling you, you're wasting your time. This is not a Western philosophy. This is my philosophy. A golden brown American who might have lineage from Africa and whose mindset is like that. I understand the circle of life. I never said that my stuff was linear. Just because I grew up in the West, I have my own philosophy. That means it goes against them too. This ain't a Western philosophy. This is our philosophy from the United States. Grew up in the United States.
You have not shown that.
I can show it to you. I got a book to show it. That's what I'm telling you.
You don't have to shoot the whole book. You just have to show it in just one aspect. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. What you want me to pull my book up?
I'm just saying you don't have to. Wait, hold up. Okay, OTK, hold up. OTK, you just got on here, brother. OTK, you just no. Wait, only hold up. Only hold up. OTK, you just came on here. Don't do that, man. We're talking. Don't do that. You need to wait your turn like everybody else.
Yeah, thousand pardon, bro. Thousand pardon. Hey, listen, it's some things that you were saying that I agree with, bro. I'm waiting my turn, but yes, Quantum has showed when he did his presentation, he has showed a diagram to back up what he's saying.
That's
whether
not
we
first.
believe it or not.
Stop it. A Quantum, OTK, stop it, because that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about.
He want to see my math. You want to see my math?
I'm talking to. Oh no, it's not that. It's not that. I don't need to see the math, because you already showed your presentation and stuff, and we already talked about this. And what I said was that in your diagram, in your philosophy, you're using linear time. And then you replied and said, no, I'm not using linear time only. And all I said was, okay, then where is it not linear? You know what I'm saying? That's all I said.
And that's what I just said. It's not linear, because time itself. Because look, my model is not linear, because reality. I'm talking about entire reality is not just a one-way chain of events. Existence is produced by the co-presence of time and nature through stabilized feedback, upgraded through phase transition, and expressed through factoral coupling across scales. Linear sequence exists inside of this model. So you can see linear sequence inside the model, but my entire model, the whole is recursive, not linear. It's a self-sustaining system. Existence is a self-sustaining system. This is why I tell you have to get my books.
All right. We're gonna have to come back to this. Who's next? What's up?
Can I just go? I heard
it was a good build low, King Hercules. Great build low, bro. For real.
I like the presentation.
I respect it.
It's good, nerdy man.
Oh, the back. Go ahead, the back.
Especially as somebody who, I'm only a second generation American.
Hold on, before you go in, the back. Who going after the back? Let's take a roll call real quick.
Can I go after him?
Yeah, Courtney been waiting patiently, I think, almost the longest, and he hasn't said anything for like 30 minutes. Courtney next. OTK popped up.
Peace, A1. No, you know I wait, A1. Peace, brother. I love you.
Yeah. No, you actually are next, though. And then I think Sadiq Rob popped up last.
Yes, sir. What up, Bama?
And then we'll double back to No Love, Drew, Roy Chess, and back to
in the house.
And the Sarum guy, I think he's answering with Hurt, so he's gonna jump in here and there. Go ahead, Debat. Sorry about the interruption. It's on you.
Like I said, I love the presentation. Like I said, I'm
your audio is horrible. We can't understand you.
I said I loved your presentation. I said, especially being a second generation American whose grandparents are from Ghana and Nigeria, Yoruba. So like I really did like it. And I wanted to address multiple things. Is that one, like the gun? Somebody, what was the one thing that he said? I think it was Roy Chess said. I wanted to address one thing that Roy Chess said, and that was about, I think it was about mathematics. And like mathematics and science mathematics is a science, and regardless of if it's applied mathematics or all mathematics is science. It's just they correlate, they coexist. And what I'm trying to get through what everybody said or not. And the thing that the linear thing. I wanted to get into that about, because we talked about cosmology in the other we talked about the Big Bang theory. I don't know, but when I was on Open channel on TikTok, and I wanted to say, yeah, they do this. They use linear progression, and they end up with faulty math because they use linear time, and that's how they end up with the faulty math. And they have placeholders like T0 and but I did want to say one thing that I mean, I'm not saying that it's necessarily right, but I did. Offbar had said something that was interesting in that shot. That was how do you know what you are studying is right and how you're perceiving it is right. That's just the one thing I want. That's the one thing I want to add. I'm not saying that it's wrong.
Say that again.
How do you know that what you studying is right and the way that you're perceiving it is right?
Oh, okay. Truthfully, I don't know if it's right. This is just my theory, my theorems that I'm thinking about. So I'm not trying to. I mean, I'm presenting myself as coming up with these new ideas. I believe that from what we've been told about the ancestors, about ancient Kemetic, ancient societies, about their understanding of science and mathematics has been watered down.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I would draw that conclusion is because after taking all these math classes, it's like I'm looking at stuff. Okay, you giving me the stuff to study, and then when I look at their society and the stuff that they did, it's like, wait a minute, this matches up with with same stuff that they did. Hold up, this matches up with something that they did. This matches up with this. It's like, wait, how come they didn't know that? And so, from the Western perspective, they say that there's no proof because there's no written record. And so I'm saying that the proof is in the structure, in the temples and the pyramids and stuff that they left behind. That's the proof. Because for you to create a building, a structure that has 13 mathematical constants in it, that is not post hoc rationalization. That is not apophenia. Okay, you can't say that. If it had one or two, you could say it's post hoc rationalization. But on top of that, for you to find the same mathematical constants over the centuries, the timeline over the centuries, 300 or 400 years down, that's showing intent. That shows you that information was passed down intentionally. It's not something that they just randomly, it came up because they're using the cubic. And as people would say, well, they use the cubic, so therefore you're always going to get these measurements. No, you're not always going to get those measurements. When you're passing down this information, it'll be different. Especially like, for example, I think my prime example would be the bent pyramid. The bent pyramid was a mistake. It broke halfway. When they was trying to build it, it broke. However, the measurements still equals the golden ratio, and you still equal pi. You still have the exact angles and stuff. If it broke, when you're building a house, your blueprint, if stuff doesn't follow the blueprint, those measurements should not still be equal at all. So therefore, you're looking at intent. You're looking at something that they meant to put in there. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get pi from a room, the king's chamber. You get pi, and you get the meter, the measurements of a meter. You get the measurements of orders number. Hold up, that's not just post hoc rationalization. So that's what I'm looking at. That's what I look at. And you guys also have to take in mind that like I said, a lot of other groups of people all around the world are over there studying the history of Kemet and trying to figure out what they knew.
And
If they were pseudo, they didn't know what they were doing. Then how come everybody around the world are over there? How come they not in Europe or Russia or in South America trying to study what's going? Why they're in Egypt?
right,
So that means there's something to what they knew.
you made a statement that there was a white guy that spent a little bit of time over there, and he was like that is on this level, right? I forgot what the game was or what the thing was. You said this it was like they were thinking on the level of a master chess. It's not. I can't remember everything. That was a long time ago.
Bro, I can't hear you, bro. You breaking up.
But oh man, I should have took notes, but I was in the shower. But and you mentioned it, and if this was and my thing is, if this was their just everyday thinking, if they, what level were they on when they were actually like doing their actual like when they were actually building these structures? Because you're saying that this is the level that they were on if in their everyday, in their everyday thinking. That this is what he observed in their everyday thinking, that they were on this level of thinking. Then what level were they on when they were doing their mathematical instructions and stuff like that?
You said when they was doing their mathematical instructions?
When they were using math for these structures and things like that. So what I'm saying is, you were saying that they were on this high level of thinking, just everyday thinking, right?
Okay.
You mentioned how this guy went over, observed them. This white guy went over, observed them, and said they were.
Yeah.
If this was their everyday thinking, what would just imagine what the level would be when they are actually structured, when they are actually math to the actual, science.
Yeah. And that's my point. That's my point. Because as the guy you talk about is David Hewlett or something like that, a German mathematician, was pointing out that Makala, when you're a master of Makala, your level of thinking is equal to the gamma function, the probability gamma function. You know what I'm saying? And if you just type that in, type in the probability gamma function. So your level of thinking was on that. You was thinking on that level. So by the time they came up to Kemet, you know what I'm saying? They was on higher levels. And that was my point. You know what I'm saying? The brother Onlyism asked me why did I brought up complex analysis? Because I was trying to show. So I don't start with Kemet. I start with Central Africa, South Africa, 20,000, 40,000 years ago. And these people moved to Kemet. They moved. It was a group of people, a whole group of people that moved to Kemet, this area in what we call southern Egypt today, the Sudan, and they founded Kemet. So you had the priests, the Babalaos, you know what I'm saying, who had this knowledge. And you have to understand, it was only amongst the top priests. It wasn't amongst everybody. It wasn't like today, you just couldn't go into the library and read. You had to be initiated to learn. That's the thing. You had to be initiated to learn this information. And so the Babalaos, they had this information because they've been studying it for years. It's been passed down for generations. So by the time they came to Kemet, they wanted to apply it. I believe that they decided to form a society was like, yo, it's time to apply, use that applied mathematics to put it, everything that we know, to put it, practice, to put it into practice. And that's why they founded Kemet. And so they could put it to practice to show us, what they knew. And so one of the reason that I talked about the complex analysis is because the Great Pyramid The Great Pyramid is one of the accumulation of all their knowledge. So the Great Pyramid itself is a representation of a complex analysis problem. This is my own research. This is my saying. This is my own research, and I need to write a paper. I keep saying I'm gonna write a paper on this, but this is my own finding from me looking at the results and reading, all these papers that people have been writing about the Great Pyramid. You know what I'm saying? And I looked at it, I realized that holy shit. I kid you not. I was just doing studying one night. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to solve a problem. And I looked at it. And when I looked at my results and then I said, wait a minute, this can't be true. And I looked at the pyramid, and then I looked at my problem again. And I said, no way, yo, this is right. And then it is a representation of a imaginary number of the imaginary number z to the fourth power of -1. And so I sent it to my friends. Saying I have my fellow teachers. They have their PhDs in mathematics. Their master's degrees. I was like, yo, look at my math, yo. And they went over the math. Like, yeah, you did this right. What's wrong? Then I sent them the picture of the pyramid, and I told them compare it. And they looked, and they say, yo, Herc, are you serious? I said, you said the math is right. It is matching up. Are you telling me that I just proved that the pyramid is a physical representation of a complex analysis equation? And they all agreed. It's only three of them. But they all agree. It's like, damn, the math adds up. So that was my reason for bringing up that, because they put inside the pyramid, they was trying to show us everything that they know. You know what I'm saying? They trying to show the knowledge that they knew. The Asarian complex, the quantum well. That's just something I just figured out. Last couple of months been watching, I said, Dr. Sarah's videos. You know what I'm saying? Going over that. It's like, damn. So it's a lot of information. Like I said, I think they were way far advanced than what they've been telling us. And they've been lying about it. But they've been keeping it on the low.
Okay. And the last thing, they one thing. I wanted to bring up, because you brought up the gunpowder and the Haiti. I wanted to bring that Europeans did not invent gunpowder. That came from China, and it wasn't even originally meant for guns.
Right.
It was for fireworks and stuff like that. So they stole that and turned it into gas. And you mentioned Haiti, which, at the height of Napoleon's empire, he struck them down. And but you didn't mention Ethiopia. Ethiopia, defeated Napoleon's empire when Napoleon tried to invade Ethiopia, and mentioned that these people. I'm assuming you mean the people from the Middle East, because, or are you talking about? Were you talking about the Europeans? If I'm wrong, let me know. But you were saying that not to come down there because they bring death or whatever the case may be. The Ethiopians allowed the Prophet Muhammad to come in there. It's a big thing. The king of Ethiopia, the Prophet Muhammad, said his word was the word from God. And what was it? What was it? They said, lost my train of thought. Fuck! I lost my train of thought. I was doing something. But still, when the incident happened with the front, and they tried to take over there, it didn't happen. So not only in Haiti did they show the African spirit, but also they was in Africa. Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa is one of the few parts of Africa that doesn't have European influence. A lot of people try to say that the Bible in Ethiopia comes from those that influence, whatever the case may be, and it's actually not that way. The Ethiopic text had, well, we can get into that if we have a debate about the religion, but we're not in time.
Talking about the Kemetic gas.
The book that they have, the Bible that they have, is, I believe, 88 books, 83, 88.
Kemetic gas.
Yeah, I think because like I said, your phone you breaking up, but I hear what you're saying. I think I hear what you're saying.
I said Ethiopia, when the French tried to take over Ethiopia, it didn't have the Ethiopia took out the front. And what they say are primitive weapons. So like, and that was also at the height of when what's the name was at that, well, I don't want to say it was at the height of the book, but at that time the French army was the strongest army. They had the strongest military force in the whole world. And Ethiopia ran them out of Ethiopia. And they never went back.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I had I used to teach martial. I had my own karate school here in DC and in Virginia. I had two locations in DC and Virginia. Virginia, I had all white kids. In DC, I had all African kids from East Africa. They was Ethiopian and Eritrea. I had a few Moroccan kids. And I remember one day I said in the class, it's something we said something, and I said something. I said, I look around the room, I see nothing but black people in this room. And them kids, they look, it's like, I'm not black. I'm not black. And I said, you are black. I said, what you think? Why you think you ain't black? We the same people. I said, I was colonized by the Europeans. You guys was colonized by the Arabs. We you know what I'm saying? We was never enslaved, and isn't it? I said, you're right. Y'all never been enslaved. Physically, but mentally, you guys have been enslaved. And the parents in the back, they was like, oh my God, thank you. They was like, yo, thank you so much for saying that. They was, and I was like, why did y'all never tell y'all kids that? But yeah, definitely. I hear what you're saying, yo. Yeah, definitely.
From somebody who was from a descendant that's actually been enslaved. They didn't. If they heard it from their parents who have never been enslaved, they'd be like, "What you know about slavery?"
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That you know what I'm saying. Physically, yeah, but on the mental level, they had that Arab influence over them. While the Arabs, they never physically, the Europeans, they never physically colonized Ethiopia and put them in slave. They still have, mentalities like the book from Amos Wilson, the book, The Falsification of the African Consciousness. Is that they had that Arab education, that Arab, over there, as where we have the European education over here.
I don't understand. I'm gonna have to plug right there because you mentioned the Arabs and the
Did you pass it yet to Courtney?
Oh, my bad. No, I was just saying like
you still been pass it after this one. You still been going for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, my bad.
Dang, Courtney, you gotta say something, man.
No, it's good. But the brother, he's trying to understand the difference of what I was saying of the Arab mental enslavement.
I'm saying? the Arabs in the at one point the Arabs and the Ethiopians were very, very, very much in sync. Like
We're gonna come back to that, Quantum.
I agree. I agree.
All right, so number one, I appreciate your presentation. Unfortunately, I didn't get to watch all of it. I saw everything up till you started talking about your view of time. I just wanted clarity as it relates to that. Are you suggesting a cyclical model for time?
You said, say it again.
Are you suggesting a cyclical model for time?
That's the African model. Yes, it's cyclical. Interesting because hey, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No. Go ahead and keep explaining.
Yeah, I just wanted to say because I was actually in my presentation, I was gonna it was something else I was going to bring out that you had mentioned to me the last time you was on. Talk about, you had mentioned the geometry of space, not knee and time, and I told you that I never thought of it like that. And when I went back and I just started looking at shit, you know what I'm saying? I started thinking, I said, wait a minute, damn. He said geometry, and I started looking at the what is that called? The flower of life. I think it's called the flower of life. Yeah, the flower of life. I started looking at it, and I was like, damn, yo. It was just like looking at the geometry behind it and what it represents when it was etched into the walls of the Assyrian temple. But that was something I had bypassed on my presentation. But yeah. So in the African worldview, they look at time as circular, and as times as things always going to come back around. You know what I'm saying? And we know that from the years of the seasons, summer, spring, fall, winter, so comes back around. So that's why they saw time as a circular event. They didn't look at time as linear, as you moving away from the past. They saw the past, present, and future as the same event. Not the same event, but all, you can still occupy the same space as the past, present, and future. You know what I'm saying? So right now, where I'm at, I'm in DC. It's 11:46 at night. Go outside. You can look at the stars, and you're looking back into the past because that light takes hundreds of years, thousands of years to reach here. So you're literally looking into the past while you're into the present. So the concept of time of past, present, and future being separate and being distinct is a Western concept, whereas in the African concept, they saw time as being a circular model. That's what I was saying.
I got you. My second question was going to be, and I might have missed this. You got to excuse me. I'm outside and a chopper's flying over. So 1 second. I don't know if you can hear that background noise or not. By the way, this chopper looks like a linear object. Anyway, I don't get my glasses on, so nonetheless. All right. So my second question was going to be, and I might have missed this in your breakdown in your presentation. From your understanding, what's the highest developed math that Egyptians or any African community developed that's still present today?
That's still present today?
Yeah. I understand you wrote down certain parallels and similitudes in your presentation, but I'm just trying to get better clarity. Like, what would you consider to be the most advanced form of mathematics that the ancient Egyptians or ancient Africans developed? I understand you take ancient Egypt as a pure African community. So what Egypt's doing, it's purely within an African worldview. So yeah, just from your perspective, I'm asking, this is a lot broader than just Egypt, but from your perspective, what's the highest form of mathematics or what have you that the Africans or Egyptians developed that's still in use today?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, man. I think that the ancestors developed their highest form of math is equal to what we know today. And The reason I say that is because, like I said, the Great Pyramid is a representation. They left the representations in their structures. So the Great Pyramid is one of them, the representation where you can see it is a model for complex analysis, and the whole Giza Plateau itself is a model for a topological invariant of them trying to maintain the same resonance, a sonic resonance, a vibrational resonance with the universe. And after the fall of Kemet, we could see the advanced math moving over to, I would say, the Dogon and like the Yoruba. I believe that the people in Kemet understood the math and could explain it to you, the priests specifically, not just the average person, probably not even the king, but the priests specifically, the Babalaos, could explain to you the how and why mathematically. And being it transmitted to the Dogon, they and the Ifa, they couldn't explain to you the how and why mathematically, but they could show you through their rituals. You know what I'm saying? The Dogon had the Odu, the 250, was it 266 or 250 something? The Odu, 200, I think it's 256. But that's Clifford algebra, what we call Clifford algebra today. It is exactly Clifford algebra. You know what I'm saying? Just because they don't use the mathematical equations of Clifford algebra, but you still get the exact outcome as Clifford algebra. The same thing with the Dogon. When they talk about the Po, they're talking about the Nomo and stuff like that. They're talking about the great can't think of the name of it, but they're talking about fermions. You could see that they're describing what we call fermions and bosons today. Even though they don't say that, and they can't mathematically describe it as that. However, it matches up perfectly. So I think that the mathematics was lost when people left out of Kemet because of the invasions and of the people coming in. When they left out, I think the technical math was lost, but it was reserved into their mythologies, into the stories. You know what I'm saying? They reserved it in how to do divinations. Like I said, the Ifa, you could look at the Odu, and that's Clifford algebra, and you could show exactly how that's Clifford algebra. And there's no other way that you could explain, that you could disprove that that's not Clifford algebra. Because what is it? I gotta think about it for a second. Hold up. Because it's what is it? 2 to the 8th power. What is it? 2 to the 8th power is what? 64, I think. And the Clifford algebra, it equals exactly that, 2 to the nth power. You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with it exactly. So you're dealing with two different lines of approaching the same point. So I'm looking at it. So yeah, I believe that the people of I believe that our ancestors in ancient Kemet could mathematically describe everything that we know today. However, I think it was lost over the time since the invasion, and it filtered in Africa, but it maintained in the stories, in the mythologies that of their spirituality systems, the math. Technically, to explain it technically, they couldn't do it. However, the result is still there. I don't know if I made myself clear.
I got you. I think I got you. You can tell me if my summary of your statement is accurate, fairly accurate, or completely holistically inaccurate. So what I think I just heard you say, this is my interpretation now. I think I just heard you say the ancient African systems, worldviews, maintained the mathematics through their practices of divination. But the understanding and correlation to the universe was lost in light of colonization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's how
that causes new, but I'm not trying to hog the mic, so I'll let someone else get it.
Nah, say what you was gonna say, brother.
They done hog the
Well,
mic all night, man. Go ahead, get yours in.
okay, my final question is, um, then how do you explain the resurgence of, say, quantum physics outside of an African cultural worldview in the modern world, like around the time of Einstein? How do you explain their theoretical approximations and assessments? Because that's all prior to any type of, uh, you know, atom colliders, proton collider, anything. That's before any of that. It's all theoretical.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would like to know, how do you connect their impetus, their understanding, and their worldview to this conceptual framework that was lost, especially when those Germans and scholars and whatnot, they did not have access to this African worldview.
Yeah, they came up with it on their own. Yeah, they came up with it on their own. I believe. I'm gonna say this as well. I do not believe that Newton and Lesbeth and Bernoulli came up with the mathematics that they did on their own. I believe that they probably got it from African people. I haven't been able to prove it yet. I have not been able to prove it yet. I want to look into it more. I just find it strangely coincidental that Newton, Bernoulli, and Lesbeth were doing the same. They came up with the same mathematics that was already been studied in North Africa before they came up with it. You know what I'm saying? And that was one of the things I remember. John Henry Clark said that before the slave trade, the most valuable thing, the most valuable product from Europe was books that they was buying from Africa. It was books was worth more than gold. And I was like, damn. And then there was I forgot the brother name who did the research on this. I don't think it was Ron English. It was somebody else. I can't think of his name now. He did the research on African black science and like Timbuktu and all that stuff. He wrote a book on it. And he's describing, the math that they were doing long before Newton and Leibniz. They was working on optics. They was working on, what we call calculus and stuff like that, finding area under a curve and stuff. But all of a sudden, and the funny thing, like I said, I took a course on the history of mathematics. When you read, I tell you, yo, I'm not bullshitting. Read the history of Leibniz, his history, how he grew up. He was a lawyer. He got his degree in studies in law. Then all of a sudden, he started studying math and he created calculus. Really? I was like, hold up, yo. I was like, hold up. Wait a minute.
Yeah, similar things.
That makes no sense, yo.
But I mean, it's very interesting. You're right, because around the time of Newton, you also got Pascal, and Pascal is the one that formed geometry, basically. And yet, Pascal was not formally educated. And it is interesting because at least most of the names that you're mentioning, they're all utilizing some type of theological framework as their basis for understanding physics or understanding how the stars move, understanding shapes. They're all theologians in some respect. So, I mean, it is interesting. That's all I'm going to say. It's interesting how, because I would really love to see your research on how, say, I don't even want to go this far, but like the Copenhagen school, all of the schools of modern quantum physics having, I guess, indirect ties to African spiritual systems.
Mm.
Um, I would love to see that articulation, um, but
Yeah, see,
especially out of your own worldview.
yeah, see, so there's a lot of connections and like stuff like I've never thought about. There's the other guy. I think I want to say, is it Fibonacci, or I'm trying to think.
Fibonacci, just so everyone knows, Fibonacci's the one that understood that mathematical equation of symmetry within natural organisms. So, like if you take an oak acorn and you assess it according to its symmetry, there's going to be very similar to like what's done in modern mathematics with fractals.
Mm-hmm.
It's an assessment of patterns, an assessment of pattern recognition and description. So, I mean, I get it for sure. I mean, I understand those aspects to some degree. But yeah, I would definitely love to see your developed thesis of from African traditional spiritualism to this modern conception of mathematics, even if they're completely established and grounded upon different frameworks. I would love to see that interconnection and a much fuller developed thesis,
Yeah,
argumentation.
there's a brother named Stephen Alexander who wrote the book. He wrote a book called Fear of a Black Universe. And in his book, he talks about all these quote unquote great European physicists and stuff, and he points out that all these great people like Planck and Maxwell and not Newton. What's the boy name? What's the one that everybody talks about? What's the white boy name everybody talks about in physics? Einstein.
Right.
And he talks about, he said, he points out in the books that all these people, all these Europeans, they studied Eastern philosophy. They was heavily into Eastern philosophy, and saying the concept of the I Ching, and saying they was heavily into it. They didn't talk about it in their lectures, but they study it and they researched it and stuff like that. So when you said there might be a connection between the quantum and what the traditional, that just got me thinking like, holy shit.
If I were to tell you my basic assessments of how these ideas maintained or have a resurgence, it wouldn't necessarily be limited to any African spiritualism per se, outside of a theistic conceptual framework. Because at least from my assessment, I would only be able to allow for conceptual continuity, even though there is a cultural disconnect.
Mm-hmm.
If just like minds, like if we were discussing a pencil, it's not that I actually am holding a pencil or I'm actually I'm talking about a concept. So the fact I can talk about a pencil and you can talk about a pencil and we have common ideas, would suggest the realm of ideas is beyond us, but yet permeates to us in some sense. So that's how I would begin the argument. I got means of fleshing it out, but it's not my presentation. Again, I'm grateful for your presentation. I appreciate the clarity. Some interesting ideas there. I like the Eastern philosophy trope of some of the people too. I mean, but especially with Einstein, he was a Jew. The Eastern philosophy he was primarily invested in growing up was Judaism. So I can understand some of these conceptual frameworks and understandings in light of those type of motifs, tropes, and influences of these authors. And for the sake of discussion, I'm gonna land my plane there, and someone else can get the floor.
Word. Thank you. Let me say this before somebody else come up. I I think because let me say I'll say this at the end of like the class that we had when I had to take that class on mathematics history. At the end of the class, when the professor asked us, what do we think about the class? You know what I'm saying? Everybody talked up his said what they thought, and it was funny because the professor was Greek, and he was pretty cool. He's like, yo, your name Hercules? I said, yes, sir. He's like, yo, I'm from Greece. So we kind of connected on that. He was cool, yo. He's a cool guy, cool white boy, right? I said this at the end of the class. I told him, I said, look, I'm gonna just say this and I'm leaving. Either white people have gotten dumber throughout the centuries, or y'all have been lying. I'm done. They was like, yo, what are you talking about? I was like, I'm done. I'm out. Because here's the thing. If you look up the latest mathematical research, look the latest math papers, you will always see 3 or 4 different authors on the paper. But back then, with Newton and Leibniz and Bernoulli and Planck and all this guy, they all did their work themselves. So it's like, wait, either y'all became dumber throughout the centuries where y'all can no longer do the work yourselves. The math didn't come harder. Y'all just became stupider. Or you guys been lying. They've been lying of how they created the math, how they develop it. And they just said that they did it on their own. So that's why I said that the math, that's why I'm curious, like, to the math that's founded in Northern Africa, in Timbuktu and stuff. It's like, well, they was already doing math on optics, and the speed of light and stuff like that, the area under the curve. But all of a sudden in Europe, you guys come up with it. Come on now, that makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like today, I want to get my PhD in math, but truthfully, I would come up with a simple title to do my research on. I wouldn't come up with no true title of how I feel and what I'm truly thinking about, because I feel like that's how white people cheat. Because you cannot solve a problem, you can't find this solution to your problem. However, somebody in India come up with, an equation or something like that fits your solution, and now you can solve the solution to your problem because of their research. So now you can create, this product, this virus or whatever, that you could come up with. And that's how they cheat. So that's why, so I could understand, like in the ancient times, people were you had to be initiated to study the works. You just couldn't, not anybody could be let in. You had to be initiated. You know what I'm saying? So today is like, everybody publish works, everybody publish a paper, and I can't solve the issue. I can't find the solution to my problem, but your work solved my work. So now, oh shit, I got the solution. Now I could do, now I can solve my work. So I feel like, this publication of dissertations and your thesis and stuff is a cop out, for people who can't find solutions. I mean, we may think like, the world will be stuck, if we don't share knowledge and stuff like that. Where you only share knowledge with people that who have the correct well-being. How about that? If we go back to you share knowledge to only people who's going to do right. How about we go back to that? I'm saying the Western culture, they can't survive off that. They can't survive off that framework. So they have to make it like, let's make it universal. Everybody, we all, this is for the benefit of the planet. We've been but for some reason, only y'all benefiting. That's just my thoughts.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I thought you broke it down. Broke some things down and stuff. I gotta review it. Once you review everything, and you come to, but some of the stuff you are mentioning is definitely plausible. Certain things are a fact, such as them building the Merkut's, the pyramids on a circular uh, diameter, all that stuff. That's been studied. That's been proven in ancient Egyptian, the dawn of what is it? The dawn of civilization. They did it in
Mhm.
that book, so they proved that yep, this is like this. This has been measured like that. So there's no question concerning how they built it. The
Mhm.
question be just matching it to the quantum, because quantum gets a little bit, that's a little. They didn't really have the show that they had the instruments to do such a thing on a
Mhm.
quantum level, but we see what they did matches up perfectly. Even like the pyramids matching the where they line up at 10,000 years time wise. We know about their the great year, the 1,461 years,
Right, right.
because we didn't have four. We knew that from the time they originally started the year, which was around July 20th on an ancient calendar, uh, when it would come back around every 4 years, they would have to add a year. They would have to add time, all that stuff. So even when they were just doing 360 days as a year, as opposed to to a 365, which became the epigeminal days and the Sar, Set, Nebuchadnezzar, and Set, and Elder Haru's birthdays. So all those things are important. The Nimel, which I think you mentioned earlier, like I said, based off of Sirius rising, helical rising in the eastern sky
Mhm.
in July, so that they could do a count and get the number 18 for when it circumvents around, to even naming the Nimel and all that stuff, which I can do as well. But one of our brothers had a question. Do you mind if I sidetrack for 2 seconds?
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. A1, I'm gonna do what you always love. I'm gonna share my screen real fast if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. You know what we came to see?
Yeah,
Sources, baby.
they chatter and chitter from the sidelines.
Right, right. And let me say real quick, the guy, the evolutionist, when he finished this, I'll answer your question.
Absolutely, and I don't want to sidetrack it. These are the letter of Aristeas, and the only thing I may be wrong about, I think the priest is Eliza, and I didn't look to see, but it says, "I have now, my dear brother Philocrates, giving you all the essential information upon this subject in brief form. I shall describe the work of translation in the sequel. The high priest selected men of the finest, blah, 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 blah." And you can see that they went into who, how, and what. Um, Philo, like I was telling them before. And if there's any doubt concerning like the logos, I just bring you right over to RT Crundle, RT can't even remember his last name, whatever. Uh, when they start talking about the logos and where you can find it at, from the pyramid text to the coffin text, because it's all in there. It's all in there. It mentions it in this book about 6 times. It talks about the serpent, because a lot of y'all aren't familiar with your African text. You just know your Bible and your Abrahamic text. You know that Quran, you know that Bible. Some of you even know that, but you don't know that book of coming forth by day. And I always get on y'all about that because y'all don't really study it like that. Y'all don't know that Ifa, right? So for those of us who know it and we show it, it is what it is. And that's enough of me sidetracking the conversation. We just had to show and prove. Modicus.
Hey, appreciate that source, brother.
Right.
Cool. Good stuff.
So, hey,
Appreciate that source, brother.
I got a
um,
comment when you get a chance. I got a comment.
hey, yeah, brother Sadiq, go ahead, brother. Yo, go ahead, drop some knowledge on us, man.
You know, for sure, man. For sure, man. I would like to say thanks, man, for the presentation, brother. It's a pleasure to be among the family too, as well. Firstly, A1, what they do, brother?
How you feeling, brother?
Oh man, I'm feeling pretty good, man. I'm eating some damn peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Classic PB and J, man. You can't go wrong with them, man. Shout out Omar Muhammad to the panel. How you feeling, brother?
Facts, right, man. Well, I mean, I just run through a brief idea I found out not too long ago. But check it out. Um, the Great Pyramid of Giza doesn't have four sides, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it has double that. It's eight sides, and so it's unique in that regard. This is called a concave octagon. People don't talk about this, and so it appears to be four sided, but it has double. It actually each side has two, right? And there's a subtle, and it's a somewhat of a subtle, but it's intentional, but yet precise indentation, guys, along from the peak coming on down to the base, right? And this was some speculate, structural design, maybe for stability or and/or aesthetic reasons and things like that. To enhance the connectivity to the astronomical counterparts and so forth, along with solar alignments and all of that. But the Great Pyramid of Giza is unique in this regard. Very interesting. From all the four-sided pyramids, very interesting. I was blew away when I found that out. And so it's and so note there's a central line. Notice that the hollowing, if you will, was noted by the 18th century. In the late 18th century, by some of the explorers, particular, I think it was one white guy. I can't remember his last name. I think it was last first name. I can't remember his first name. His last name, I think, was Petrie or so, around in the 1800s. And
Mm-hmm.
so you can really see this from the air if you're above it. You get a chance, guys, just Google it, whatever. But you can look at it from the top, and it's very unique. When you see it, you're gonna be like, "What the hell?" Now, and moreover, I mean, it's been some speculation in terms of like the sophistication of how the geometry was applied to create what's called the concave here, check it out, concave octagonal pyramid up in this bofo.
Mm-hmm.
Octagon pyramid in this month. We were talking about the top half. I'm gonna go into something about the recent discoveries on the Great Pyramid having an understructure later. But notice, the indentation could have been allowed for, again, better structural stability, and to also make it help ease the context of casting and so forth, and things like that, which I find astonishingly accurate from what I've understand and read it from my brother here, is displayed to us very expertly in terms of indicating and highlighting the numerical precision of the pi and so forth, the golden ratio and things like that within the dimensions, keeping it very tight, and which is man beyond. They're still trying to figure this stuff out, and so and there was a recent uh, uh, someone, I guess you could say, controversial discovery in 2025. If you guys remember last year or so, there was a revealing, at least, of some kind of understructure of the Great
Mm-hmm.
Pyramid of Giza. And just for those who are not familiar with that news discovery, as it was conveyed to the media, it's around about 2,000 feet below the Giza pyramids, and not just the Great Pyramid, but also the pyramid, the Giza related Giza pyramids on the Giza plateau. And so they used, I think there's some satellite, different types of synthetic aperture radar or SAR tomography, and some other types of investigative technology to see and check out these chambers. There's a complex network of chambers there, containing spiral corridors and stuff. Very interesting, right? And so I want to get my brother's spin on definitely on what his research has allowed him to how he approached that, and so on and so forth. If you can, brother, I appreciate it. And and uh, and to describe or that underground, and it's considered a massive underground system. And so some reports is we're dealing with a 6,500 foot long complex beneath the Giza Plateau, containing vertical pillars, shafts, cylindrical structures. I'm going to rehash all of the details. It's pretty comprehensive, but there's hidden chambers, rooms, and so forth. And so, the findings primarily suggest that some of these features exist beneath the pyramid of Khafre and actually extend under the broader Giza area. That's pretty interesting. I just wanted to put that out there, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Sadiq, man. It's good. I always like hearing from you.
Likewise. Thank you, brother.
The underground structures for the Great Pyramid, I'm not going to get, I ain't going to trip off of that because they say that, the techniques that they use to analyze those structures is insufficient and it doesn't equate. So I think I'll wait. I would just wait till like next year because it's going to take time. They're going to stretch this out. Even if it is true, they're going to try to stretch it out as long as they can. So I think we just wait until another analysis is done. You know what I'm saying, of it to show that it is true, to show that it is false.
Right.
I think there was a book. Like I said, man, my dad, my dad, used to make us read, used to make us study this stuff when I was 13. And so when I was like 19 years old, he gave me a book. It was called like The Secret Waters of the Pyramid. In the book, the guy said that the pyramid goes under as well.
Right.
But it's gonna be wild. You know what I'm saying? when they prove this stuff. So so real quick, I'm gonna share my screen. A1, I'm gonna share my screen because when you brought up the size of the pyramids, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I was talking about how I'll be working on problems and stuff, and one night I just came up, I was just like, damn, is this real? Is this real? You know what I'm saying? And so one of the things I came up with was like, I realized that the pyramids that they built, it's a mathematical model of the spiritual realm.
Facts.
That's what it is.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? You ask somebody, how do you represent the spiritual world? How can I represent the spiritual world? And so they built physically a mathematical model of the spiritual world to show us.
You sharing your screen?
Yeah, can you see it?
Oh, my bad. Here we go. I got you.
You got it?
Hey, A1, can I go next after this, please?
Yeah. Was anybody before him? Nope.
No, OT been waiting for a minute.
OTK and then Omar.
So the Great Pyramids and stuff of Giza, all the pyramids, they are a physical, mathematical model of the spiritual world. Okay, and so this is my own personal discovery. So I'm saying this myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming up with this myself. And as I talked about earlier, you know what I'm saying, the complex numbers, how they map they do not map in our dimension, they map to the fourth dimension and higher. Okay. This is something I did when I was on Sonetta. And I was showing you, I was trying to show, I don't know if you guys can see that, but I was working out this problem that I was working in a book. And it said you gotta find, hello? Somebody mute out. They were saying, you know what I'm saying, this problem in the book said you gotta find the singularities of f of z equals 1 plus z to the fourth. And so once I was working it out, I realized and I looked at it, I say, wait a minute. You're looking at, when I'm saying you're looking at on screen, you're looking at an above view of the Great Pyramid. Like Sadiq said, the pyramid has 8 sides. And each one of the sides, the angles in between the sides, they're all equal. So in order for this equation to be true, the angles in the sides has to be equal. So what I was showing was that this is a physical representation of z equals the square root of -1 to the 4th power mathematically. Okay. And there's no other explanation. Like I said, I showed this to like my other friends who are mathematicians, my other colleagues. They got, you know what I'm saying? I just got my bachelor's degree in mathematics. They got their masters and PhDs in mathematics. When I asked them to look over this, they all said, damn, Herc, you right. It's like, yo, you right. This all equals, it all adds up. And so so they built a physical model of the physical world, of the spiritual realm. So you're looking at a geographical representation of z equals the 4th root of -1 from above. And you see the angles, you know what I'm saying? And the crazy thing about this, like he said, you can only see this from an above view. But not only that you can only see it from an above view, you can only see it as sunrise or sunset. That's it. You can't see this joint during the day. You know how smart you gotta be to do something like that.
Yeah, there was some speculation that it lines up and does some things during the equinoxes as well.
Yeah, you cannot see this during the daytime. You can only see it as sunrise and sunset. Okay, so you see the above view on the left and the right. You see on the right that you can't see no creases. On the left, you see the shadow. You can see a slight crease in it. If you look at the screen, you can see a slight crease. But on the right, you cannot see no creases in it at all. This was crazy. This blew me. It's like, damn, why did they do that? Damn, what was they trying to say? Bam. Here it is. So they're represented. What did they say? Ra, you know what I'm saying? He comes out of the spiritual world at sunrise. You know what I'm saying? Then he goes back into the spiritual realm at sunset.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So they're showing us.
Right.
They're showing us a physical representation of how you enter the physical world and then go back into the spiritual world. So like I said, this was something that this is my own, like I looked at this on my own and I came up with this representation on my own because, you know what I'm saying, I was like, you know what I'm saying, reading the works, you know what I'm saying, and the philosophy about people and what they say about, you know what I'm saying, how it happens. You know what I'm saying? So this is my own interpretation of the Great Pyramid and why it has 8 sides. It has 8 sides because it represents a physical model of the spiritual world. All right, so that's my own representation of it. You know what I'm saying? So,
I got, man, that's a great representation, brother. You know, so speaking of that, now would you agree that possibly the seen aspect of the pyramids represents the physical, and there's a hidden component of the pyramid that probably corresponds to the spiritual, unseen world?
Yeah, that is it. They showing us that the hidden component. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Why you can't see it during the daytime. You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about maybe underneath the ground. I'm thinking that, you know, that's down in the you know.
Oh, okay. But you know. I think that, you know, they're showing us during the daytime it's unseen. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And you can only see it at a certain point, that point.
Right. Okay.
So that's why I said, you know what I'm saying, I said that. But you know, the underneath part where they found the coils, you know what I'm saying? I don't know about that yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm still like I said, I would still wait and see what's going to come about, because I mean, unless we get a team, you know what I'm saying, we come up with some money for Black people, and you know, we get our own team over there. Yeah. You know, we just gotta wait and see what they're gonna do and what they're gonna come up with.
Sure, facts, bro. That's all I got, man. Great, thanks, bro. Thanks for the feedback.
Great, Bill. Hey man, shout out to A1 man and the debate Coliseum, man. Great bill, King Hercules. Um, Facts. And I want to apologize to you again earlier for interjecting. I wasn't trying to interject or go against it. I was just saying, like, yo, I was trying to stand on what my brother do. He did prove something. Well, he proved his theory. Just like
Mhm.
how you doing right now, proving your theory. That's what Ali did too. So at least he has a working model behind his theory, just like you got a working model behind your theory. So um something you said just now, you said that when you showed that last diagram that you showed at the end, coming out of the dark into the light per se, or coming out of the
Mhm. Mhm.
and you know, I don't want to misconstrue your words.
You know,
So
coming
is
out of the
that more
spiritual
like,
world.
yeah, and spiritual world, and then so is that more like when a person is awake during the daytime and living, and then they sleeping at night, and then the spiritual world is like when they sleeping? Is that like another way to say that, bro? I'm just
That's yeah.
asking because
You could say
the
that.
way
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
explained that just now, and I said, damn, that's like when I'm awake. I'm engaged with reality, but boy, when I'm sleeping, I be thinking, oh, I be dreaming all kind of things, you know.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. You could say that because
Fact.
and from what I from the African traditional system, you know, what I'm saying when you're sleeping, you do enter the spiritual realm. You can enter that realm. And I for myself, I can say that because when my dad had passed, um, for a long time, for about a good month or two after he passed, I used to always feel bad because I wasn't there with him. What I'm saying, he moved over to Ghana. You know, what I'm saying, he retired. You know, what I'm saying, moved to Ghana, and I went over there, and so I was hanging out with him, for a good year, and then I came back to America. When I came back, like a year later, he passed, and I felt bad because I wasn't there. I was like, shit, I should have been there, man. I felt bad. And shit, it hit me up inside. And then, one night, I had a dream, and it was, and we was in our old house, and I was coming down the steps, and into the because we come down. I come from upstairs, come down the steps. You enter the kitchen, and my dad's room was right, in front of the kitchen. Coming down the steps in the kitchen, I walked, to my dad's room and see my dad, and I was like, "Yo, what's up, man?" And my dad was like, "Yo, hey, Hurt." He said, "I'm good, man. I'm good. Everything is good. I'm
Wow.
feeling good." And I was like, "All right." And then I woke up, and it hit me. I was like, damn, because they told me, because when I was over there, people would tell me, in the spiritual system, that when you dream and you're into the spiritual realm, you could connect with your ancestor in the spiritual world, and so you have that connection. And so that moment, he was telling me, he was transmitting to me, letting me know that everything is okay. Like, Hurt, I'm okay, I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? Everything is good. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, I was so upset and so hurt that I didn't go back to Africa. I didn't go back over there to Ghana, to help with his burial and stuff, all that. But he was letting me know, like, yo, Hurt, everything is good, man. I'm fine, man. Everything's, and at that moment, I was like, all right, cool. And when I woke up, I was like, I hit myself. I was like, all right, my dad is all right. He's good. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So when you dream, you know what I'm saying, you can enter the spiritual realm. You can enter that realm. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends. It just depends on, what I'm saying. Well, yeah, that's what they say. When you dream and
It depends on
you're
how in tune you
in
are.
tune. Yeah,
And,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Hey, listen, bro, and I'm American Indian, bro. You know what I mean? So that lets you know I got respect for you because I understand where you came from in your walks of life. And it's a great story, bro. And it helped you become the man you is today, bro. And I respect that, man. You know what I mean? Salute to you. And salute to anybody else that use
Right.
religion or whatever else to help them become a better man.
Salute, bro. Salute,
In
fam.
America, and
Thanks, bro.
if you know what I'm saying, once you delve deep into the Native American culture, it's the same thing. You know, you see
Not
the same
Native
similar
American, not Native
American.
American.
Wait, hold on. Wait, okay, I
American
understand, but
Indian.
the thing is
Yeah.
that my whole thing, American Indian, Native American. But my thing is,
Yeah, but
once you
hold
deal
on.
into
You don't want me to call you. You don't want me to
I don't want
misclassify
to. No,
you.
I
So
don't.
we done been
I'm a nigga.
misclassified too long, bro.
I'm a nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? The police gonna pull you up.
Absolutely.
When the police pull you up, are they gonna say, "Hold up, are you American Indian?" They're not gonna say that shit, you know. But I don't.
It
Well,
all
hold up.
depends where you get pulled over at, bro.
Okay. All
Now
right. So
today, it all depends where you get pulled over at, because once they run your name and stuff, if you do the right things, like I showed over here on the show, the SF 181 form, like if you was filling out the SF 181 form, you would check black because you you got a descendant from Africa. You understand what I'm saying? You like second gen. So I respect that. So you know who you is. And what I respect more is that you're not a tether, bro. It's not like you came across here and saying, nah, yeah, and
Right.
you hide your shit. No, you told us who you is, and you saying, yo, we got it out the mud too, dog. But this is who he is. And I respect y'all just like, and I want y'all to respect me. So that's why I respect you, bro. I've been listening to you for a minute. I was like, boy, I'm about to see if King Hercules is a tether. You know?
But no, what I just wanted to
But
say is
nah,
that it's
bro,
just,
I respect you. You earn my respect, bro. I
what
swear
I
you
want.
did.
But it's just what I was just pointing out is that if you look at the traditional African culture and the traditional Native culture here in America, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna see the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? They talk about the same stuff. So you see a lot of similarities with the culture and the
The
relationship.
differ. I beg to differ. When you say they talk about the same stuff, now we all got to know everybody worldwide had a spirituality system.
Yeah.
Spirituality is just within people. So now if we talking spirituality, then yeah, we can say we got some relations because you see we got a spirituality system. But over here, you will see our spirituality dealt with more like y'all original Africans who dealt with nature. See, the
Yeah.
original
That's what I'm saying. That's
Africans
what I'm
dealt
saying.
with
Yeah.
nature. Them
Yeah.
deities, that the deities was just like a myth story just to say, look, this is where man come from. But they knew who the deities was. But then you had these other cultures coming in and start solidifying deities like
Facts.
that's the all. You understand what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
that wasn't
Yeah.
over here, bro.
Yeah.
That wasn't over here. Like you got great spirits, you got people coming from the ocean, all that. You got people coming out the ground, they some of the
Definitely.
first peoples. So yeah, you definitely got different what they would call it what they would call it different biological stories as far as like where they beginning came from.
Right.
You definitely had that, and you will see some correlation. That's what John Adair or James Adair, that's where he got that correlation. He was one of the first that say, oh, these are the lost tribes of Israel over here in America, because they practicing circumcision and the way they praise and the way they do their spirituality system. It reminds me of the Israelites. And so that's where that whole story come from. And then after that, that's where your 12 tribes come from.
Right. So yeah, right. I agree. I said I just want to say that I was going to reply to the guy. There's a guy in the chat named The Evolutionist. And so he asked me where does the how he basically asks how I'm connecting the quantum level with the pyramids. He said, wait, hold up, Mr. What is the quantum level? What that got to do with the pyramids? So he's asking me, you're basically how am I connecting the quantum level to the period? So, all right. So this is what. So the beginning, for you guys who missed it, how I'm connecting the quantum level with the pyramids. So this quantum ideology, and Asar and Kep, the brother, you still here? Hope he's still here. He could help me with this. So I'm not looking. So since our ancestors did not separate. They did not separate their science and their spirituality. Their understanding of this quantum, what we call the quantum level, I'm saying they call it, I would say they would call it atum. Tum. They would call it tum, because the word atum, the root of the word tum, tm, represents, meaning that it means the potentiality of everything and nothing at the same time. That is the quantum level. So I say raket tum, meaning the correct method, the knowing the truth of this quantum level. So how did they get to this level? So what I'm saying is that they got to this level because they were connected with the ritual, with the rhythm, with the dance. They was going into trance. They was pouring libation. You know what I'm saying? They was playing the drums, the rhythm and stuff. So we don't look at it like that. We grew up in the West. We grew up in Western culture to be a scientist. In Western culture, to be a scientist, you got to separate yourself. You got to observe what's going on. You got to observe the particle. You got to look for that, you know what I'm saying? You got to run the acceleration, you know what I'm saying? The CERN experiments, the CERN, the particles colliding. You got to observe that. You got to observe the hydrogen atoms colliding. And so what I'm saying, this is me, Hercules. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Black people, they didn't do that. Their scientists, you could not be separated, be an observer. You had to be a participant. By you being a participant, you didn't ask, what is this? What is the atom? What is this hydrogen atom? You took on the persona of the hydrogen atom in the ritual. This is why you see them wearing masks. This is why you see them doing dances to certain rhythms, moving certain ways, because they resonated with the frequency that exists on this planet and exists in the universe. Now, this is not something that I'm making up, because you could Google it.
Is that nature? Is that nature per se, bro? Is that just nature?
Yes. You can Google it.
Okay. All right.
You can Google what is the frequency of the earth? Right. The earth has its own frequency. And so knowing the frequency of the earth, vibrating with this frequency of the earth, knowing the rhythm is how you connect with knowing the atoms. You trying to understand this hydrogen atom. You're not a participant. You're not an observant from a distance. You're a participant. In African spirituality, you have to be a participant. And so that's what I'm saying. That's how they understood the quantum level, because they participated in the rituals. They participated in the dance. They put on the mask. They poured libation. They sang the chants and the rhythms, and they got connected to the frequency of the universe. They got connected with that energy. They got connected. Wait, hold on.
Bro.
No, this is okay. I'm gonna answer that.
Yeah,
this was among the priests, the Babalaos, the senior priests. So you have to. So the thing is that we cannot look at this as a European perspective where everybody knows something. No, you have to be initiated. I got to give you permission to enter, to learn this. I got to give you permission. I give you an example. You know what I'm saying? I got my 5th degree. I'm a 5th degree black belt in Korean Taekwondo. That's my certificate right there. You know what I'm saying? My teacher taught me
Yeah,
certain things.
I'm third degree in American Taekwondo.
You know what I'm saying? My
Shout
teacher
out to
taught me certain.
self-defense.
My teacher certain me certain shit. You know what I'm saying? We was old school. He was like, "Yo, you cannot teach people certain this stuff. What I'm about to show you, you don't teach everybody. You have to select the people that you're going to pass this information to." So as me studying, looking into the philosophies of African spiritual systems, the metaphysics and stuff like that, and understanding it that not everybody you had to be initiated. I immediately understood it because information and this knowledge has to be passed on to people that you can trust with this information. So to get to the quantum level, I'm saying that they use ritual to understand the quantum level. That's how you understood it. And it was and how do you show it? And I showed it. I don't know if you saw the presentation, but I showed it with the Assyrian temple. If you look at the Assyrian temple, it was underground. 4 stories with 5 stories underground, and it was isolated. So they basically created a Faraday cage. It has 100-ton stones, red granite stones that possess what? Paleozoic crystals that are electronic. They are electricity. So what happens when you apply pressure to Paleozoic? Look it up. Google it. This pressure creates electricity. They have the water that's conductive. The water is conductive, so you're creating a ritual. This is not for everybody. This is for the priests. This is for the professors only, the high-level grandmasters that know this. So they going underground and they connecting. They doing this rhythmic dance. They're connecting to the universe. They're connecting to that electromagnetic field that's out in the universe, the source of the one. And that's why they were able to understand a quantum level. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
My question,
I
brother.
respect that. Hey, I'm glad you said that, boy. That's what I'm saying. I gotta respect that. That's his thoughts. I respect that. Damn, you summed that up good. Okay. Yeah, somebody.
Can I shoot my question, brother? Yo, it's Omar.
Yeah,
It's Omar.
What's up, Omar? Go ahead, Omar.
Omar Muhammad, what's going
Hey,
on,
what up,
man?
Omar?
Peace and love to you, good
Shalom,
brother.
bro.
How you, bro?
I'm doing good, brother. I appreciate it. Shalom A1. Shalom to to the Titan. Shalom to the panel chat, everything.
Shalom, bro.
I do got a little pushback. Yeah.
You know it wouldn't be right.
Time out of one time.
Come on.
I like that.
Let's get it in, baby.
Time out of one kind.
Drop a vibe for Omar, man.
Right, salute.
Yeah,
Like him
I
and
appreciate it. Oh yeah. And by the way, I had a beautiful Passover yesterday. Oh man.
Let's go.
Woo. Yeah.
Peace to
Yeah,
you,
my stomach's still fat. Okay, so let's go in. I do got pushback. So I'm looking out. So just to be clear, I wasn't here doing a whole dialogue or whatever. I've been listening in for maybe about 20, 25 minutes. So I'm looking at this thing, the Kemetic quantum physics. So because I'm on my phone, like it is small, I can barely see. Which one of the brothers believes in this Kemetic quantum physics or is like defending this point?
It's me. This Hercules. This is my presentation.
Okay. Okay. That way I make sure I speak to you, brother Hercules. I do got a little pushback. The area that I'm coming from with my pushback, because if we gonna deal, not it's the Kemetic part. It's just the fact that quantum physics and dealing with the Kemetic priesthood. And I heard you mention some other things about like shaman or like it being handed down to the elders. So here's the thing here. we got to be direct when we're talking about quantum physics, because when we're dealing with the quantum physics, we're dealing on a fundamental level. And the thing is, when we're dealing with that fundamental, I see you in a second, baby. All right. So when we're dealing with that fundamental level, you know, that's something physical, let alone specifically dealing with something that's atomic and something that's subatomic. So two things, instead of just saying this is what I believe, and this is going to be hard to prove, you would have to show a source. One, I don't even think they didn't even have a knowledge of something that's atomic, something that's subatomic. I heard you mention something that was buried under some tombs, something about under the ground and some type of mineral stone. But the thing is, when we dealing with things that's on the atomic and the subatomic level, first of all, to even have an understanding or to even recognize it or to view it, you would have to have certain tools / technology to even get to comprehend, to break something down that's atomic and subatomic. So because we know that these people, they didn't have the technology, they didn't have the tools to even do that. Number two. Now, I guarantee if we go to experts, dealing with the experts, somebody out of MIT, or we can even go to some people dealing with CERN. No, not one specialist out of MIT or CERN will validate anything that you're saying, brother. So I think it's more of a thing that you're saying, like, okay, this is what I believe, but because we dealing with we dealing with quantum physics, things that are dealing on atomic, subatomic scales. You would have to have specific tools / technology to even be able to validate it. So and I am trying to be respectful.
And
I think I have, like, I haven't used profanity in that like that. So I think, bro, that's a far stretch to prove, brother. And there is no source.
That cash app today, Omar.
Y'all leave Omar alone, man.
Hold on. Hey,
I hit it earlier. I looked out for my brother.
A1.
Before I came on, I hit it up.
Nah, he got to go in the mirror and say that to himself.
A1.
You hear me? Now he got to go in the mirror and say that to himself.
All right.
Go ahead.
A1 can validate for your bruv. I always show love with the Cash App too. And I ain't no $1.99 nigga. I ain't no $5 nigga. I shoot my guy to 20 shot, 10 shot. I was all up in there yesterday.
Facts.
Yeah. Hold on.
Omar, do you know the word anonymity, Omar? Omar, real quick. Do you know the word, or have you ever heard of the word anonymity?
Anonymity would
No.
I gotta be. I gotta be. No,
I don't want you to guess.
I'll be honest. No.
I don't want you to guess.
No.
But all right. So listen, I'm gonna ask you, brother.
But if you say anonymity, something that's animate,
Hold up.
with the TI.
No, it's not that. It's not that, bro. Listen, I want you to look that word up.
Go ahead.
And once you look,
No. Tell me what it means.
You're gonna be like, damn, boy, OTK
brother,
put me on some shit, and I want you to practice.
You break it down. No. Tell me why I gotta look it up, brother. Break it down. Break it down.
Do something for somebody, but you don't look for no credit. You don't have to broadcast it to everybody. You let that person who you did it for broadcast.
You brought it up.
You don't broadcast.
He ain't bring it up. You brought it up.
Hey, leave me alone, everyone. Hey, let me fuck with Omar.
Hey, go ahead, man. Go ahead, Omar.
Listen, brother. I would have never brought it up. I would have never brought it up. You specifically asked me. You said, Brother Omar, did you hit that cash shot? So of course I had to respond, nigga. Come on, man.
You put him on the
damn,
spot.
Joe.
Hey, you
Damn,
put Omar on the spot, man. Hey.
All right,
tell you
yo,
what you
all
do,
right, yo.
You gotta get out of here.
Let's
You
get
gotta
back
work
to
in the
it.
morning.
But no,
Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it.
I call it I call it more like somebody looking for gratification. You get what I'm saying? Like somebody looking for gratification. I'm not a brother that look for gratification. The only reason why I bought that up is because you asked, brother. But I don't look for gratification. You know, I like to do things. You know, I don't pat myself on the shoulder, and I don't like to brag
No,
about
I
it.
was
You know what I'm
just
saying?
tripping with you, Omar. You
But I
was
do show
telling the
love straight
fucking
up.
truth yesterday when
All
you
right,
told them
yo.
niggas, "Hey, look, man,
Hold up.
support
Okay,
this brother.
OTK,
This brother don't believe nothing what
OTK,
we
pump them
believe." So
brakes.
yeah.
OTK, pump them brakes. Yo, so
I want the brother to address what I said, though.
Yeah, definitely. Omar, definitely. What's up, brother? How you feeling, man? I've seen you around on different
I'm doing
platforms.
good, brother. Thanks for asking, brother. I'm doing good.
I appreciate
I'm doing
you.
good.
Know what I'm saying?
I hope you're
appreciate
doing
your
good
question.
too, brother. I hope you're doing good too, brother.
I'm maintaining. I appreciate your question. You know what I'm saying? I think that definitely was an intellectual question. I've seen you around different platforms. I like how you address people. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate your stuff. So let me go to address it. So to address your question, I'm gonna do this. Yo, A1, I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna do this joint. We're gonna share my screen. Address your question. And
Hold on, let me go downstairs to my TV because let me go downstairs to my TV so I can get this big screen so I can see, because I was up there watching this damn basketball game. Houston served Golden State up, boy. That boy KD did his thing. All right, I'm going downstairs. Let me put it on my big TV so I can be on my phone and my TV so I can see.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm putting it on my TV downstairs now. Yeah, man.
All right, here we go.
Hold on, give me about 10 seconds, brother. Hold on.
10 seconds.
I'm going to my
All right.
I'm going to my YouTube on my TV right now.
15 seconds. 14 seconds.
All right, I'm goody.
Seconds.
I'm goody. Go ahead, shoot, brother. I'm good.
All right, here we go.
Fast. But the fact that the fine structure constant has such a convenient value isn't the weirdest thing about it. The weirdest thing is that it's dimensionless. Imagine that you were able to send a very short message to an alien civilization, just a handful of bits, enough to encode one number. What number would you choose to send to ensure that they knew that the message came from an intelligent species? You could try sending the various constants of nature to demonstrate that you knew advanced physics. The problem is, most of these constants require you to choose units of measurement. Transmit, say, the value for the speed of light, 2.99792,458 meters per second, and you have to explain what a meter and a second are. Try the gravitational or the Planck's constant, and you also have to define the kilogram. There's no way for the alien civilization to recognize these numbers without knowing our units for distance, time, mass, or electric charge, etc. But the fine structure constant is unitless. It's equal to 1/137-ish for everyone in the universe. Even if you just transmit the number 137, those aliens are going to realize that something is up. And that's handy for our interstellar communication, but it also tells us that something is seriously up with the fine structure constant. Being unitless on its own isn't something special. We can come up with all sorts of unitless values. Just take the ratio between two things that have the same units, like the ratio of the masses of the electron and the proton, or say the coefficient of friction of an inclined plane. But constants require you to choose units of measurement. Transmit, say, the value for the speed of light, 2.99792,458 meters per second, and you have to explain what a meter and a second are. Try the gravitational or the Planck's constant, and you also have to define the kilogram. There's no way for the alien civilization to recognize these numbers without knowing our units for distance, time, mass, or electric charge, etc. But the fine structure constant is unitless. It's equal to 1/137-ish for everyone in the universe. Even if you just transmit the number 137, those aliens are going to realize that something is up. And that's handy for our interstellar communication, but it also tells us that something is seriously up with the fine structure constant. Being unitless on its own isn't something special. We can come up with all sorts of unitless values. Just take the ratio between two things that have the same units, like the ratio of the masses of the electron and the proton, or say the coefficient of friction of an inclined plane. But these things don't pop up in all the unexpected places like the fine structure constant does. So what do we make of this number that is both unitless and ubiquitous? Fast. But the fact that...
All right, so my point for showing that video is that the fine structure constant is a unitless constant. It has no units, but it's in it. If you want to communicate, what he was saying, if you want to communicate to an alien civilization, how do you communicate with them to let them know that, hey, we are mathematically, we're scientifically advanced as well. And he was saying that, you will use a fine structure constant.
So Hercules,
Because
I paid.
Wait, hold up.
Go ahead, brother.
Stop. So the thing is this: the fine structure constant we find in Giza is implemented. Not only is it implemented in the Great Pyramid, it's also implemented in the Kemetic Pyramid, the Sphinx, the hallway of Kemetic Pyramid. In the King's Chamber, you also find the fine structure constant. Now, in order for you to mathematically calculate this constant, you have to understand quantum elements. You have to understand to get to that quantum level. So they found this not only in the Great Pyramid, they found it like I said, they found it in the Sphinx. It is found in different aspects. So that's how we know that they had an understanding of the quantum level. Even though, I think it's funny how it's okay, it's perfectly fine to use mathematics to communicate with a alien species that's not from our planet, but we can't use mathematics to communicate advanced ideas and knowledge from the people that's on the planet. That, for me, that makes no sense. So to answer the brother's questions, the reason that because let me say this. Let me bring it back to the beginning for me. Because
No. Land, go ahead. I'm understanding where you come from. Just land, brother. Go ahead.
I'm landed. To bring it back to the beginning for me is that I read a paper where this Russian mathematician, he connected the stone pyramids, not the stone pyramid, the stone structures in England, was the Stonehenge. He connected Stonehenge to Egypt, and he was saying I'll get stop. I'll get the name for you. The guy was saying that the Stonehenge was built by people who came from Egypt, and Stonehenge is a model of the hydrogen atom. So when I read that paper, I was like, wait a minute, what? The Stonehenge is a hydrogen atom, a representation of the hydrogen atom. So first of all, I said, wait a minute, I want to ignore whether they came from Egypt or not. Ignore that part. I want to know, is this model accurate? And so the mathematics lined up. The model is accurate from what he said. The model is accurate for Stonehenge is actually a model of the hydrogen atom. He said the people from Egypt came and they did that. So that set me on the path of looking and try to understand, like, damn, hold up. Did our ancestors have an advanced understanding of mathematics and science back then? And so I found other papers that's written by people that said, they knew the Planck's constant. No, the Planck's constant is the measurement of the electrodynamic between light and the weight. I forgot. What is it? The Planck's constant. They knew the Planck's constant. I forgot actually the name of it. I think I'll look it up. But they said, I found papers that said they knew actually the Planck's constant is encoded into the pyramid. And I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, wait a minute. Hold up. They knew the Planck's constant. And so then I found another paper.
You've made a number of errors.
No. Wait.
And I'm gonna break those down. Go ahead and finish.
Okay,
Go ahead and finish, brother.
Okay, but then I found other papers that were saying they knew the Planck, the fine structure constant. Now, in order for you to know this fine structure constant, you have to know the Planck's constant. You have to understand mathematics at that quantum level. You know what I'm saying? It's just the fine structure constant is a prime number. You just don't come up with it out of the blue. It's not going to come up out of the blue. In order for you to build a structure that equals the fine structure constant, that means you had a knowledge of it. So from my perspective, I'm saying that they had a knowledge of it and they put it in the blueprints of and they put it in the building and the structure, and we could prove it. You could prove that they knew it because it's encoded into the pyramids of the buildings that they left.
All right, brother. You know it. That sounded good. You made a plethora of errors. So I'm just gonna knock them down, and I'm gonna show you where you flawed at.
Okay.
And I'm gonna knock them down. I'm gonna knock them down systematically. Your first error, the first error that you made, brother, is when you showed that video of that dude talking. So this is what I paid attention to. This is what I specifically paid attention to. He was basically saying, oh, if an alien civilization wanted to communicate with somebody, boom, 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 boom. So number one, in order for that alien technology, which has nothing to do with the Kemetic topic, but I'm gonna entertain it. So in order for that alien technology to get the message over, they would have to have a specific technology to even shoot that message. Number two, the people, what you so-called, oh, well, they got the messages and that. So basically is what you telling me, these ancient people, so-called Kemetic people or whatever, they had the technology to receive the signal that these that these aliens were shooting across, dealing with communicating on a mathematical level. That was the first flaw. That was the first flaw.
Wait,
no, brother. I'll let you cook. Brother, I'll let you cook.
Stop there.
Brother.
Stop there, Omar. Stop
Did I
there.
not let you cook, brother?
No. But here's the thing. Stop there.
No. Listen, this is what I did. This is what I did. While you was talking, I was taking notes. So what you should do
but stop
when
there.
I'm talking, listen.
Let's address what you just
brother.
said. Don't keep going. Let's stop and address what you just said.
Brother, you have to take notes, and then when it's your turn to go, you can address the things that I said, brother. I'll let you cook, brother.
First, Omar, this is my platform. This is my show.
If you ask them questions, though, I stopped.
Okay.
Only was asking him a string of questions, and I'm like, wait,
you know what?
Give him a whole refutation before he gets to respond. I'm like, let's just go through one thing at a time.
You know what?
We ain't been back over here yet.
Because it's your show, Hercules. You know what? I will give you that respect. My bad, brother. You can address it. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go. Let's address that. I mean, I understand you want to go through the whole. You want to go through your whole thing, but let's address it. You know what I'm saying? Let's address.
We can address it one by one. We can address it one by one. Go ahead, brother.
You did 2 points. Let's address 2 by 2. You did 2 points. We can address it 2 by 2. I don't mind. So I mean, you said the guy was pointing about an alien civilization. His point was that the point that I played the video is because he was trying to show that, and when you want to communicate with an alien civilization, you would have to use mathematics.
That's what I said, brother. I said that.
So we are not an alien civilization. We are, indigenous to this planet. And so what I'm saying is that our ancestors, they understood that, hey, we need to leave a message to our descendants. So here, let's leave this message. It's not alien at all. And the reason that if you don't understand it, go ahead.
Whoa. Brother.
Yeah.
If that was your point, why in the hell did you show this video with this dude talking about communicating with a freaking with an alien race when out of your mouth you just said, oh, well, if our ancient brothers and sisters wanted to leave something to communicate with other humans later on in the future, why in the hell did you even play that video for?
Okay,
brother, what are we talking about here?
Hold up.
Go ahead, though.
Hold up.
Go ahead,
okay,
though.
Omar.
Go ahead, though.
Wait,
this is freaking. This is insane. But go ahead, brother.
Hold up. Am I the only one that understands why I played the video? Seriously, from everybody else that's on the panel, am I the only one that understands why I played the video?
Brother.
Omar, don't say nothing. Omar, don't say nothing.
I just don't think Omar,
don't say nothing.
The Kemetic people
Omar,
had no,
don't say nothing.
Omar, knowledge don't say at all.
Omar,
with
don't
things
say nothing.
on an atomic and a subatomic level. Impossible. They did not have that understanding, brother. Come on, brother.
Omar, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Stop. Omar,
you got to show and prove. Brother,
okay, wait.
You have to pull a valid source, and you would have to show a technology that the ancient Kemetic people had to even understand things on a subatomic and the atomic level. You have to demonstrate that, brother. And you can't.
I get your point. You said that I have to demonstrate that they understood subatomic level on a quantum level. I got your point.
No. And you would have to prove that they had the technology to even view these things, to even get an understanding about it.
Okay,
and you can't do that.
Can you stop? Can you stop? Now, I want to ask a question.
And I'm a body bag you on that Stonehenge subject too, but go ahead, brother.
Am I the only one who understood why I played the video?
I understood why you played it, brother. I listened.
Hold up. The panel, I'm asking the panel. Am I the only one who understood why I played the video?
I understand why you played it. I just don't think it was necessary.
Thank you. I understood why you played it, but it had no relevance to our conversation.
Anybody else?
I thought you was playing to show us how much you depend on Western philosophy.
I understood it as a conceptual context, not a literal scientific context, as they're taking it. He's taking it to a scientific context. That wasn't the context of that video.
Right.
Thank you. So the point of the video,
it had nothing to do with our conversation. But go ahead.
Can I finish?
Go ahead, brother.
The point of the video, he was pointing out, how do you communicate with the alien civilization? Now, we are here on this earth, but however, we are not. Stop. Can you stop? Omar, seriously, can you stop? We here on the earth, we have no connection with our ancestors in Kemet. But in order for them to leave a message for the people, their descendants, they left it imprinted into the pyramids, is what I'm interpreting from what he was saying.
Brother, right. To be honest, to be honest, that video you played was worthless. There's 100 million videos out there that you could have played that could have validated your point. Number one, why I didn't validate your point.
Name one of them.
That video.
Name one of them.
That video had nothing, brother.
Let him finish, King Hurt.
That video had nothing to do with Kemetic people. That video specific topic is if you wanted to communicate with some alien MFers from not this planet. What you specifically said is if our people wanted to communicate with us down the line in the future, the video had no relevance. I want to move on for that because you backed against the wall and you can't get out of that.
No, I'm not. Listen, you're the one who's backed against the wall because you do not understand science,
brother. You have no source. You have no source. You have no evidence to prove that the Kemetic people understood things on an atomic and a subatomic level. It's your belief, brother.
Go ahead.
It's your belief. Like how some people, because listen, I'm an Israelite, brother. And you know what? I get a lot of pushback, and they be, oh, that's just your belief, Omar, brother. That's your belief, brother. That is your belief. You cannot pull one source. You can't pull a source. You can't show the technology that they even had to even understand things on this level. Number two, like I said, it is not one person out of MIT that would validate that point. So when we dealing with things on the atomic and the subatomic level, who should we go to? We need to go to the experts in MIT. And you got some experts at CERN too. Brother. You no. Listen. Brother, look at the top of your screen. No. I got this nigga back against the wall. No, nigga, look at the top of the screen. It says Kemetic Quantum Physics. This conversation has nothing to do with Israelites. Let's stick to the subject. He has to defend that. Go ahead, Hercules. Defend it, brother.
Are you finished? Are you finished?
Yeah, he good. He usually don't
good?
be interrupting. He usually don't.
All right, good. All right. So the point. Let me reiterate this. The point of the video was to say, how would you communicate with an alien species? All right. Now, we are not alien to this planet. However, we are not the same culture of the people from 5,000 years ago. We have been transformed into a different culture. We're the same group of people, but we have a different understanding of the world. So the point of the video is like, how do you communicate with the alien species? Let them know that you have the knowledge. The knowledge, the reason is because the how you communicate is mathematically. And so that's what the point of the video was. It don't matter if it was this planet, if it was Saturn, if it was Mars, some planet that was 5 million miles out. The point is that you communicate your knowledge mathematically. That's the point of the video. Now, he said that there is no source. Omar, I like you, brother. I you know what I'm saying? I hear you all the time on Sonetta. You in the background with your girl. You're like, yo, shorty, calm down, yo. I'm online. Y'all like you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I'm gonna share my screen. Let me share my screen real quick.
Yes, and we are 5 hours in, everybody.
I'm gonna have to mute out.
We are 5 hours in.
Go ahead, brother.
If y'all want us to keep streaming, hit that Cash App up. If y'all want us to keep streaming, we 5 hours in.
So,
if not, I'm about to shut it down here shortly. Go ahead, King Hurt.
Well, no, I just want to kind of. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, she can hear you. Go ahead and land, brother.
So here we go. So here we go. You said I can't show one. You can't show one source, nigga. You can't show one. Here you go, right here. The Planck's constant found encoded in the Great Pyramid of Giza. Okay, so here's a source, brother. I've read this paper. This is a paper, yo. It's wild. Not I ain't gonna say it's wild. You know what I'm saying? The guy, he has his ideas and he lays it out, the foundation, and it's thorough.
What is the name of the theologian or expert who wrote that paper? No, brother. You have to give a name. What is the name? What is the name of the expert and the theologian who wrote that paper? You got to cite the name, brother.
Hold up, it's right there in front of you. Is right there in front of you.
Let him finish. Let him land.
Peter Michael Jacks. His name is Peter Michael Jacks. It's right there, man. It's right there. Even he got what, his email address right there for you to email him and ask him questions. So when I read this paper,
you're not sharing the screen.
When I read, it's not sharing.
We can't see that.
Yeah, see that's what I was saying, brother. Like I didn't see nothing up there. That's why I said that.
You're not sharing. That's why we're a little bit confused. Okay, just so you know. That's why.
My bad. Hold up. My bad. Let's do this again.
Shout out Cosby, man. He paying attention. He paying attention.
All right, A1. All right, A1, is it sharing? A1, am I sharing?
Yeah, go ahead. Excuse me.
Is it sharing? My screen sharing?
You're not on the right page. You're showing. We see a picture of a woman, so I don't think that's what you want to show.
That's my baby girl. All right.
Yeah, now I see it.
All right, so here we go. So here it is. The Planck's constant found encoded in the Great Pyramid of Giza. Peter Michael Jacks. He has his email address up here for you guys to email him and ask him questions. Okay. So when I read this paper, I came across this paper, and he goes through the mathematics. He breaks it down. I was like, wait a minute, hold up. The Planck's constant is found in the Pyramid of Giza. The Planck's constant. What is the Planck's constant? The Planck's constant is determines the wavelength of the energy of a particle. That's the quantum level. Okay? So for him to write a paper on that, I was like, wait, hold up. That makes no sense. So I read the paper. And he basically, in the paper, what he says is that, the bricks, the stones that makes up the Great Pyramid, all the stones, he calculated them. And he said, when you calculate them, they equal the Planck's constant. And it's like, what? Wait, what? So this was my starting point. No, this was my second starting point. The other starting point, what I said was that the guy who said that it was a Russian mathematician who said that the hydrogen atom is part of Kemet. So you have papers, you have people who've written papers on this subject. So you're saying that. So here's what you're saying. You're saying that, there is no proof that they physically understood this. There's no proof. And I'm saying that the proof is in the structures themselves. They left the proof inside of the pyramids themselves and showing us, because you cannot just randomly come up with the Planck's constant. You cannot just randomly come up with the fine structure constant. That just don't happen. And it just don't happen, not just in 1, 2, 3 different platforms, different buildings. That shows intent. You can't say it just randomly, you just saying that, you just finding that. No, they put it in 3 different, in the Sphinx, in in Khafre's the tomb, in the hallway of the Great Pyramid. So it's just something that's not randomly just happened. They just it's showing you that they passing down information that intentionally showing you that this is equal to this. So it's not random.
They got a verify for looking at one.
Hercules. No, brother, I ain't gonna let you go.
Wait, hold up. You said that I couldn't show one. Wait, hold on. Wait. Stop.
Peter Mike Jack up.
No,
put that article back up, and I need you to scroll down. I need you to scroll down further.
All right, no problem. I'm saying the last.
I ain't gonna let you get away with this, brother.
No, wait, stop.
Pull it back up. Pull it back up.
Pull it back up.
And scroll down.
I'm pulling it back up. But I want to point out that you did say that I couldn't show one source. And I brought up one source. Can you see it? Am I sharing? Is it up?
I don't see nothing yet.
Is it up? A1, am I sharing?
Because we're gonna get to this. Nope.
My bad.
Hold
on, my bad.
I don't. First of all, I don't, nigga. I'm not trying to be up here all night. If you want to go through the argue, I think that you should go to the argue.
Brother. First of all, I know who Peter Michael Jack is, and the thing about it, abstract. Scroll down further. That's number one. Scroll down, brother.
Tell me where you want me to stop.
Let's get to it. No, brother, scroll down. Yeah, I ain't gonna let you get away with this.
Where do you want me to stop at?
The ancient Bohemian system, brother. This says being an open idea. It don't say being an open fact. This is an idea. This is an idea that he's still doing research on. So I guarantee Peter Mike Jack himself won't say this is not absolute. I still need to finish my research to make an educated decision. But as far as his research is going, it looked like it's going that way, but his research ain't done. Yeah. Like I said,
you want me to stop?
Yeah. No, I already saw it to see. I don't even want to talk about that no more because you're back against the wall. And specifically
hold up.
No,
stop. Omar, so you said, let me ask you a question.
Brother, please.
Let me ask you a question
let me
before
get
I
my
shut up.
point
Let me
out,
ask you a
man.
question before. Let me ask you a question. One question. So people cannot have ideas that they can expand on?
Brother, you still haven't dealt what I say. I screenshotted this, and like I said, I know who Peter Mike Jack is. I guarantee there is not one word in everything that you just pulled up that does anything with an atomic and a subatomic level. Can you at least admit that? Listen,
no,
does the word
right.
atomic?
Okay, you're correct. You're correct. Yes, you're correct. You're correct.
Does either or word atomic or subatomic appear in that study?
That has nothing to do with the conversation.
No, nigga, that's a yes or no question.
No, it does not.
Hey, let's move forward.
No, stop. No, stop. Again, Omar, this is my presentation.
I want to address Stonehenge now. No, brother, I want to address Stonehenge. Brother, I want to address the error that you made on Stonehenge next. We're done.
Can you stop?
We're done.
Can you stop?
No. We're done on that, brother.
Let's pass it around. Omar.
No, we not.
Brother,
no, stop. A1. Wait, hold up. A1. Stop. A1. Stop. That's the dumb shit. Hold up. A1. Stop. Because that's the dumb shit that Cedric pulled.
Brother,
stop. A1. Stop.
You look at the top of the screen.
Same time. Omar,
can you stop? That's the dumb shit.
What's the topic on the top of the screen?
Can you stop? Can you stop? Because you asked me, does anything in the article address the quantum level? No, it does not.
Then we're done with the conversation.
No,
brother,
it's not.
We're done with that then.
Can you stop?
Well, you can keep talking. I'm done with that. I ain't got to say nothing else.
Okay, then
I want to move on to Stonehenge because you dropped the ball on Stonehenge too.
You need to
drop the ball on Stonehenge. I can't believe you said ancient. You said Kemetic people built Stonehenge.
But scale back so you can actually have a discussion with him. Because what you're doing isn't anything conducive to anything positive.
You know what I'm saying?
This is right. You can show you right or what. I don't get what.
My fault.
Because
do you want to slam him because you don't agree with the information, or do you want to get to the bottom of something? Because you never get to the bottom of anything over talking people. It's the best way for relationships to dissolve and deteriorate.
I can agree with that.
Anything positive to come. So
well, I mean, if we gonna be honest, he's been actually cutting me off, but
I don't know. I was actually looking at my phone. I just looked up when I heard the commotion. You know what I'm saying?
To my brother A1, whatever you instruct me to do, I do, brother, because I got respect for you for your thing. Go ahead, brother. I'll listen to you, brother. No sweat.
Yeah, let's just move. You got one more point. Let's move it around and then hold that last Stonehenge point. We're gonna let you come back to that. Let's let the air clear for a second. We got Tahuti to the stage. Who wants to go after Tahuti? Well, the bat was up here first.
Hold on. One more thing, A1. One more thing, because I have valuable information, so I don't know if the other brothers is gonna cut Hercules with the Stonehenge subject. So because that was what he said to me, I just want to cut him first.
If you're gonna cut him, you're gonna be cut. It's not gonna. You ain't gonna run out of time.
Quickly, because this Stonehenge subject. Hold on. I only need 1 minute. I only need 1 minute on Stonehenge because.
Go ahead. You got it.
This was absolutely insane. This brother sat back when he first started talking, and and we can see through Stonehenge, our ancient Kemetic brothers was there and built it. Nigga, it is not one scholar that agree with niggas from Kemet built Stonehenge. The people that built Stonehenge were like they were like they was like priests, and I think they was like of a Germanic type of culture. And the reason why it was built for rituals, and they based the rituals off the alignment of the stars. And Stonehenge was basically like a calendar. It was a calendar to let them know whatever rituals that they was doing, it was time to do that ritual. It is not one scholar that'll say Kemetic people built Stonehenge. That is absolutely insane, and I ain't even got to say no more about that. I mean, the Stonehenge subject was absolutely an atrocity, because that's common knowledge. And just like Cosmo said, I want to say Stonehenge is older than the pyramids. You cut on that note. So the thing is, you got to digress. You would have to say, you know what? I might have to stand corrected. I was wrong on the Stonehenge thing.
Omar,
I just want to see if you can stand corrected, Hercules. I'm done.
Yeah, Omar.
Somebody else can go. I'm done. I'm done.
Omar, there is a theory.
I walked you down the dark alley. I walked you down the dark alley, and now there's no way out. So I'm done. Somebody else can go.
There is a theory by Russian researchers.
Stop, brother. Stop, man. Stop. Okay. Stop.
Go ahead.
All right. So here's the issue. He said the first shit. Nigga, I used to respect you, Omar, but now, nigga, we on different levels, yo. Because here's the first issue. I showed you the paper, and you asked me, was there anything in the paper that he says that's dealing with the quantum level? The answer was no. However, you don't want to deal with that. However,
what are we talking about there?
Stop. No, stop, nigga. You said what you had to say. Now, if y'all look up the paper, I played the paper.
Decorum, gentlemen. This time.
All right. Okay. All right. So I posted the paper. The paper doesn't say anything.
You can do it, A1. I like it.
Don't interrupt.
Don't
interrupt. You're just going to make it worse, man. You just going to make it worse. Go
A1.
ahead.
So he asked me to post the paper. I brought up the paper. The paper does not say anything about them understanding the quantum level. Period. So then he wanted to move on. But that is the stupidity that these people try to bring up. Now, just because the paper does not say anything about them understanding the quantum level, if you have the Planck's constant, the Planck's constant itself is the quantum level. It deals with the quantum level. For me, I don't understand. I'm trying to calm down because the stupidity.
Take a deep breath. Man. Take a deep breath.
The stupidity is crazy because no, the paper doesn't say, yo, they was dealing with the quantum level. But if you're calculating the Planck's constant, that means you're already on the quantum level. You don't have to literally say, yo, hey, look, I'm dealing with the quantum level. I mean, seriously. And then he brings up the Stonehenge paper. The paper, I didn't even show you the paper. The paper, I said that the paper was written by a Russian mathematician. And I could bring it up. I could show you guys the name of the paper. I could look for it. I'll look for it right now. It's not my fault. It is not my theory. It was this guy from a Russian. He's a Russian mathematician. He's the one who put this together. And all I said was that the mathematics.
What's his name?
Is correct. I'm going to bring it up. The mathematics was correct.
What's his name?
Stop. I'm going to bring it up. And all you have to do is prove that his math was incorrect. That's all you have to do. So all this stuff like, oh man, you brought up this. It wasn't me. I'm going off the work of other people and the work that they do and the research that they're doing. That's all I'm doing. I'm building off their research. And I'm saying that their research was sound. Not that people from Africa went to Europe and found the Stonehenge. That's not what I'm saying. The premises of his paper was that Stonehenge is a representation of the hydrogen model. That's the premises of his paper. And then he said that the only people during this time moving megaton of stones were people from Africa, were people from Egypt. So he concluded that people from Egypt had to be the ones that went to Europe to move those megaton of stones. But the representation of the model that they built is a partial differential equation, and it represents a hydrogen atom. The mathematics is sound. Whether or not they was Egyptians or not, I don't know. I don't fucking care. But the mathematics is sound because of the time period. The time period of when the Stonehenge was built was 3000 BC. When was the pyramids built? Around 2600 BC. Same time period. So you had a group of people who left.
It's 1,000 years later. But go ahead.
Stop. That's not 1,000. That's not 1,000. You need to fucking calculate on that shit. The time period of people leaving out of Africa. My understanding after reading the book of Black Genesis is that there was a group of people who left out of Africa that went around the world and started building pyramids. You got pyramids in Asia, in Japan, and in South Africa. That all adds up to that time period. So if we're going to look at it as mathematically, is the math sound? That's what I'm saying. Is the math sound? It don't matter if they came from Egypt or Africa or not. But it dates back to a time period where people was in the ancient the quote unquote Stone Ages. So is the math sound? That's what I'm saying. Who's next? I'm gonna look it up. Hold up. I'm gonna bring up this paper.
I just want to respond right quick.
No, you can't respond. We moving on.
Yeah, Omar, you need to go to the principal's office for real, bro.
No.
Omar, let's pass it on, and then you get to respond. No, once we go all the way around. We've been on this.
Cool.
I'll let you rock the flow for 30 minutes. I got you.
But he Hercules did the majority of talking, but it's cool. A1, I respect that. It's cool.
I don't know about that. I think
he did the majority of talking, but he didn't say shit. But I respect it.
It's his show. He gonna answer everybody questions. Right. So cool. He about to talk again. Who next? We gonna come back to you. Who next?
Hey, real quick. Am I allowed to critique what just happened?
Go ahead.
Like, did you not see, Omar? We saw your comments in the live chat while he was giving his presentation, bro. Did you not see Omar? So your comments in the live chat. First of all, they was on some. is he smoking weed? A bunch of silly stuff. But most importantly, bro, we gotta lock in. We can tell everything. We 5 hours into the presentation, and ironically, all the pushback is coming from the same ilk. That's crazy work.
I think it's Omar watching it on TV.
Right, trying to another tactic to be
Yeah, I'm muted.
disruptive.
A1. I just came off of mute. I was muted. That's somebody else, but I'll mute back out.
My bad. I just remember you said it earlier. I'm actually not even looking at the screen. I could just hear it.
And I hope I can respond. I hope I can respond to Hootie since he mentioned my name. I hope I can respond to him.
I mean, you on the panel talking, so I am allowed to mention your name, and yes, you are allowed to respond. But you do know that after me, somebody else is probably going to take the conversation next. But anyway, it's 5 hours into the presentation, brother, and now all of a sudden, you made a series of arguments that went from Plan A to Plan B to Plan C, all because A, B, and C failed. Now you want to go into D. Bro, lock in, bro. Stop being disruptive.
Was there an order, A1? Like after Hootie, was there an order?
Go ahead.
Okay, quickly. I'm not going to take that much time because I think there's some misunderstanding. I guess Brother Omar had some misunderstanding, but I think Mr. Hercules was more conceptual and you were taking it more literally, physical. I think he's correct that if you look at what Planck's constant is by definition, it is a mathematical equation that deals with subatomic particles. I don't think you can dodge that. So, I mean, maybe he didn't say it like that. Maybe he could have said it better. But I think he's spot on. Maybe it's just his delivery didn't hit. But you can't argue that it's not subatomic, right? Planck's constant was designed for that. Now, it's coincidental. It's coincidental because I don't think they had knowledge of Planck's constant, but they had the concept, right? And they didn't just know, they didn't have the name for it. And then modern people probably added some things on top of that. But if the math is correct, and this is why I'm mentioning it, because we talked about math and science before. You're talking science, and he's talking math. Mathematical equations don't always turn out to be reality, right? So that's why there's a difference, and that's why there's something called pure maths. That's why there's something called applied maths. Applied maths are generally used in the sciences, but I guess this is a pure math kind of concept, and it is used in quantum physics, but it is what it is. But I think the contrast between math and science has been illustrated here. That math is not a science the way you guys think it is. And I'll land there.
Context behind it.
Wait, hold up. So, hey, everybody hit the like and share, you know what I'm saying? Like, subscribe the show, you know what I'm saying? A1 been putting in this work, you know what I'm saying? So, like and share this joint, you know what I'm saying? And if you guys got,
baby. 7 days a week. You here?
7 days.
And if you got, you know what I'm saying, you guys got the opportunity, you know what I'm saying, cash app them, you know what I'm saying, send them $5, send them $10. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, you be going to the y'all be going to the 7-Eleven to get y'all some beer, you know what I'm saying? Shit, my nigga, $10, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I shot 25. So
I agree. I appreciate
you. Know what I'm saying?
Right.
Always holding it down. You see these graphics, man. I be putting my foot in these joints every day for y'all, man. Y'all got something nice to look at.
Hey, A1. So let me share my screen. I got the paper for him. So you go ahead. So share my screen real quick. I got the paper so he can look at it right here. This is the guy, Zobelin Andrea Eviskosh. Nigga, I can't say that. You know what I'm saying? This is the paper that he wrote. You know what I'm saying? This he's a Russian mathematician. This guy's from Russia, a mathematician, and he wrote this paper. And so I guess, you know what I'm saying, the thing is, Omar, is that you have to go, you know what I'm saying, go through the paper and show that your math is incorrect. That he's incorrect on this subject. So this is, you know what I'm saying, this is what he was talking about, the Stonehenge I'm gonna scroll down. You know what I'm saying? He has a view, a representation of Stonehenge, and this is he's saying that this is a representation of a hydrogen atom. Let me scroll down. He has the numbers. Where I'm gonna go down to where he breaks it down for especially the Laplacian equation he has right here.
Alpha squared.
And so this, and he breaks it down. It's like, yo, this is a model of the hydrogen atom. And so and man, it's up to you. You got to go through it and say that he's wrong, that he's incorrect, that this ain't adding up. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I read the paper, and for me, I've already did it. The math adds up. You know what I'm saying? So you got to show that the math don't add up, and that he's incorrect. So from my point of view, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it from my point of view of using. That's why, you know what I'm saying? When he wrote that paper, when I read that paper, it just triggered me to like, wait a minute, hold up. Could the ancestors had the understanding of the quantum world, had an understanding of quantum? It's like, is it a possibility? And so I started looking at other things. So that's all I'm saying.
I had a basic question. Hercules already answered and he cut himself. So now I want you to answer my question. That BS article that you pulled up, because this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the top of the screen. It says Kemetic Quantum Physics. So I got to ask you, brother, anywhere in that BS that you just pulled, like he pulled up, I sped read it. So this is my question to you. Does the word
Who he just snatched the mic from, man? Who to let him on Kanye on stage with
does the word quantum or subatomic appear anywhere in that article?
No.
Shalom, conversation over. I'm done. Shalom, conversation over. Conversation over.
We got to get you
I'll
in the
let somebody
ring,
else go.
Omar.
We'll let somebody else go. Shalom, it's over.
When you get in the ring, bro.
That doesn't negate nothing. Just because it doesn't appear in the article, doesn't negate anything. You said conversation over. You said conversation over. You said conversation over. You said conversation over. Stop talking. You said conversation over.
It hurts. I know it hurts.
No. Just because the word doesn't appear
in that BS article, the word quantum and subatomic doesn't appear not one time. The topic is Kemetic Quantum Physics.
And that article was not in my presentation.
You just said it doesn't. You just said quantum. You just said quantum and subatomic does not appear in that article not one time. So I don't. So I like. Come on, brother.
All right, like you said, conversation is over. Let's move on.
Man, yeah, it's over, brothers. Yeah, y'all let somebody else go.
Move on. Let me know when you get your degree in physics.
It hurts.
Let me know when you get your degree in physics. Then we could talk.
Yeah, it hurts.
Omar is on the prowl. Be careful, B5.
Shooting blanks.
Omar is on the run. And he's looking for you.
You ain't got quantum in that article. You ain't proved that.
Hey, shout out Quantum Truth real quick. Shout out Quantum Truth if you notice his background. He's been saying all week. He's been saying all week.
I don't give a damn about that. I don't give a damn about that degree. And Cosmon is correct. The math. I never argue with the math. I didn't argue with the math. What we're talking about is the chronology, and you're off. I never argue with the math.
Chronology.
I never
said nothing about the chronology. You said nothing.
Did I argue with the math?
About the chronology.
Brother, did I argue with the math?
You did not. You did
Brother,
not bring
did I
nothing up
argue
about the
with
chronology.
the math? Brother, did I
Yes,
argue with
you
the
did.
math? Oh my God.
Can I show you my?
But like I was saying,
Let's
real
move
quick, all week, Quantum has been
Yo.
saying, why every time I go into this picture, somebody cut me off? Dang, go ahead, man. You go ahead. You got it.
Oh,
This
I
y'all
need you to stop.
platform, I made this
Yo,
for y'all.
Oli.
Go ahead.
Hey, yo, Oli, I need you to stop switching up your pictures, man.
I ain't gonna be able to do it.
We got
Can
show
you?
A1 some respect, man.
It's all right, man. I made this platform for the public, man. Let me go
Hey,
ahead
can you?
and let y'all do your thing.
Can you share my screen real quick? I'm gonna show you real quick what I got to prove to you that my
Is it going to be? Is it going to be? Is it going to be the same picture? Is it going to be the same picture?
Nah, man, I'm just to teach. See, I'm teaching chickens how to fly, man. I'm trying to teach the chickens
Man.
how to
All
fly.
week he been saying you can't teach a chicken how to be an owl, man. And that's what it's like teaching y'all, man. Trying to teach
you how to show this flow, aerodynamic lift and shit. You know mathematics, and still you don't
You
want to
gotta
fly.
zoom in on that.
This my book, man.
Hold up, double time that on the zoom in, man.
How
Can't
you
nobody
zoom in?
read that? I'm on a 70-inch, so I can't see that.
You can't see that?
I can see that.
You can see that, but you couldn't see the other one.
Yeah, I can read that better.
This from a source called Divine Mechanics by the TOP. That's the teacher of the philosophy, the top. And I'm gonna go down here.
After you say the top, it sounds like you got to put a pause on that, but I'm gonna let you fly.
Damn.
It's just so weird. It's so weird.
That's fine. Yeah, for sure.
You're gonna be the top. Okay.
All right, you all right?
Pause. Pause. I'm joking, man.
Does that garbage book validate the up top, the topic? Does that book validate the topic up there about Kemet?
His topic?
No. That's a yes or no question. That's a yes or no question.
No. All right. This is the geometry of formation from my book Divine Mechanics to prove
that boy is nice.
That I never said, not once, that existence is linear. Okay. This is the geometry of formation, the toroidal sphere and the unifatimona field. Every physical thing in the observable universe, from galaxies to atoms, move in curves. Nothing moves in straight line indefinitely. Even light bends around gravity. Time curves around mass. That matters because it points to something deeper than motion alone. The unifatimona field does not flow like a river moving away from its source. It circulates.
I do not care about none of that. The topic is Kemetic quantum physics. So does this research paper, is the word anywhere?
Hey, real quick. We understand the passion, bro, but stop crashing out, bro. Stop crashing out about Kemet, bro. Real talk.
Anywhere in this research paper.
This right here ain't this. You got this ain't.
Bro, answer my question, man. Is the word Kemet anywhere in this paper?
Omar, I know you want to host tonight, Omar, but we gonna get.
No, this is he told me no, Omar. He told me that he told me that I
need to get up out the alley because they need to get out the alley because the topic is Kemetic quantum physics.
Omar, you don't know what
I know it,
and you don't know how it correlates until he actually gets a chance to correlate it.
Yeah, because he told me that
and this research somebody to say, hey, you got 4 words to tell me if it, like, make it correlate now or don't. Words. You got
A1.
It's okay.
I'm on both A1. I'm on both of my TVs downstairs and I'm on my phone. So while the brother was blabbing off at the mouth, guess what I did? Guess what I did? I paused it while he was scrolling down and I read it through. So this research paper, this research paper has nothing to do with Kemetic
quantum physics.
This nigga
Bro,
said he's.
I don't care what it's got to do with. It's his turn.
I know it.
Yeah, this got to do with me. This got to do with me and Herc. I got to beef with Herc just like you.
Like I'm not about to censor nobody else.
Hey yo, Ali, wait, hold up, Ali, hold up. Wait, Ali, hold up. Ali, this nigga said he sped read through, but it has nothing to do with quantum physics, even though it's talking about the hydrogen atom.
No. Kemetic, brother. Kemetic.
Hey, you need to go to the you need to get out of here, bro.
Omar, you own somebody else's time, and you completely stopped them for the last 2 minutes. All right. And you're about to go in again if I didn't say nothing.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, Quantum.
Let me see. Existence. It circulates like a toroid, a self-sustaining loop that feeds itself from its own motion. That appears as outward expansion and inward return is not random circulation. It is the geometry through which formation becomes possible. The toroidal sphere is the cleanest image I found for this. A simple torus can be imagined as a smoke ring, circular, self-contained, rolling forward while the interior rotates back through the center. But the geometry here is more complete than a ring. Imagine the torus expanding into a sphere, where every point flows toward its opposite, while the whole system continuously folds inward and outward. That is the toroidal sphere, the geometry of formation itself, and the three-dimensional structure through which the unifatimona field expresses motion and the balance at the same time. And that's just the first 2 paragraphs. The whole thing telling you, I give you my whole. I hate giving people my equations and stuff because I heard you talking, and I know you got that email that you said that you didn't get. You and Roy Triss, and you're putting it in your worldview. You need to just come on over here. These is real equations that you a mathematician that we form, that we can work with. You ain't got to use nobody else's stuff. This is real American. The stuff that you saying that they recognize, I recognized it too. The same shit from right over here in America. I didn't have to go back to Africa for it. It's right here in our faces.
I'm waiting for y'all to get a debate topic popping, man.
I told him what the debate topic is. I can prove to him that I have the most logical explanation for existence. Period.
Okay, now let me pause. Don't even respond to what he posed as a debate topic. Mansa, what are some debate topics that you would propose if you were to debate over here? Don't even listen to nothing he just said. Just what would you debate if you were to
Here, let me scroll up so you can get the rest of my equations. I know why you
because
ain't
that could be 2 totally different things. I don't even want to get into what you like about what he said.
I mean, I guess you know what I'm saying, what he said when he was talking about the toroidal sphere, his existence is the only explanation.
Most logical. He said most logical.
The most logical explanation for existence. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
you feel?
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
We spend our
I can respect. Hold on, I can respect. You know what I'm saying? The thing is that, you know, with only I like his style of trying to approach this topic. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't see the flaw in his research. So yeah, I can do him on that topic of is onlyism the only, I mean, not the most logical, what's it, the most logical.
Give it to him again, Quantum.
OL.
The topic, man, and the title. We don't need your acronyms. Come on. Concise.
Oh, I thought it was
be concise.
Only is
the most logical explanation for existence.
Explanation for existence. Yes. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, definitely, brother. I you know what, I fuck with you, man. I think you cool. I think you on the path. So I can respect that. I can respect that.
So you go put some BTA and school him and show him what he missing?
Is you know what I'm saying? Is onlyism the most logical, you know what I'm saying,
explanation of
existence?
This is a very robust philosophy. You ain't even
for existence. I think for existence sounds
for
right.
For existence. You know, and I think we're defining existence as like what the universe that we're living in, right?
What we gonna define existence as?
Yeah, like the universe that we're living in, right?
Context matters.
Yeah. Let me.
Yeah, you have to define terms.
Yeah, I'm
Really,
fixing to
honestly,
get.
is it going to be like on the book? Is that what's going on?
I mean, I got my own definition, so we just
I
gonna have
don't
to.
like that, but I mean, go ahead. Do your
Okay,
thing.
wait.
Don't erase my-
What's your definition of existence?
That which is real rather than not.
That which is real rather than not.
See, you would have to literally write all this out and submit it, man.
That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna
Like,
if you're defining your own terms, you're gonna have to do that before the debate, and then he still has to accept that. Like you if you're gonna come with your own nomenclature,
it's
you're
gonna be
have
the
to
same.
if you're gonna do it like that, because this is gonna be a tricky debate. You're gonna have to submit a premise, and you're gonna have to submit your definitions if you're coming with your own nomenclature.
Bet I got all that. I got all that. I got all
And
that.
then he has to look at that and say, okay, I can do this, because he still might not want to deal with your nomenclature.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to either. There you go. You
Am I
got a
correct?
way out. He gave you a way out.
I'm not giving him a way out.
Yes,
I'm
you
trying to
gave
make
him
sure
a way.
the debate
You heard
makes
what I
sense.
said. You heard
It
what I
has to
said.
make sense. But go ahead, let him ask his questions. Go ahead, let him ask his questions though.
No, I just think that, you know what I'm saying, when we talk about existence, or we talk about the world, the reality that we're living in, this universe that we're
Absolutely.
okay, so if we have that understanding that existence is a definition of this universe, this reality that we're living in, then you know what I'm saying, we're on the same topic.
Yeah.
But no, when he start going into Fatima and all that other stuff, like don't come talking about that. What? Because nobody knows.
No,
what that
but
means.
that's the same thing. But that's
No,
the
nobody
same
know
thing
what
of
Mayat
existence.
shit mean. They get to talk about. I don't even want to do it no
No,
more.
it's just it's
over with.
commonly
It's over.
accepted vernacular. It's the you're talking. What is it? What is the word? Delay. But yeah, if you're coming with terms that you've redefined, you got to submit those terms and let everybody learn your damn language. You can't come talking Hobbit and don't nobody speak Harry Potter, nigga. Like, what are you doing?
That's Lord of the Rings.
You gotta define your terms and or so if you're gonna be using, everybody's gonna be confused. I was just confused when you read that paragraph, and I knew that nobody knew what you was talking about because nobody knows the nomenclature. I'm only new to look up. I knew what you meant because I've heard you use it and break it down. Nobody else could understand what Fatima meant. It just sounded like a bunch.
No, I understood what it meant because he used it before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you've seen it, but I guarantee you probably half of the people on here haven't heard him use Fatima. And
I haven't heard him before, but I grasped the concept.
What's Fatima? Tell me what Fatima is.
I didn't say I knew it.
Right,
I don't know.
Have a seat.
I grasped the concept.
Have a seat. You go speak up and look bad.
I kind of grasped the concept.
I don't want to embarrass the students today. All right. Trying to help y'all shine. So yeah, that's how we gonna do it. But that's just gonna make the debate easy and everybody can follow along. People are using the same terms. Nobody's arguing past each other. It's not going to be a game of semantics when we show up, and the judges are going to be disappointed. Like, what is this?
Right.
Or the people at home. So that's always important.
Hey, so yeah, that's. I mean, I'm down with it, man, brother. Ali, you know what I'm saying? I'm down with it. So we could talk about it. You know what I'm saying? We could get it set up. What is it? This is April. So we could get it set up and you know, have fun with it, because I understand your point of view and where you're coming from, and I respect your point of view. I respect that your philosophy. I like how you you know what I'm saying, you're thorough about it, and you're trying to make, you know what I'm saying, I respect it. I respect it. I like it. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be gentle. I'm not gonna be like Suave Boss. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be polite with it.
Hey, I remember that Suave Boss. If you haven't seen Quantum Truth, go against Suave Boss, you need to go back in the archives in the live section on my channel and get a bite of that debate because it is one of the most fire debates 2026. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And
this
that's
was
what
just
it's crazy. It's crazy because like my teachers, my associates, the people I work with, they all like, nigga, you too nice with these kids, nigga. You need to be more rough. I'm like, I'm like, I'm cool with it. I try to be polite with the kids, I try to be nice with them. You know what I'm saying? I ain't all rough with them. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, man. So yeah, I would like to have this conversation with you, this debate with you, man. And hopefully, hopefully, you know what I'm saying, we both can learn, you know what I'm saying, the perspective of where you're coming from and move, you know what I'm saying, and graduate, you know what I'm saying, build from that. Because that's what people do. That's what people do. You know what I'm saying? You're a philosopher, you know what I'm saying, you got your ideas, you talk to other people and you know what I'm saying, you build off of that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, you challenge each other, and then you build off that perspective. That's what people do. That's how things grow. And that's how you move forward. So, me and you know what I'm saying, debating on this topic. It'll be good. You know what I'm saying? So we could do that, definitely. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, we're gonna set it up. We're gonna take our time with it too. So it's right. Like again, I'm gonna have him submit a premise and his definitions to you. I'm actually booked up until the end of the month, pretty much. I think the last week is the only thing I got open right now. But we're gonna get it. Like probably we're gonna schedule a face off toward the end of the month, and then you will see this next month.
I need to bring my
Y'all got time to
anthological
prepare. He's got
testament.
time to go through your literature as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
All right. So so it's 2:05 right now. So what's up? Who else is up, man? What's going on, man?
Yeah, man. I appreciate
Hey,
you sticking around this long, man.
yeah.
I'm
Great
about to shut it down. They got 5 minutes. I'm shutting it down at 6 hours. They ain't getting a
Hell
full shift
nah,
out of me.
A1.
No, you
Hell
know
nah,
what, man?
A1.
If some brothers hit my
I'm up
cash
here.
app up today, I'm not gonna shut it down until they ready to go to sleep. Till my
This is a
donations
good
Hell
cash
nah.
app,
clock out.
guys. This is a
When
good
they tap
cash
I'm
app.
out,
here.
I'll tap
Yeah.
out. So yeah, we up until the two people who
Hey,
blessed me tonight.
yo,
We gonna
A1.
get off of
Hey,
here.
can I ask a question real quick to these quantum physics brother and these
Hey,
Sadiq and Omar
is
blessed me tonight.
quantum
I appreciate y'all, Sadiq and Omar. So yeah, we gonna stay up until y'all go to sleep.
For sure, man. I hit you up
A1,
again
oh
too, A. I'm
A1
gonna
why
send
did you
something
have
else,
to
bro.
mention my
A1 I'm
name,
about to
brother?
send
On
you
Why
behalf
you
of
have
the
to
something
mention
brothers.
my name,
My
A1
brother?
bad.
Come on,
My
I'm
man.
about to
bad.
see how this conversation go
But
A1
no,
I'm about to
I gotta
My
send
go
you
to
bad.
my
something
yeah.
too
Hey, I
No,
gotta
that's
dip real quick to my
you
woman. I
got
just
it.
want to say
Hey man, it's
something
a
real
million
quick.
ways to support though.
hi
I
oh
do
my
appreciate it
god
though.
damn oh my why
I
you
do
Yeah.
think
appreciate
every
it.
time you got to
It's a
talk
No,
million
man,
you
my
ways to
gotta cut
support.
my
everybody
woman
Hey,
off
upstairs
always
OTK,
calling
man, it
me.
ain't even about that. You support so
I
big in
just
so many ways, man. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, it's not even like that, man. Don't
ain't no
feel
sweat. I
obligated.
always show love. I
He
always
come
show
through
love.
and
But yeah,
street.
you didn't have to say, hey. I was trying to be secretive, nigga.
My bad. I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm gonna stop doing that. Yeah,
No
oh
sweat,
OTK
no
my
coming
sweat,
you
no
streaming
sweat.
ain't
his
shit
channel. He
oh
got
my
I
like
was
2,500 followers, so he always
oh
streaming to
my
his
you
channel.
ain't shit man I fucks
He
with
be
him
having a lot
yeah,
more eyes on
nah,
me than I can get on
nah,
myself right now, literally. So if you go to his
yeah.
channel, my videos on his page were like 600-700 views, like every
God
day.
damn, A1, how you know I ain't
Hey,
trying to
hey, hey,
start something up
OTK,
with Omar
OTK, you got a
today?
page? If you got a page, I'm gonna
His
subscribe
page
to
is
your joint
body
too,
rocking
OTK.
over there.
Damn,
He be over there.
I'm
A1,
gonna subscribe to you, OTK. Yeah,
I
yeah, I'm a good
appreciate
brother.
you, man. A lot of these people on my
Yeah,
page,
yeah. I always show
is
love.
people he brought over here, man. He been showing a lot
yeah,
of
Yeah,
love,
I
man.
rocks
man.
with Omar.
Yeah,
Omar,
It's
you
a
a
yeah.
real
team,
But
man.
brother.
We all a team, baby. We all a team, man.
see, here's the
For
thing because
sure.
I gotta go. My
Damn,
my, my
Titans
girl,
fight Titans,
my
bro.
rib calling
Titans
me. She
fight
calling me.
Titans.
So I
Okay,
just want to
Omar.
kind of land. I
Yeah,
just
no
want to
mind.
land before I jump off. So to the brother Hercules, as you can see, when we dialogue, it's heated. But here's the thing here, and A1 can vouch for this. Whenever I lead this panel, I'm like my personality. I'm easy to get along with. I'm a cool brother. But when we dialogue and I goes in, but you know what I'm saying? That was a good dialogue, Hercules, and you know, just to be transparent and keep it a buck. I was thinking, I was like, okay, what is this guy talking about? So what I had to do, I had to throw everything that I was thinking about up out the window. And I said, you know what? Let me look at it from Hercules' lens. That way I can at least see where he coming from, even though I disagree. So my thing is, looking at it from your lens, I can see where you coming from. I can understand. My only pushback is it was highly flawed. But, you know, I could tell after dialogue, I could tell you a cool brother too. You know what I'm saying? I like the harsh words. You know what I'm saying? Hard dialogue going in. But at the end of the day, whenever I leave, you know, I say shalom to my brother A1. And I crack a couple of jokes. Like I said, I'm a cool brother. I'm easy to get along with. It's never no sweat. You know what I'm saying? I don't take things personal, and it's always love, man. So shalom to my brother A1, Titan Debate League, to everybody on the panel, man. You know, y'all is some cool brothers. Even though, you know, we can agree to disagree, we can go in hard, but it's all love at the end of the day. And I just wanted to say that, man. I got respect. I love y'all, brothers.
For sure, bro. Likewise, bro. Love you back, bro. Shalom.
All right. Good night, brothers.
Good night, bro.
This OTK page right here. Go subscribe if you already aren't. Open to knowledge. That's his icon. And again, like if you look at my numbers, you're gonna have to start going to his page and add in the numbers too. He got it, you know, he be doing numbers over here. Yeah, some of this stuff upwards 600-700 views, some of these videos that I got over here. So yeah, I appreciate you helping spread the word and bring attention to what we doing. Back to you, gentlemen.
Hey, real quick, I just want to let both Hercules and A1 know, and the rest of the panel, but this is mainly for A1 and Hercules. It's really important for, especially in the society that we live in, that Black male teachers exist. So when you guys come across a Black male teacher, somebody whose profession is to actually teach as a Black man, that's important because that throws off the system. And the system as we see it right now is not even trying to entertain Black men being in positions of teaching. We all experience it. So I say that to say this. I know a lot of y'all just come on here to play games, to stay 10 toes down on your beliefs, to be, you know what I'm saying, eager to get a debate, eager to get clout. But let's not forget that the whole system is dependent on demonizing and misrepresenting Black men so they can do exactly what they're doing now and what they always have been. So I just want to let y'all know that it's very important for Black male teachers to exist. And when Black male teachers come into the conscious sector to talk about ancient African history, self-identity, inner peace, science, that is valuable, and we got to stop playing games. Thanks, A1, for bringing on an actual male teacher.
That's not valuable in America for everybody.
We don't got. It's a closing argument. I don't know. You leaving?
Hey, can I say something real quick?
No, I appreciate you. No doubt, man.
My bad, A1. My bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but yeah, it sounds like a closing argument. I was gonna say we don't got to debate the closing argument. I appreciate you. I'm waiting for your presentation, man. Let me know when you're ready. Murder.
Yeah, I'll be in contact with you. Hotel family.
My bad.
It's me. You know, I come across a few of you brothers with a couple platforms. That's what made me, you know, subscribe and things. And you know, I'm kind of late on the conversation, but I pick up very well. And for example, as far as teaching, see, I got myself into a situation 3 years ago, you know, and which came back and got me into, I had to do weekends on in jail. You know what I mean? But prior to that, I was street dude, straight street dude. 20 years ago, I'm 48 right now. 20 plus years ago, I'm straight street. 25 years ago, straight street. You did. And when I got into situations which some of my people helped me understand and develop different ways of going at things, right? And I picked up a job, and then, I raised my kids and things like that. I overcame adversity. I'm not speaking on religion or anything. So I just got out of jail for I got to do weekends. I got 7 weekends to do. And man, when I look at them brothers, man, these little young brothers that I see in there, they ain't coming home. I'm only doing 1 day, man. 1 day. And I'm looking at these young brothers, man, they young, they 18, 20 years old, man. They not coming home.
Damn.
They don't have nobody to talk to, even if they got cases that they can get 10 or 15 years. Okay, they young, but what they got when they come home?
I did 15.
I'm talking about they 20, they getting out at 35. Okay, you still got a little life left. But then, I'm from where they came from. I was that look, man. It was like looking in the mirror, man. I was that little young nigga. I beat so many cases as a young dude. And I'm looking at myself in the mirror. And I was ready to just break down, man. Then that's how far we go. Let's take religion out. Okay, you have Muslims, you have Christianity, you have all the faiths. Let's not go there. But you have it. What are we doing for our youth? People, man, I'm telling you, man. Looking in that glass, looking at those young men and talking to these young men, they like, man, OG, what's up? Ooh, man, I got today. Man, at 5 o'clock, they coming to get me. This brother he on charges that, man, he ain't coming back from. And all I was there is just to support him and tell him, hey, man, this is what it is. This is what you do. Did no religion have nothing to do with what I was telling them boys at that time? And they said, I understand. I understand what you're talking about. Because I came from here, and y'all know this. And then y'all see the transaction that I've done, and the one slip up. I'm 48 years old. One slip up, look where I'm at. Look where I'm at right now. I'm right back with y'all. Come on, man. You got to dig deeper, because times is not getting easy for us. All of us is always debating about religion. This religion. Oh, this God. Okay, if you think about it, in Christianity, it's more Black people within the tradition than any other people. Islam, it's more Black people in Islam than any other people. All the Abrahamic faiths is more Black people than anybody. But we looked upon like we are the enemy, like we don't supposed to be. But we the ones that got everything jumping. We are the spiritual of the tradition. We put the spirituality wouldn't be nothing without us, man.
I agree with that. I love the youth, man. It's all about the youth. Hey, King Hercules, man, great show, man, brother. I can't wait till you come up again and you do another build over here. You know what I'm saying? I love to see you and goddamn Quantum Truth. You know what I mean? Y'all build on that quantum realm because I want to
Yeah,
really see, is quantum something that's made up
it's not because
or
you know why?
hold on.
Because
Can I finish my question?
okay,
Hey,
go ahead,
God,
excuse
can
me,
I finish my question?
excuse me.
I'm asking King Hercules because it's his show. Is the quantum realm, is that a made up math that deals with science and you can't have one without the other when you're dealing with quantum? Go ahead.
No, I would say no.
No, as far as what part? It's not made up.
No, it's not made up. No, it's part of our reality that we live in.
What part of our
So
reality is quantum?
the unseen, you know what I'm saying? Just because you
No,
can't see
that's
it,
just the unseen. That's not quantum, brother.
no, because it's the same. Because what's the unseen deals with the reality, what you can't see.
The
In the
unseen is
quantum,
nature, brother.
yeah, but what you can't see is also quantum because atoms are quantum.
All right, all right. Hold on, whoa. So when did it? What you say? Atoms are quantum too now?
Yeah, atoms are quantum. They live in that quantum
Okay,
realm.
Quantum
okay,
physicists.
okay. They live in the realm within themselves. Okay. All right. I understand that. So, um, we didn't see quantum physics come out in science until like what, the atomic bomb, right, or the atomic bomb, correct?
Um, around that, yeah. Before that,
Copen,
yeah.
Copenhagen, the one who came up with quantum physics, correct?
Um, Around that time, yeah.
All right. So was when he talked to Einstein, did Einstein say this shit don't make no sense? Like this is not normal. Yes.
Yeah.
So that means he was creating a new system, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I say quantum is something created.
Yeah.
The whole quantum realm,
Yeah.
the
Everything.
explanation of the quantum realm is, go ahead, my
So
bad. That was my
yeah.
bad.
No. I understand what you're saying. I think that it's the question of like is mathematics invented or has it already existed? And so it was already existence, but it took us to understand it. It took us to get to the level of understanding. What I'm saying? Like this quantum level of like you're discovering particles, the hydrogen, the carbon, what I'm saying, the aluminum, all these particles. These particles have always been in existence in the universe, but it took us to at a point of level of science to understand and see these particles and understand what they are. They was already there, but it took the
I
level
agree.
of science to get to that level to understand what they are.
Okay. I love that. Thank you. My bag. I had to ask you them little crazy questions for you to get deep like that. I like
No,
layman
no.
terms, man. You know what I mean? Y'all quantum brothers be talking over our heads sometime. I like the layman terms sometime, man. I love
Can I,
that though. Okay, man.
can I ask the dear brother a question so he can further explain what you was talking about? Because for what he was saying, I
Oh
think
yeah,
he
mic on
can.
you, bro. Yep, it's on you, bro. Go
Okay,
ahead. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Go ahead.
the wave particle. Can you explain a wave particle to him? as far as from atoms, and can you explain that? So they'll have a better understanding of how particles are instead, because
the wave particle is just. I mean, for Western, you gotta understand that Western science, they discovered it took them a minute to understand what a particle was. When they viewed particle, it was just like this dot. You know what I'm saying? But from an African point of view, particles, these atoms, they've always moved in waves. They always understand that they move as a wave. You know what I'm saying? But it was in Western science, the Europeans, it took them a minute to understand that particles are not just this dot; they are actually moving around in waves. So when you're dealing with and when you're dealing with a wave particle, you know what I'm saying, they trying to observe this particle and where it's at, where it's located at. You know what I'm saying, and that gives them the like you're trying to understand, like, where's this wave located, where's this particle located in this field. You know what I'm saying? I set up this field, so I'm trying to understand where this particle is going and where it's at. So what I was trying to say, what I was trying to explain with African, from the African point of view, from the black point of view, you would not be sitting back trying to look at where this particle is observed and where it's at and where it's located. Because from the black point of view, you would be a part of the particle. You would embrace the particle.
Right.
You would, you know what I'm saying, you would get lost into it. You would understand the rhythmatic of it. You would be one with the particle, so you can understand their properties. But what I'm saying, the difference between African science and European science is that they separate themselves from nature, from the experiment. You know what I'm saying? They are the observers. You have to observe the particle in its action to see what is going on. You got to observe what's going on. In African science, you got to be immense. You know what I'm saying? You got to embrace the particle. You know what I'm saying? If I want to understand the hydrogen atom, then I got to understand the hydrogen atom. I will embrace the hydrogen. You know what I'm saying? I will put on the mask and the ritual, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying, you will pour libation, the drums and the rhythm and the songs and the chat and all that will give you this understanding of the hydrogen atom. And then you could say, damn, okay, I understand where this atom is coming from. I understand the properties of it because you was connected with it. You had a, you know what I'm saying, you make this connection.
It's like a prayer. If I pray or meditate, and like if I'm praying to you, my brother, and you go into prayer and you focus in on that particle, well, that wave, then it becomes a particle because it goes to direct. See, that's what people fail to realize. It's the wave. Any prayer, however prayer, because if, for example, how can a person pray that's on death row get granted, get his prayer answered, but a person with cancer dies? You know, it's like God have a lottery pick on who received the blessing. But it's waves. And once you recognize it, it's in particles, and you receive that information. You receive you feel me on that?
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the things that I tell people, that I try to express, that like the thing is that like you try to.
That makes sense to you, King Hurt?
Yeah, go ahead. What you say, A1?
I'm saying that makes sense to you. He lost me. Make it make sense to me.
No, it makes it makes sense because what he's saying is that like, so you're dealing with energy, and what I tell people is like, you know, one of the things is that being a Christian, you know, what I'm saying, you being a Christian, the energy for Black people, you know, you're only supporting white supremacy. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter how much you pray to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? You believe in Jesus. You know, you're basically supporting white supremacy when it comes to the fundamental element. When you look at it from a fundamental perspective, because because it's like, yo, why is Europe so wealthy and rich as Christians? However, Africa is poor because there was a pact that was made when Constantine accepted Christianity as part of the Roman Catholic Catholic faith. When he made that pact, after his death, you see the Europeans going around all around Europe, embracing Christianity and enforcing Christianity amongst the people in Europe, amongst their people. You know what I'm saying? Getting rid of that the Wicca and that European traditional faith. You know what I'm saying? They're forcing Christianity on everybody all throughout Europe. And at that point, then they left out of Europe. Once they solidified that hold on Christianity, they left out of Europe, went all around the world, making the sacrifices, making killings in the name of Jesus. So this comes back to the ritual of the African concept of ritual and pouring libation, and understand that there is a reciprocal process. And I know y'all don't. I know y'all gonna be like, wait, hold up, what? So I mean, think about this from the African point of view. In African spirituality, there's a reciprocal relationship between the spiritual world and the physical world. In order for you to maintain that relationship, you have to pour libation. You have to make sacrifice. You have to make an offering. You know what I'm saying? You don't get nothing from nothing. You know what I'm saying? You don't get something from nothing. You got to give something. So as you making the sacrifice and you pour libation, the people in the spiritual realm bless you. You know what I'm saying? They look over you. They give you like, all right, I got you. So what I'm saying is that what happened
is this
with
all the
Constantine?
African spirituality, or is this just Kemetic spirituality?
No, it's all of it. It's all of it.
It's like this.
Wait, hold up. Wait, no. Wait, stop. Wait, hold up. Stop. Hold up. Let me finish. It's all of African spirituality that understand the reciprocal process. But what white people did from what they didn't from a perspective of not knowing what they did. Maybe they did know. I don't know. What they did when Constantine solidified Christianity, he made a bond between Jesus and the Europeans. That's what he did. And what happened was that through those centuries, they sacrificed people's blood and name in the name of Jesus. And then after the 1400s, 1492, they went around the world killing people in the name of Jesus, creating those sacrifices in the name of Jesus. That created a bond, a spiritual bond with the Europeans. That spiritual bond has not been broken and cannot be broken until we make sacrifices equal to what they have done. So you have a lot of. So I know. Wait. Hold up. I know it's weird. But when you think about it,
but look,
concept,
more,
let me
hold on.
Hold up. Wait. Stop. I'm not finished. Wait. I'm not finished. If you think about the concept of reciprocity, the give and take the part of give and taking between the spiritual world and the physical world. You have to give something to receive something. Then it all makes sense, because white people have gave the sacrifice in the name of Jesus. They spilled blood in the name of Jesus for hundreds and thousands of years. So they had made a solidified bond between them and the spiritual realm of Jesus. So it only
but
works.
you speaking on two different fields. Okay, so for one, our ancestors, right? We are for example, our neuromelanin, not melanin, neuromelanin. The chat, everybody look it up. Neuromelanin. Look it up. We are the first people. Yeah, we watered down through time and stuff like that, but we have what you say, neuromelanin. And what we have is our pineal, which is not calcified. We have our first thought. Everything is to nature, to the cosmos, and everything. All we have to do is sit down and just close our eyes and meditate, pray, and everything. That's when I was talking about the wave particle, that's when you receive. Because you have to do more than, because then within religion, yeah, it took from Kemet, it took from all different fashions of cultures and things like that, and brought it back. That's just like me on the plantation praying to God, oh, let me off this plantation, but the slave owner praying to me staying on the plantation. What part of the game is that? It don't make no sense. You know, we praying to the same God for liberation.
Mm-hmm.
One praying for liberation, the other is praying for the plantation, basically.
That's what I'm trying to explain is that.
But
Hold on. What I'm trying to explain is that black people, we pray to the same God. However,
all of it is the same God. Okay, everybody have the recipe for who God is great. Okay, all the faiths, all the Abrahamic faith, from all the traditions. Everybody, this is how torn up it is. Oh, if you don't believe in Jesus, you don't believe in God. Oh, God is, Jesus is not real, all of that. It's talking about you. If we break everything down back to a science, if we break things,
that's what I'm trying to explain. You're not understanding that it's not about praying to the same God at all. Because when you break it down, it's about the energy in the universe, basically.
Exactly.
When you're looking at the, so let's just deal with the concept of black people, the slave and the free black people, understanding praying to Jesus, and white people, they're praying to the same God. However, as I just explained, as I was just trying to explain, but the difference was that throughout the centuries, white people have created a bond with Jesus that black people did not create. They created a bond of sacrifice, of blood sacrifice, of human sacrifice. Stop. They killed people. They killed humans in the name of Jesus. This bond, this spiritual sacrifice, this energy that was released. They released energy in the name of Jesus. This was created in a bond that unified them. It's not equal. Wait, hold up. I'm saying what I'm saying.
Go deep down.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Hold on.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. Stop, brother. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. Throughout the centuries, it doesn't matter what black people have done. We have not killed people in the name of Jesus. You understand? You have not. Our ancestors have not killed people in the name of Jesus to make the sacrifice equal to what they have done. You can only pray. You can only get on your knees and pray and make sense. But they have sacrificed the blood of human beings. So in the prospect, in the understanding of reciprocity between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, killing people and spilling the blood of people is a stronger bond than you praying on your knees and just saying the words. It's a stronger bond. So you're praying to Jesus. Don't equate to them what they have done. It doesn't matter.
Okay. So what you saying is that the little blood covenant that their tradition came to, we have to spill the same blood to equal it out or something like that?
We don't even. That's basically at a basic fundamental level. Yes, that's what I'm saying. But we don't even have to do that. I'm gonna just say we don't even have to do that. No, wait. I'm gonna just say we don't have to do that. But go ahead.
See, our ancestors didn't worship gods. They put attributes on seasons, the sun, how the earth grows. Everything had an attribute, a name, you know? But then at the same time, we are spiritual. When you have unspiritual people, they get domestic violence, cannibals, and the most violent people of this earth. We gave them Christianity.
No, we did not.
Yes, we did. Our ancestors, where do you think they got Christianity from? The Coptic Egypt, the Coptic Kemet, the Gnostics. Go all the way back to the Ptolemies. We gave them Christianity. They had nothing to worship. They've always been a violent people, you know? And then if you go into the Bible, if you judge them as a whole, look at them now today. It'll tell you. It'll tell you.
Let me ask you, do you see the story? Are you saying the story of Osiris and Isis and Horus is the Jesus story?
Where you think they got it from, man?
I'm asking you, are you saying that?
Horus, if you go to Horus bio, that's Jesus. If you go, it's between Horus and Osiris. So now you can go, it's other saviors than Jesus with the same bio. Jesus just the last one. How many is it? What, 18? If I'm not mistaken, something like that. Jesus just the last one. The first is Horus with the same attributes.
So you're saying that it's a copy?
If it's not a copy, what is it?
I'm just saying, are you saying it's a copy?
Yes, it's a copy. It's a copy.
Okay, so if it's a copy, if they copy from us, if they copy from our people, then it's a bad copy and it's not correct.
It's a weaponized copy.
Then it's not
It's a
correct.
weaponized copy. But like I'm talking about any and everything that we do, they weaponize it.
But still,
I'm talking about hip hop started off with just telling a story from state to state of living condition. They weaponized it to where we kill it.
brother, the point is that if they copied off us, if they copied off our ancestors, they didn't copy the correct shit, and it is a bad copy, and it is a corruption.
Yes, it's a bad copy. It's it's not literal. You know, I'll take the Bible. It has some facts in it, but it's not literal. You know, it's not supposed to be taken literal.
Yeah.
It's allegory. It's allegory. Okay, like for example, if you say Jesus, right? I would say the energy of what that Bible is speaking, if you take every red letter in that Bible and put yourself in it, it's talking about you. So the energy is real, but literal is not. Everything about you is real. You the only literal, you the only real thing in the Bible that's walking. Because if you look at it, the Bible is only talking about a certain area that's in Africa, because it got to be next to Africa for it to be real.
All right, so let me end with this because A1, I think A1 it's almost time for us to end this joint. So let's end with this. Let's end with this because you know what I'm saying. Black people, you know what I'm saying. We've been on this planet for over 200,000 years. We already been here, and for us to follow a religion that was created by people that don't respect us, we have to seriously correct. We have to seriously look at that. All right. Because our ancestors already created a religion, already created a spirituality based on our own worldview. But yet we sitting around here trying to discuss and trying to debate, whether it's something is real, it's something, I mean, it makes no sense. We've been here for 300,000 years. We already had an understanding of the world and the universe. We create a spirituality, not a religion. Our ancestors create a spirituality based off the cosmology, based off the universe, saying that vibrates with the universe. But yet, we want to take the words from people who we consider our enemies, who our ancestors call our enemies, and say that, oh, wait, well, this might be, better religion. This might be a better perspective on no. And I'm saying, no, we have to stop that. We have to get back to what, Sankofa, we have to get back to what our ancestors created. And once we get back to understanding and implementing the spirituality of what our ancestors created, we're going to be a better people because it benefits us to vibrate with the earth, to vibrate with the universe, to vibrate with the source. And being a Christian, being a Muslim, being Jewish, none of that vibrates with the source code of the universe at all. So that's what I'm going to just say. And, you know what I'm saying? You guys, have a good night. A1 is what? Damn, it's 2 a.m. I'm about to get out.
Hey, bro, one thing. I totally agree with what you said. And once we all get in tune, we can't create another Egypt Kemet, but we can create something greater once we put our minds and things together. You know, first we gotta take the shackles off our head with this religion and go forward, and then pick up the pieces. We don't have to wonder why. I'm talking about as far as like the Metro Nectar and all of that stuff. That's Kemet then. We gotta have our own language, and it speaks to us all at this point. You know, we can't just fight. Oh well, this is what this said. This is what this said. Just no. Let's stop, come together, and move forward. And I'll let my play.
All right, A1.
Peace. Have a good night. Sadiq, you want to closing remarks?
My man Sadiq.
He probably knocked out. The bat. Asar, anybody still up? Everybody sleep? All right, we gonna go to a word from our sponsors and end with the song by Connie Sun, man. Peace to everybody. Remember my motto, treat your smile like your money. Never let them steal it. We out.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess, build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the Tigers. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we stomping.
Motivation. Yeah. Go own it. You own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it. No paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb, yeah. You wasted time. God no can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip insurance ride. Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k, make it light, and if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black, business